And a very good morning from the Ageas Bowl, where we are around 10 minutes away. Oh, I'm going to have to fight the PA announcer. That's Robbie James. No relation, by the way. Yes, welcome, because we have a bumper game just around the corner. It's Hampshire against Lancashire. It's second against third in Division 1 of the County Championship. Both these sides have started the season very well indeed. In fact, Lancashire have won 2 out of 2 and won well in both of those. Hampshire have won 2 out of 3, won 2 very well, and were a poor second up at the Oval. But both these sides come into this game off the back of a big win, and your commentary team to take you through today. A little later, you'll hear from Hampshire's honorary archivist Dave Allen. But it's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Radio Lancs, I think there's another one in there somewhere, Scott Reed. How are you, Scott?
Good morning. I'm brilliant, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, very well, mate. Always good to work with you. Of course, the last time we worked together was the last game of the season up at Egbert.
Yes, it was.
What a game.
That was a bit of a dramatic finish, wasn't it?
It certainly was. It was, well, we will talk about it, I'm sure, over the next 4 days or what have you. But yes, a game where either side could have won the championship. In the end, neither did. But you had the happy consolation of playing in the Bob Willis Trophy final the week later.
It was a lovely way to finish the season as well, Kevin.
So you told me earlier. Right, the most important thing is that Hampshire have won the toss and elected to bat first. I'm going to give you the teams in a moment. You can probably hear it in the background. But interestingly, Scott, was when the two captains were interviewed before the start, or just after the toss, Dave Villa said that he would have bowled.
He did. I don't know how much of that is kind of a little bit of kidology or not. I mean, you look at it from, we're a long way off. I'm always reluctant to delve too deep into the condition of a pitch when you're 150 yards away from it, but it clearly has a little green tinge to it. So on the face of it, you would think that's quite a brave move to bat first on it, with an attack that includes Jimmy Anderson, for example. But yeah, that's what Dave Villa said. He said they would have had a bowl first. Not take him at face value. Yeah.
No, let's give you the two teams then. I'll give you Hampshire, as they are the home side. Just the one change from the side that beat Kent by an innings last week. There is no Mason Crane, which is hardly surprising because last night it was announced that he's gone on a short-term loan to Sussex. And back into the side, after missing the game at Canterbury, is James Fuller. So Hampshire are Joe Weatherly, Ian Holland, Nick Gubbins, James Vince the captain, Liam Dawson, Ben Brown the keeper, Felix Organ, Keith Barker, Fuller, Kyle Abbott and Mohammed Abbas.
2 changes for Lancashire, because there's no Saqib Mahmood and there's no Matt Parkinson for this fixture. So the leg spinner misses out. He's played the first 2 games as Matt Parkinson, and Mahmood, who played his first match of the summer last week against Gloucestershire, is also missing. He is kind of rotated out. So Tom Bailey starts for Lancashire, and they've strengthened their batting with Rob Jones coming in for the Red Rose. So Jimmy Anderson does play, Hassan Ali does play, Tom Bailey also plays. 3 frontline seamers that Lancashire have got there, but no Parkinson and no Mahmood from this game. And Luke Wood was named in it, but neither 100% fit to feature. So 2 changes for Lancashire.
Yeah, that's interesting, wasn't it? Because I know Keaton Jennings has been injured, hasn't he? That's what. Because I looked at I looked at your lineups. I thought, where's Keaton Jennings?
Yeah, he's had a calf problem, which is, I think, actually that ruled him out of the game at Egbert, didn't it, last year? I don't think he played in that fixture. I think he missed the last few games of last season with it. So he's had a bit of a calf issue. He has travelled down with the squad to kind of continue his rehabilitation, but not quite fit enough yet to feature. So it'll be Luke Wells and George Balderson that will open the batting for Lancashire in this game.
So it is, well, it's overcast, but the clouds are high.
Quite mild as well, isn't it? It's not too chilly.
No, you want to be here 2 weeks ago for the first game against Somerset. My word.
Was it?
Oh, it was like a game in December. Howling wind on day 1, I think it was. Obviously, Scott, it was not nice. And imagine playing out there in the middle.
Oh,
I know
my
the players
goodness.
were saying they found it hard work.
I can imagine. Well, the wind last week at Old Trafford was horrific. I mean, Lancashire have been lucky. They've had pretty much sun every day for the first 2 fixtures. At Canterbury, it was bright and sunny for most of it, and it was sunny all last week in Manchester, but the wind was horrific. It was really strong, and upwards of 30-mile-an-hour wind blowing right across the ground. So, yeah, it was pretty tough conditions. But I don't know what it's like for your 3 games so far. Lancashire haven't lost a single second due to the bad weather, so it's been a good start, really.
I think we've lost 3 overs at Canterbury for bad light.
Okay, that's great.
Which is nothing, is it?
Yeah.
So I can see the 2 Hampshire openers at the far end of the ground, waiting at the top of the steps, waiting patiently, and they've been there for a few minutes. So they're obviously eager to get out there. That's Joe Weatherly and Ian Holland. Looking forward to seeing Jimmy Anderson having a bowl. How's he been so far?
Yeah, last week was his first game, so he missed the match at Kent. He was made unavailable for selection by England for that first game of the season, which took a lot by surprise. Obviously, he's not played since the final Ashes Test match, and we all know what happened for the squad that was announced for the Caribbean. But he wasn't available for the Kent match. He played at Old Trafford last week. And he obviously, Jimmy just did what Jimmy does. There wasn't really too many surprises there. I guess the pick of the bowlers for last week against Gloucestershire was Hassan Ali. In fact, he's been the pick of the bowlers in the first 2 matches for Lancashire. Their overseas signing, Pakistan international. He's been outstanding. So Anderson plays a second successive match. We're entirely certain how the ECB would manage his workload. We're told that all this is in preparation for him to be in the prime condition for the first Test match. So he's, if this is part of a programme to get him fit for the first Test match, I think it's fair to say he's going to be in that squad. But yeah, Jimmy was great last week, as you'd expect. But Hassan Ali really has been the pick of the bowlers. And you look at the bowling attack that's on display for this game, and you're looking at that pitch as well. I know Kerry can change. We're not quite sure how he's going to play, and it could be quite dry. But that little bit of green on the top of the surface makes it quite interesting. And the bowling attacks on both sides, blimey, there's some impressive players there.
Yeah, there certainly is, yes. And probably as good a bowling lineup in a game that you'll see in Division 1. The only sad thing is, I think, from a lot of purists' point of view, and I include Dave Allen in that, whose face dropped. Immediately realised there was no Matt Parkinson and no Mason Crane in the respective sides. So we won't be seeing any leg spin, which is a shame, of course, because I guess we all like to see that. And they are both very, very good bowlers. I think Matt Parkinson is certainly at the top of the queue in terms of the next leg spinner to play for England. But I suppose it is sad that he won't or he isn't playing in this game. But you're right, it has got a green tinge. But for me, it looks very similar to the first game here against Somerset. Yes, it did a little bit. The game was all over in 3 days, which suggests that, it must have done a lot. It didn't do a lot. It just did enough. It was quite an interesting wicket in terms of you could bat and you could bowl if you put a lot into it. But Somerset were 7 down, and their main seam bowlers nowhere in sight, all injured and for various reasons weren't allowed to play. A bit like you said about Jimmy Anderson. First week of the season, Overton wasn't allowed to play in that as well. So when you took their top seamers out of their attack, as you would do probably most sides, they didn't quite have the same potency, and they weren't able to exploit the wicket like Hampshire did. So I think it will play very similar. Okay. There will be a bit there early on. Yep.
Well, I mean, obviously that's clearly what Hampshire think as well, because they've won the toss and they're going to have a bat first. And if you think if this pitch is going to be a bit of a terror to begin with on day one, then they ain't winning the toss and batting first, I guess. So they believe obviously it's going to be a good pitch. Yeah. And if you bowl well on it, you'll get rewards. But it'd be fantastic to watch this game unfold over the course of the next few days. I think these two teams will fancy being involved in it in September, won't they? It's a shame they only meet once, really.
I know.
Albeit maybe the players are quite grateful that they only face each other once. But
I was going to say, Jimmy Anderson, would you want to face him twice in the season? Once would be enough for me, to be honest. No, Mahmood is a bonus. Yeah, from a Hampshire point of view. Yeah,
he was great last week. But again, he's in the same camp as Anderson. Really, it's a decision being taken by. As much by the ECB as it is by Lancashire I mean, he's here, Mahmood, he travelled down with the squad, but that decision to kind of get the balance right between him bowling for Lancashire and when Anderson's going to be available, and I don't know, I'm sure all these things are worked out well in advance.
Yes. So, England's premier bowler. Scott's just going to disappear for a few minutes. England's premier bowler will open up from the pavilion end, and he's going to be bowling to Joe Weatherly. So Hampshire won the toss, elected to bat first. Going back to that Somerset game, Somerset batted first on what I was saying earlier to be a very similar wicket. They made just 180, but they were without a few players outside the off stump, and that is left alone from Joe Weatherly, and that has gone through to keeper Phil Salt. So 2 changes in the Lancashire lineup, as Scott mentioned earlier. Rob Jones and Tom Bailey into the lineup. No Mahmood and no Parkinson. Hampshire have made 1 change. No Mason Crane, who's gone on loan to Sussex for a month to get a bit of bowling. And Fuller is back. James Fuller is back into the side with his seam bowling. Here's Anderson outside the off stump. That looks good carry through to Phil Salt. Look as though the ball just left the batter as well. You can pick us up on the BBC online webpage, bbc.co.uk/cricket, and scroll through to the live action and select your game, which will be this one, of course. And we are also on the live picture feed, which is being fed from the Hampshire Cricket website as Anderson comes in. That's outside the off stump, and again, Weatherly happy to leave alone, and those pictures are going back to the Lancashire Cricket Club, County Cricket Club website as well. So plenty of ways in which you can watch or listen as much or as little as you would like over the next 4 days, assuming of course this match goes the full 4 days. So Jimmy Anderson, right arm over with 3 slips and a gully, bowling towards us. We're at the hotel end. Again, it's wide of the off stump. That's angled back into Weatherly, but started a little too wide. And I would say over Jimmy Anderson's long career, it's been a very long time since he's bowled 4 balls and hasn't made the batsman play. And he will know more than anybody. On the first morning, on day 1, it's probably preferable to make the batsman play at least once or twice, but I wouldn't go up and tell him that. Here he comes in again and bowls to Weatherly. He's playing a missing outside the off stump. Good carry as well from Anderson. 39 years of age he is now. Scott mentioned earlier about him in this game. Of course, we're watching him now. And just to say that there is a dinner tomorrow night. I'll come back to that in a moment, as Anderson comes in again once more, runs towards us and bowls. That's a good lead, but that's closer to the off stump. That's more of a line that Anderson is going to consistently bowl to throughout his spells. And of course, the trick from the batter point of view is that ball coming back or is it angled away? And of course, you have to play accordingly. Yes, tomorrow night there is a celebratory dinner for former Hampshire off-spinner and England off-spinner Sean Udall, and it's here at the Ageas Bowl tomorrow evening, and it's to help raise funds to support Sean's ongoing treatment and care for Parkinson's. Now, Jimmy Anderson is actually the star guest, and I know I was at a meeting last week, and I know Sean was praying for Jimmy Anderson to be in the lineup for this game, and he will be here tomorrow evening as a star guest for that dinner, which will be to raise funds for Sean and his ongoing treatment for Parkinson's. Right, start of a new over, right arm over the wicket. This is Rob Jones, is it? No,
Tom Bailey.
Sorry, Tom Bailey, sorry, am I saying?
Okay.
Tom Bailey, who was impressive at Egbert.
He's been impressive for quite a few years now. I mean, Lancashire had the luxury last week against Gloucestershire of being able to leave him out. You know, they had such good resources that they kind of rested him last week, but he's been terrific now for a number of years.
Right arm over, 3 slips and a gully, bowls, and that's just turned away behind square by Ian Holland. Now that's a short boundary side. They'll come back for 2. They'll have to hurry here, Ian Holland. Even though it's just behind square on the leg side, there's not a lot of outfield to work with, and Hampshire 2 without loss. Ben Stokes has been named England captain, taking over from Joe Root. Is that a total surprise?
Probably not.
No. And there was some speculation this morning that it would be announced some point today. They haven't wasted much time. 11:05. Bailey bowls. That's a good leave as well. Can I just quickly come back to? We'll talk more about Ben Stokes, but. '60 or so. Those in attendance on the evening will have a number of opportunities to contribute, whilst those unable to join on the evening will also be able to get involved and help raise critical funds by participating in an online auction or by making a donation. There's a little bit more as Bailey comes in and bowls, and Holland's forward, thick outside edge, past a diving gully. Oh, they're going to have to hurry. Throw comes in at the bowler's end. Weatherly called Holland through. Holland was a little bit slow to get off the mark, but he's home. And it's 3 without loss. There is an online auction ahead of tomorrow night. It features a whole host of exclusive lots, and it's live right now and closes at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. And to view the lots available in the online auction, just head to the Ageas Bowl website. In fact, ageasbowl.com/UDAL, UDAL. Sorry about all that, Scotty.
Not at all, no.
I'd mention it's for a very good cause.
Absolutely is, yeah. Should be a good night as well, hopefully.
Well, I hope so, and I think, unfortunately, a lot depends on me because I'm sort of holding it all together.
It's in safe hands.
Well,
what could possibly go wrong?
On Saturday morning, if I said to you, well, actually, I was happy with that, I'll be a relieved man. It's a bit nerve-wracking, if I'm honest. Forward is Weatherly, is into the gap in the covers, and this is a safer run this time. Forward without loss. You know, I don't know. I know you've done a few things, and you know, I did a captain's dinner here a few years back, and I was nervous for days beforehand, and it's on your mind the whole time, isn't it? You know, for big do's. And this has been on my mind for a few days, and if I'm honest, I haven't relaxed for a few days.
You seem like you're on edge.
Well,
Dave, he needs a shoulder massage just to relax him a little bit.
Thanks, Dave. But yeah, so whilst I'm looking forward to it, I'll be glad when it's over. Thick outside edge along the ground to backward of point, and there's no run. 2 overs gone this morning, and it's 4 without loss, Hampshire.
Oh, you're amongst friends. It's for a great cause, isn't it? You'll be great.
Yeah, thank you.
Should be a good night as well. It's here in the hotel, isn't it?
Yes, in the big room downstairs. Yeah. So
cool.
So yes, Ben Stokes, which I know you've got a bit more info on, haven't you, on all this? I don't know if he's said anything.
He said that he's honoured to be given the chance to lead England's Test team. Yeah, I know. It's a real privilege, and he's excited about getting started this summer. And I think Rob Key said something as well here. Yeah, I had no hesitation in offering the role of Test captain to Ben, says Rob Key. As Jimmy Anderson runs in and bowls, and that's outside the off stump and left by Holland and through to Phil Salt, and there is no run. He epitomises, Key says, the mentality and approach we want to take this team forward into the next era of red ball cricket. I'm delighted that he accepted, and he's ready for the added responsibility and honour. He thoroughly deserves the opportunity.
Yeah.
And the full story of that is on the BBC Sport website and app as well. Here's Jimmy Anderson for Lancashire. 3 slips and a gully, and he's in and bowling, and it's defender just pushing out into the offside by Weatherly out towards extra cover. There's no run. We're in the 3rd over of the morning. Hampshire 4 without loss, winning the toss, opting to have a bat first and facing this opening pair of Jimmy Anderson and Tom Bailey. And just to confirm that the news that Luke Wood and Keaton Jennings both in that squad, but just not quite ready yet to feature. I thought that was the case, but we've had confirmation through from Lancashire. Here's Anderson over the wicket, bowls again left. Oh, Salt goes leaping away to his left-hand side to take the catch, as that ball moves back in quite sharply, and it has Salt diving away to his left-hand side to take it with the gloves.
It's a wicked delivery if that's about 3 or 4 inches further over to the off stump. In fact, not even that much. He's not made the batters play quite enough at the moment, but I'm sure that'll change.
Anderson to Weatherly, has to play this delivery just off the front foot, pushing away safely enough into the offside. Dane Villas is the Lancashire captain at mid-off to field, and there is no run.
You guys have got quite a deep squad, haven't you, really? I was looking at your teams of the last couple of games and who's in reserve. But, all right, it's obviously got some injuries, but you've got a good, deep squad to pick from.
They have. They've got good bowling options. As Anderson's in again to Salt, good pace and bounce and carry through to Salt, who's skipping up onto his toes and taking it about stomach height, and there's no run. Yeah, they've got obviously Mahmood not featuring in this game. They've got Luke Wood, the left-arm seamer, who's currently out injured. Bailey was rested last week and comes back into it. Obviously, they've got Jimmy for a certain number of games at the start of the season. Options for Lancashire with the ball. Here is Anderson. Bowls again, that's squirted down towards Gully, where it's fielded by Stephen Croft. They come quickly at Croft on a chilly morning. That stung the palms of the Lancashire fielder, but that's the end of the over. It's a maiden for James Anderson. He's bowled 2 overs and 2 maidens, and Hampshire are 4 without loss.
As part of this evening tomorrow night for Sean Udall, I mentioned earlier that Jimmy Anderson's the star guest. I presume he knows. I'm presuming that's all sorted out. I'm sure he is, of course it is. I've got to speak to him for about 20 minutes or so as part of this evening. Would he, well, I mean, I'm trying to think of sort of subjects that I can ask him. You know him better than I do. I don't know the guy at all, really. I mean, if I said to him and brought up the subject of being left out of the England side, is he sick to death of talking about that? Would he rather I didn't say that, mention it? Or?
I think you should go in. The very first thing you say to James is, James, what's going on? why were you dropped?
Would he hate that?
No, he'd be fine with that.
Is he all right?
Yeah, he'd be great with that.
Do I call him Jimmy or James? It comes. Where's this? Because I don't know him. That's pushed out square on the leg side. Start of a new over from Bailey.
Maybe you could start with James, and as it gets more relaxed, as the conversation develops, you can then just gently move into Jimmy.
Yeah. So after about 10 minutes, depending on how it's going, you'll know how well it's going. Like if I suddenly say, "Well, Jimmy, what about this?" or I say, "James." And then people will know that it hasn't gone very well.
He'll be great. He'll talk about anything.
Well, is he all right?
Yeah, he'll be fine.
I've had one brief conversation with him over the years, and that's it. Oh, my word, that's come back, and that is a good leave, but that is a decent delivery, a ball that sort of came back, a bit like Jimmy Anderson from the previous over. Bit of seam movement there, watching the replay on the live feed. Oh, I did go back a long way. It's a good carry on this pitch at the moment, isn't it? We like that. Definitely some movement. Hampshire will have known that when they won the toss this morning, but it's just about getting through the initial session, hour and a half maybe, but conditions you think overhead, not bad for bowling. Bailey comes in again and bowls. That's straighter. Holland works. That is a misfield at square leg, and there will be 2. Is that Balderson?
It is, yep.
Okay. He slipped. Lush green outfield. He slipped. Very sandy, the outfield. This last October, September, Scott, the whole outfield was just, well, it looked like the Sahara with a green square. I took a picture at the time. I'll show you. This is not good for this is not good for online, or actually on the live feed, because you won't see it. But I can show Scott. It was amazing. Here's Bailey, full. That's a good leave, actually. That invited the drive, but Weatherly wasn't tempted. And the golf pro here, Sean Hall, actually, when I tweeted the picture, he thought it was the world's biggest bunker, because the whole outfield was sand and just the square was green, which I thought was a very, very good comeback. I'll show you it. It was quite surreal. It was I noticed it during the Players' End of Season, when I looked out. It was incredible. I'm trying to find it as I speak. Here's Bailey again, then bowls. Oh my word, he's beaten, I think, between bat and pad.
I think so.
That's nipped back. That kind of not have missed the off stump by very much at all. Again, if you're watching on the live stream, have a look at this. Ooh, my word, there's some wicket-taking balls out there at the moment.
Well, you're going to need a bit of good fortune. You always need a bit of good fortune as an opening batter, don't you? Especially when the ball's doing a bit inside the first hour. But it's a terrific delivery from Bailey. Oh, goodness me. Yeah,
it is, isn't it?
How unusual.
Complete sand around the green playing area. Amazing. Bailey bowls as he heads through to the keeper. He's gone. Well, that's just nipped away. It brought Weatherly forward into that forward defensive shot, and the ball just nipped away, caught the outside edge, caught by Phil Salt. I don't think Weatherly could have done much with that one. That's a decent delivery. Weatherly goes for 1, Hampshire 5 for 1.
Well, it's two really good deliveries, isn't it, from Bailey? Because the previous one came back in and beat him on the inside edge, and that one just shapes away and just draws him into the shot, and it'll nibble behind through to the keeper. But I think Bailey's, the way he's kind of engineered this over has been terrific. It's just a really good piece of bowling, and I think perhaps because of the previous delivery coming back in and beat him on the inside edge, and the next one just swinging away, finding the outside edge. That's really smart bowling from Tom Bailey. I mean, these are conditions which would absolutely suit Bailey. This is kind of right in his arc, is this. The ball just doing there's a bit clearly for the bowlers on the pitch. This first hour will be difficult for the batters. You would expect Bailey consistency to be able to move the ball will be a real handful for Hampshire.
Yeah. 50 wickets last year. That's 16 apiece. Gives you some sort of idea about just what a wicket-taking bowler he is, and he'll be enjoying it out there. I mean, it must have been a borderline decision for Hampshire to have a bat this morning. Very, I don't think it was, especially with Dane Villas saying that he would have bowled. So interesting one. But at the moment, it looks difficult out there.
It does, but as you said before, I mean, that Hampshire batters will know that, they're expected that, they will be expecting to be beaten, perhaps quite a bit. They'll need a bit of good fortune, they'll need to leave well. That's just kind of part of it, isn't it? Especially when you're facing a quality attack and you're batting in April. These conditions, there's a lot needs to go your way. Here's Anderson bowling, that's just turned into the onside by Ian Holland out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run as Anderson starts his third over of the morning. He started off with 2 maidens. Good tight start from Lancashire's opening pair with this new ball. I was just looking at Bailey's 50 wickets last year for Tom Bailey, but his career stats in first-class cricket. There's Anderson's in it left again by Holland and through to the keeper. There's no run. That was his 260th first-class wicket, and they've come at an average of 23.
It's pretty good, isn't it?
For Bailey, he really has been kind of model of consistency over the last few years.
There's a stat from Dave Allen there, which also interesting. Reed Bailey.
These are his last 2 games against Hampshire. So going back to 2018 and 2021. As Anderson bowls, left by Holland, watchful because he's on that front foot and he's kind of flirting with the idea of playing, and then pulls the bat away, and again that little bit of movement back in, and Salt has to take it just shaping to his left hand side, and there is no run. So in 2018, that was his last appearance here, was it, at the Ageas Bowl. Tom Bailey against Hampshire, 4 for 57 and 4 for 43. That's the last time he bowled here. Anderson to Holland through to the keeper, and there's no run. And the last time Bailey faced Hampshire was in the game at Liverpool that we mentioned before. 2 for 24 in the first innings, and then 7 for 37 in the second innings.
That was a killer spell, that second innings, wasn't it? From a Hampshire point of view.
It was. I mean, it's an utterly epic game, wasn't it?
Yeah, I really enjoyed that.
So Hampshire come within sight of the championship title. Anderson again to Holland once more. Has a little flirt with the ball, but then pulls the bat away through to Phil Salt, and there's no run.
Just going back to the Ben Stokes announcement this morning that he's the New England captain. I'm just looking on the BBC cricket feed, and right at the top at the moment there's a tweet from somebody called Heather Tobin. Best of luck to Ben Stokes, he's going to need it.
And Anderson bowls left by Holland. judgment has been immaculate so far. He's not had to play unless he's been forced to or wants to, and once more he's content to leave that ball that's of good pace and carry through to the keeper. It's the end of the Anderson over. Another maiden for him. 3 overs, 3 maidens. So Hampshire after 5 of 5 for 1.
Probably sums it up, really, in a way, doesn't it, really? The way everybody's feeling about the England side at the moment. Joe, who's tweeted at Solent Sport, there are various ways to get in touch with us. I know Scott will give out his in a moment, but at Solent Sport from a Hampshire point of view, or solentcricket@gmail.com. I'm saying that slowly because I know many people up at Egbert thought I was saying it too quick. Do you remember?
I do, yeah.
Actually, we had a chat one night, didn't we? I think after about the second day or something like that, I can't remember. And we got a lot of emails for that game, didn't we? It was terrific. And we got through a lot, but we had to be careful because obviously the game was so important for both sides. Last game of the season, you know, possibly either side could have won the championship. Here's Bailey, runs away from us, bowling to the left-hander Gubbins. Gubbins on the back foot, steers that into the gap through the covers. Just strokes it into the gap rather than a full-blooded shot, and it's 2 runs, although it still nearly went over the rope. That shows you how short that boundary side is and away to our right. And I think on the first night, having read quite a few, didn't we? There was still 70 that we didn't. And I think the next day there was 50 that we didn't. I mean, it was crazy and it was great fun. Do you know what? In that following week that you were enjoying up at Lord's for the Bob Willis Trophy final, which I texted you saying you enjoyed it, didn't I? It was a shame I wasn't there. Gubbins pushes that back to the bowler. And I actually spent that week replying to a lot of those people that I didn't read out. And I got quite a few replies, which was quite nice, saying, well, you know, I wasn't expecting you to, you know, email back and say, sorry, we didn't read it out. But I just thought it was quite nice, you know, just because so many people had emailed. So solentcricket@gmail.com. I'll come to a couple of mine, but you've got a couple of ways to get in touch.
Well, if you're going to email, maybe just stick with that one. That sounds great.
Okay.
But you can tweet at BBC Lancs Cricket as well.
Okay, right. Joe, who's on the ground, has tweeted. Here's Bailey, bowling to Gubbins. Ooh, he's playing at that one, although he pulled the bat away when the ball had gone well past at the bat. 7 for 1 the score remains. Joe says actually here for all 4 days this match, and I've been forced to the wrong side of the ground. There is no wrong side, but I know what you mean, as the wicket is so far over. So we're at the hotel end, looking back towards the pavilion. The wicket is to our right, and that's the west side of the ground. The east side is to our left. Joe normally sits on the east side, and very rarely has to go over to the west side, so it must feel alien. Must feel like they're in a different ground. Here's Bailey, bowls. Nice drive by Gubbins through mid-off. That's 4 runs. Lovely shot. Nice forward motion with the body into the ball. Stroked it into the gap, 4 runs.
How's he started this season, Gubbins?
Yes?
Yeah, how has he started?
Oh, sorry, how's he started? He got a half century in the last game, 69 in the 1 innings Hampshire had, 37 in the only innings here, 21 and 6 at Surrey. Steady without being spectacular.
Yep. One of the players I'm looking forward to watching this week.
Right. Yeah, he's well, obviously, you know, made his name at Middlesex, didn't he? He's kind of sort of hasn't quite kicked on. That's way outside the off stump, almost a wide. Well taken by Phil Salt, running almost towards the second slip to take that. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that he is here. You know what it's like when some players move. Most players move. It's a change of scene, change of attitude from the players around you, which is important. And it can sometimes spur you on. And I think he feels that that's what he needs. So, yes, looking forward to a big season from him, hopefully, and probably none more so than Gubbins himself as Bailey comes in and bowls. Oh, my word, that's a great delivery. That's nips away. They're appealing for the court behind. Well, if that hasn't hit the bat, how has that missed the off stump? Maybe it's clipped the off stump. What a delivery that was. Watching that on the live feed. Oh, dear, how'd you play that?
I'm sure you can.
Massive leg break to the left-hander.
Ridiculous.
That's gone quick. Off the pitch, brought him forward. You're just pushing forward in the hope that you play a miss.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, he's hit the ground running here, isn't he, Bailey? Cool. He's bowling a fine spell from this hotel end to start things off for Lancashire, getting the ball to move both ways. Impressive stuff from Bailey, and at the minute the Hampshire batters have just got to try and give this little period to the bowlers. I think just stay in there. Edged, taken, it is. It's gone down to I think third slip, and Holland's gone. Anderson strikes over the wicket, in and bowling, edge low down to Rob Jones there, who's at third slip. And he takes a good low catch, really good low catch actually, because it was heading kind of ankle height to him. And Hampshire lose their second wicket. Anderson picks up his first with the first ball of his fourth over. Hampshire 11 for 2. Holland caught Jones, bowled Jimmy Anderson for 4.
Wow. Now that is the line, isn't it, for Jimmy Anderson, that with him just getting the ball to go away, but also just getting the ball to come back. Do you play at it? I think if you look at that ball in isolation, you'd probably say to yourself, should Ian Holland be playing at it? But you know, we all know, that Jimmy Anderson has that wicked ball that comes back, and we've already seen it in this innings. So in a way, you are kind of looking to play at that line where maybe some other bowlers you wouldn't play. So that's great bowling. He's done it thousands of times, and this is quite difficult for the Hampshire batters here.
It is, yeah. You just got to try and see if you can get through this spell. But I mean, that have obviously have known that they're facing Anderson, they're facing Bailey, they've still got Hassan Ali to come into the attack. This is going to be it's a brave decision, and they've got to back themselves to try and get through this. And you're going to have a bit of good luck, aren't you? You're going to need a bit of good fortune to get your way to get through this first hour or so.
So James Vince, the Hampshire captain, walks to the crease 100 in the last game at Canterbury in that big win over Kent. And he said himself that was one of the flattest pitches that Hampshire have played on in the last few years. So I think when you get a player that says that, I think you can be pretty sure that Canterbury pitch was very flat indeed. Yeah,
it was pretty flat when Lancashire played there as well. They did well, Lancashire, to bowl them out twice and take 20 wickets on that pitch to win the game. It was hard going. Compton battered superbly. He did against Hampshire too, didn't he?
He did, yeah. He got 80 odd and something, yeah, 2 half centuries, I think. No, 30 odd and 80 odd or something. But yeah, he looks like somebody that's difficult to dislodge.
4 slips in a gully. There's Anderson bowls, pushed away by Vince. Out into the offside, scampers through for a single. That's the way to play Jimmy from the other end, isn't it? Get off the mark straight away. 12 for 2 brings Gubbins back on strike.
All the best players play the best bowlers from the other end. That's been a saying since before time.
Well, it was kind of perfect, wasn't it? Just drop it into the offside, scamper through for 1, but
yes. Well, you've got to keep the scoreboard ticking along at the very least, because otherwise you're going to get stuck here, because this is a decent combination of bowling from Lancashire.
Anderson to Gubbins. Let's just drop back down towards Anderson off his own bowling. Tries a few keepy uppies. You could ask him about that tomorrow, perhaps. His footballing skills.
Yeah. Coming from Burnley.
Yeah, Burnley fan. 12 for 2. Gubbins 6 and Vince on 1.
There's an obvious comeback to that, but I won't say anything. What do you feel about Sean Dyche having been removed as manager? You must have an opinion on that.
If you get into Sean Dyche and Burnley, then you'll know you're struggling.
With 20 minutes to go.
Yeah. Anderson in, down the leg side. Gubbins tries to ease it off the hip, down towards fine leg. Now it's reached the boundary, and it has gone for buys, 4 buys. Little deflection off the hip, down toward the rope for 4. So Hampshire move on to 16 for 2.
Thanks very much, Scott. I'll disappear for half an hour now. He'll be back just after midday, and Hampshire's honorary archivist Dave Allen is going to come in alongside me. I was just having a look at Jimmy's one game before against Gloucestershire. None for 30 and 2 for 25 at Old Trafford in his one game in the Championship to date. Outside the off stump, and again that's good carry through to Phil Salt and left alone by Nick Gubbins. I mentioned the one email that we are using for this game, and it is solentcricket@gmail.com. See, I've learnt my lesson from last year at Egbert, saying it nice and slowly. Duncan Scutt has emailed, as Anderson from that pavilion end comes into the left-hander Gubbins, who's on 6 and bowls, and that's wide, and Gubbins reaches at that one, comes off the bottom of the bat. Have to hurry here, James Vince. Oh my word, a direct throw, and I think Vince was a goner. My word, that was close. Vince seemed to be slow off the mark. I don't know whether he was expecting Nick Gubbins to keep running, but Vince, that first few yards, Dave Allen, seemed to be walking in treacle.
He started a bit like I would.
Well, that was a worrying moment there for a while.
Yeah, silly run out is not quite like Hampshire need at this point, is it?
Not in this situation. Right, Duncan Scott says, hi guys, great commentary. Nice to be tuned in, watching my beloved Lancashire all the way from Brussels in Belgium. Keep up the great work, says Duncan, and many thanks. From Belgium, lovely. Here's Bailey. 3 overs, 1 for 11 for Tom Bailey, and outside the off stump, even though it's coming back, Gubbins leaves alone.
Well, here's a couple of prompts for tomorrow night for you, Kevin. Jimmy Anderson at the, strictly speaking, at the Rose Bowl, because it was before the name change in 2012.
That's right. So Jimmy Anderson, first game, is his first game at the Ageas or Rose Bowl?
Yeah, it was only about his 4th first-class match, I think. Yeah, 2002.
6 for 23 in the first innings and 3 for 27 in the second.
Yep.
Success at this ground straight away as Bailey comes in to Gubbins, and that holds its line outside the off stump, and he leaves that alone. First ball in
Test match here. First Test match here. At the first Rose Bowl Test match ball bowled.
Yeah.
Actually, from this end, Jimmy bowled it from the hotel end.
Oh, okay, thank you.
And it was the game against Sri Lanka that was wrecked by the rain, really. And Chris Tremlett had a particularly good game. But Jimmy Anderson bowled the first ever ball in Test cricket on this ground.
Right. Bailey to Gubbins once more. 3 slips in the gully. He's playing a missing outside the off stump. And you get enough balls in the right area at the moment. It's a little bit dicey for the batters. You expect a bit of movement earlier on first morning. Bailey just gets one just to nip away again from the left-hander.
It's a bit green out there, isn't it? And I'm looking at the attack that Lancashire have chosen, and they've not gone for the very quick guy, and they've not gone for the leggy, and it seems to me they've picked 2 classic top-level English seam bowlers.
Yeah, that's a good, nice, firm forward defensive into the gap in the offside, and that'll be a single to Gubbins. Need to take every single on offer here at the moment, but not so much that you run the risk of being run out. 18 for 2, Hampshire. Gubbins has 8 now, and Vince has 1. I'm going to do a very quick 30-second update in a moment, just to keep everybody up to date. If you've just joined us, that might help as well. Just to surmise what's happened in the first 30-odd minutes or so. We're into the 8th over of the morning, and Lancashire already closing in on a first bonus point. First bonus point kicks in when you've taken 3 wickets. Here's Bailey, bowls, and that's off the straight there from Vince, who works that behind square on the leg side. Got 1 or 2 of the Lancashire fielders excited as he did so, and Vince moves off to 2, and it's 19 for 2 now, Hampshire. Remember, 2nd versus 3rd. Both these sides coming into this game in those positions. Hampshire 2nd and Lancashire 3rd. Here's a quick update then. Well, we've had just over 30 minutes play this morning. Hampshire, having won the toss this morning, are 19 for 2. It must have been a borderline decision, because the wicket is giving the bowlers some help, and Lancashire are including a certain Jimmy Anderson, who's is England's best ever bowler. He's picked up 1 wicket this morning. He had Ian Holland caught in the slips for 4, but before that Joe Weatherly edged seam bowler Tom Bailey through to the keeper for 1. So batting is quite hard work out there at the moment. Gubbins is 8, Vince has 2, Hampshire 19 for 2.
I've got to say, Kevin, I'd suspect that Barker, Abbott and Abbas would have been a bit of a handful on this, and I think you're right about that borderline decision. We shall know by the end of the day, I guess.
Yeah, we will. Who won the toss, Hampshire Somerset here? Can you remember? I'll look it up.
No, I can't. I'm sorry.
No, I know. I can't remember. No. I can't remember yesterday. Let alone 3 weeks. Let me have a look. Here's Anderson from the pavilion end. On the back foot there is Vince. Plays that back to the bowler. And there's no run.
I think we might have done, because we had that terrific opening partnership, didn't we? Weatherly 168 and Holland 81 then, but maybe we chose to bat.
Right.
But
So
I can't remember.
Somerset won the toss and decided to bat, and they were bowled out for 180. But
Well,
as we
of
say,
course.
there were a couple of men down, weren't they?
Yeah, of course. We didn't bat first, did we? No.
So at the moment, this is looking like going the same way. In fact, 180 looks loads at the moment. That's turned away to square leg by Vince, and there's no run.
Mind you, we've got to come a centurion, or our 2 centurions from the last game, including Ben Brown, who currently tops our averages. So we can be a little optimistic. There's a man warming up.
It's like Hassan Ali, isn't it?
He's had a good start, I think, to the season as well.
He has. There's Anderson again. Vince is forward. And there is no run. 3 for 49 in the game against Gloucestershire in the second innings, 6 for 47 in the first.
Yep.
Hassan Ali.
Mind you, Vince is in good nick. I mean, he's played 4 innings this season, 2 half centuries and 111. Only 1 failure. So, good test for him today.
Certainly is. Good test for anybody here.
Yeah.
At the moment, England's premier bowler and one of county cricket's more prolific wicket takers.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Tom Bailey. The second sentence there, as that's worked towards mid-wicket. Dink Ganatra has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, hello. He says, can you arrange for mighty Hampshire to get the match done within 3 days, please? Well, they might do, but it may not have the right saying it. So I can watch the World Snooker Final. Oh, okay. Also, the positive for Lancashire would be to travel back on Sunday, as there won't be much traffic. Dink, it's a bit controversial, isn't it? Stirring it up already, is Dink. Here's Anderson. Bowls. Vince's edge through to the keeper. Everybody's up and he's gone. Caught by Phil Salt. That looked a good delivery as well. And I'm not sure whether that's caught the outside edge or the inside edge. Watching it again on the live feed. Ball just angled a fraction back to Vince. And Hampshire now really in trouble at 19 for 3. Vince has gone for 2.
One of those moments where the batter doesn't quite look delighted with the decision, but often, as you've said to me in the past, it's a matter of hauling yourself off when you're really disappointed. But he could be right about a 3-day finish. Although actually, just to make an observation about travel, it's a bank holiday weekend, so who knows quite when travel will be okay.
Oh, of course, it's Bank Holiday Monday, isn't it, this week? Yes,
yeah. So, might be okay on Sunday. Might be very busy. Might be okay Monday. Might be very busy. Who knows? Depends where people are going.
Might be going back Saturday the way we're going in. In fact, we might not get the Sean Noodle dinner in tomorrow. It might be all over.
Oh dear.
I mean, it does look hard work out there. I mean, I have to say already, you think batting first.
Yeah.
Dane Villas said that he would have bowled first.
Did he? Yeah.
Before the game.
There's no sign of sunshine, and there is that. It really isn't a green pitch, but interesting thing. I'm wading my way through Wisden, which I reckon usually takes me till Christmas to get through everything. But one of the things that you get in Wisden is a table of umpires' scores of quality of pitches in Championship and white ball games, and I don't. The Hampshire home games, the Ageas Bowl games last year, were marked second lowest.
Were they really?
Glamorgan was lowest, and then Hampshire.
Really?
We did have 1 or 2 odd ones, didn't we? Do you remember the Notts game when in the first division, which we needed to win? And
yes.
There were 1 or 2 sniffy comments about that, but it's not to say it was awful. I mean, they might have all been kind of okay or very good, but and our marks for white ball were better, but we were next to bottom. So I don't think this is a poor pitch, but no. I think it's terrific bowling so far.
It is, yeah. There hasn't been many bad balls out there, if any.
No.
Maybe a few wide, but
yeah,
nothing that you'd be throwing the bat at, not in this situation. So another century maker from last week is Liam Dawson, who's walking out at number 5. In fact, he got his career best last week at Canterbury. That was 171. I think his previous was about 150, 160, something like that. And, well, this is a completely different kettle of fish, because last week I think we've seen more balls move off the straight in 39 minutes than we did in 4 days at Canterbury. So this will give you an example of the different challenges that are facing the batters here, and no bigger one than the man running in now, Jimmy Anderson. On the back foot there, Dawson steers that out to backward a point, and there's no run. End of the over. Hampshire are 19 for 3, having won the toss. Nick Gubbins is 8. Dawson has faced just the one delivery, and Jimmy Anderson 5 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 2. And probably wouldn't have expected anything less on this pitch.
Probably not. Good round of applause as well from not a huge crowd today, but good round of applause, well deserved.
Yeah, most of the crowd away to the right, to the west side of the ground, because that's where the wicket is. It's 1, 2, 3, it's 4 wickets in from the end of the square, so we are way over to the right. Here's Bailey, runs away from us, right arm over and bowls, and Gubbins gets one that comes back, and he gets the bat down in time. Pushes it out on the offside. Niall Duxbury has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. That's the email we're using for this game, as we did at Ageas last year in the game between these two at the back end. Morning, gentlemen, says Niall. As a Lancashire fan, I always look forward to the Hampshire game. And I think he's talking about me and Scott, not Dave. He doesn't mean to be rude, but obviously me and Scott did the whole game last year. And he says, I look forward to you and Scott in commentary. Which is nice. Dave Allen's good as well. Outside of the off stump, and that's left alone. I spent all day at Ageas last season listening to the two of you. Good to hear us Burnley fans being represented in Scott and Jimmy too. Of course, I forgot Scott is a Burnley fan. And Niall says, P.S. Dyche in.
Dyche in.
Oh, I bet that split the town, isn't it?
I've got a Burnley story.
Have you?
Which I might get to in a minute.
Have you done a gig up there?
I've done a gig in Colne. Is that near Burnley? Yeah. Done the Blues Festival at Colne more than once. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. That was exciting. Yeah. I don't think I've actually done a gig in Burnley itself, right. But at Colne. But actually, I've got a couple of Burnley stories.
All right, we'll come to those. As outside the off stump, he's round the wicket now is Bailey, and that's left alone by Gubbins.
Well, our greatest wicket taker, and you can debate as long. Hampshire's greatest wicket taker, Derek Shackleton, came from Todmorden, and it transpired in the end that Todmorden was actually Yorkshire, not Lancashire. But he was a reserve goalkeeper for Burnley FC in the 1940s. So there we are. Ooh. And he played for Todmorden for some time in the, I think, the Lancashire League. Somebody could tell us.
Bailey forward is Gubbins up towards mid-off. It's a nice strong forward defensive.
So that's one of my stories.
Yeah.
The other story is, you've got to be really old to be able to claim this, but I saw the Burnley side that won the league and got to the cup final in the early 1960s, because they came to my home city of Portsmouth to play a friendly, because Pompey weren't that good in those days, they were second division. But when we launched our new floodlights. Oh,
right. Bailey again. Gubbins leagues one that comes back to him, that's close to the off stump.
Oh, no ball. That's all right.
That's all right.
So that was the team with Adam Blacklaw, Ray Pointer and John Kennelly, and I think Kennelly was in the World Cup squad, and Alex Elder, and I should probably remember them all eventually. Might take me a while, but so there we are. There's my Burnley stories.
Lovely, Dave. Lovely. And it's only 11:15 on day one.
Yeah.
And they're used up. But there are other places in Lancashire, of course, as that's turned away square on the leg side, so feel free to bring any of those out, Dave.
All right, mate.
That's Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, who also is a well-known musician on the local circuit here.
Well known south of Fratton Bridge in Portsmouth, yeah.
Well known in his own street.
I've done a few gigs in Lancashire, though, that's for sure. I once played the Twisted Wheel, which is quite a famous club in Manchester.
Oh, Scotty knows that one.
You know that one? Yeah, I played there. 1968 though, Scotty, so you probably weren't there, mate.
Probably. As Gubbins pushes our square on the offside. That is a very good chance. I think even his parents might have been struggling to be there. 21 for 3 at the end of that over, and Bailey has 1 for 15 from his 5. Good start here from Lancashire. They weren't too disappointed. They're bowling first. That's what their captain, Dane Villas, said before the game, that's what he would have done. James Vince, the Hampshire captain, saying that he wanted to bat first. And at the moment, you have to say, looking at the scoreboard, it ain't a great decision. But things can change, of course. But we have overcast conditions here, although the clouds are very high. But it's got that sort of sultry feel that it's good to bowl. And Dawson's forward to a new over from Jimmy Anderson, and there's no run. Can I just read out a few tweets, Dave, while you're thinking of some more Lancashire stories?
Yeah, sure.
Excuse me. Ian East at Solent Sports says, a bit different to the deck that Hampshire lads played on last week. Well, there is a saying about that, but you're right. It certainly is.
Different attack as well.
Yeah, different attack. They didn't bowl great, if I'm honest, Ken. I'm not taking anything away from the Hampshire batters, but as I say, if you didn't bowl 6 balls in the right areas, then it was very easy to disappear. Here's Anderson racing in from that pavilion end. Length ball to Dawson, who pushes that out towards short mid-off. Joe at Solent Sport, who's on the ground, says, and on the wrong side of the ground, she says, batting points looking scarce.
Yeah.
I think one would be good at the moment. Tom Johnson at Solent Sport, morning to you, Tom. He says, commentary keeping me company whilst I grind through my uni work. Brave decision to bat, but come on, Hampshire, it certainly is.
I got a story about Tom, quick story about Tom. He's our youngest recruit to the Hampshire Cricket Heritage Project. And he's currently back in Birmingham doing his exams.
Ah, right, hence the uni. Yeah, that's pushed out on the offside again by Dawson.
So, good morning, Tom. Nice to hear from you.
The Hampshire Heritage
Committee. Yeah, we've got Hampshire Cricket Heritage Limited, strictly speaking. It's just an organisation that kind of handles all the memorabilia here and all the displays. And you know, because most of us are old enough to remember the Burnley side that won the First Division, we needed some younger people, and Tom is one of those.
That's good to hear. Got a few emails as well. I'll try and get through those quickly as Dawson gets another length ball from Jimmy Anderson. Again, he's pushing that to short mid-off. Nick Jenkins at Solent Sport says, morning guys, thanks for mentioning Sean Udall's evening. That's tomorrow night. Lots of great auction prizes available, I see, including cricket matches, holidays, private dining, sporting pictures, and even a bespoke suit for you, Kev. That's right. Well, I'm going to be wearing my tried and trusted suit tomorrow evening, so if you've seen me do 1 or 2 of these evenings before, which of course I haven't done many because it's been COVID. Nice drive up towards mid-on, past a diving, sprawling fielder, and that is going to be 4 runs up towards the pavilion. That is a lovely shot there from a man who made a big 100 last week at Canterbury. Dead straight back.
Yeah.
Back past Jimmy Anderson's right hand. 25
that was a fabulous shot, wasn't it? No, that's the 5th ball of his 6th over, and he'd only gone for 2 before that.
It's amazing.
Terrific.
Yeah, just to re-mention that dinner tomorrow night, if you're not going, Hampshire have asked me just to mention that you can still take part in the online auction. Dawson gets another length ball there from Anderson. It goes back to the bowler, end of the over, 25 for 3. Dawson has 4, Gubbins has 8. And we've had 11 overs this morning. Jimmy Anderson has now completed 6 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 6. Yes, tomorrow night, Sean Udall's fundraising dinner, because most of you will know by now, even if you're a Lancashire fan, will know that the former Hampshire off spinner, who also played a bit for Middlesex and of course a bit for England as well, was diagnosed with Parkinson's a little while ago. In fact, the evening tomorrow night was supposed to happen just before COVID struck, so it's a dinner that's been postponed now for at least a couple of years or so. So finally we're able to raise some money for him as Bailey comes in outside the off stump, and that's left alone. And there is an online auction which, as Nick Jenkins mentions, that's featuring a whole host of exclusive lots. It's currently live. It closes at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, and if you want to view the lots that are available in that auction and bid if you'd like them and want to bid, then if you just go to the Ageas Bowl website, in fact if you go to ageasbowl.com/Udal, U-D-A-L, you can have a view and take part. Here comes Bailey bowls, and that's flicked away down the leg side. A good diving stop there from Phil Salt, although he didn't take it cleanly. That ball ballooned away on the leg side, but good stop nevertheless. Hampshire remain 25 for 3.
Yeah, interesting to see Phil Salt keeping, because he doesn't always, does he? The last time I remember seeing him was that COVID season when we were down at Hove, Kevin, when the first the first Bob Willis Trophy game. Actually, I've got a thing. I'm starting a campaign about the Bob Willis Trophy that I might just tell you about in a minute. See, because we might get some comments. See what people think.
Okay, Bailey bowls, Gubbins forward, plays it out square on the offside.
So my campaign is simply this, that if you look on a lot of the major archives and the major records, career records and so on, you can often find a separation between county championship averages and first class averages. I mean, it would apply to you, for example, where you'd have a county championship average for Hampshire, but your first class average would include a fairly decent performance against the Indians once, for example, but it wouldn't be in the county championship records and so on. But there is an odd thing that is happening, I think, about county championship records.
Ooh. Bailey, you're keeping everybody on tender hooks there, Dave. Flicked away nicely by Nick Gubbins through mid-wicket. Not totally timed. It's to the long boundary side away to our left. It will be pulled up well inside the rope. But they come back for 3. Gubbins running that third one quickly to make sure he's home and dry, which he is. And Hampshire move on to 25 for 3. They've been given a tough morning so far. 28 for 3, I tell a lie, by the Lancashire opening bowlers.
So I've started working out what I'm calling the inter-county averages. Now, by inter-county, I simply mean county championship records without all the other first-class stuff against universities and touring sides and so on. County championship averages plus the Bob Willis Trophy in 2020, because people are not including the Bob Willis Trophy in 2020 in county championship averages.
Right? Wrapped on the pad there, Liam Dawson, as it goes down towards a leg gully area. Phil Salt quickly around. So who's not?
Well, people like Cricket Archive and the ACS and so on and so on. And I just find it really odd, because I think that although that was a very peculiar season, there have been other peculiar seasons. I've made comments about that in the past. You know, I mean, we don't want to start separating out, you know, pre-first division or pre-4-day cricket and so on, otherwise it just gets bonkers. So you have to allow for differences in format, but they're not including it, and there are some anomalies.
Oh, I didn't realise that. As Dawson pushes forward out into the covers, no run. End
So
of the over, 28 for 3.
I mean, you know, some of the anomalies, for instance, Ian Holland averages almost 35 with the ball in the county championship. But if you include his very good season in the Bob Willis Trophy, comes down by about 9 to 26. And it doesn't seem to me to make any sense. They were perfectly legitimate county matches. You know, we played Surrey and Middlesex and Sussex and so on. And there are other odd things like that. Mason Crane is an odd one, because if you include his good season in the Bob Willis Trophy, he actually ended up last week with 99 Hampshire inter-county wickets. But if you look at his county championship record, it says 85, because it doesn't include the 2020 season. So I would just be interested to hear what listeners think about it. You know, you can tweet in and think, you know, do you think it... one of my arguments, for instance, is we include the 1919 season, where they only played 2-day games.
Hassan Ali's taking over from Anderson from the pavilion end. That's left alone outside the off stump, but a good delivery to start off with as it goes through to Phil Salt. Nick Gubbins, the batter.
Not dissimilar to Abbas.
No.
Straight run through. Anyway, that's my argument, is that if we're going to have averages that address themselves only to competitive matches between counties, it should include 2020 and the Bob Willis Trophy.
It's interesting, isn't it? At Solent Sport, for your thoughts on the tweets, solentcricket@gmail.com is the email we're using across Lancashire and Hampshire for this game. Ali was wide outside the off stump. That's not called a wide, I'm surprised.
The question of first class averages is an odd one. I mean, we could take yours as an example, because, for instance, you've got 100 against Oxford University and a 5 for against Oxford University, and I suppose you would probably say that wasn't the toughest.
No.
But on the other hand,
first class, but not championship.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you've got that performance against the Indians, which was high quality. Opposite, or Australia, where you took 6 for. So first class is okay.
Yeah. Ali bowls. That's straight, and that's turned from middle and leggish, I think, towards square leg, and there's no run. But I always thought traditionally that first class and championship were, they were separated. You'd say this person has a championship average of blah blah blah, but overall first class, which includes universities and your tour games and whatever other first class game that's deemed fit. Then that would be that. But to actually then so are we saying the Bob Willis Trophy then is literally first class but not championship?
That's what people are saying at the minute, and I contest it.
Yeah. That's interesting. Outside the off stump, and that's come back, but it's left alone.
I mean, you could argue that it wasn't quite the highest quality because the overseas guys couldn't come back because of COVID and so on and so on. But then in 1967 we didn't have automatic registration of overseas players. So you're going to separate that? You're not going to do that, are you? No, you've got to accept that. You know, would we want to work out averages for people who played on uncovered pitches and covered pitches? No, because it gets bonkers, doesn't it?
First class or championships the same,
yeah,
isn't it?
Yeah.
It's all getting very complicated, Dave, I have to say. As Ali comes in. Runs in quite quickly, doesn't he, really? He's quite a small figure as he does so. It's turned away behind square on the leg side by Gubbins. Moves on to 12 with that single, 29 for 3, end of the over. Ollie Arnold, just very quickly, because I'm going to be off in about 5 minutes. Ollie Arnold says, morning, JMO. Impressive sides on display today, says Ollie. Recovering from the Verwood Cricket Club tour last week, playing at the beautiful Abergavenny Cricket Club, where the Hampshire second team are currently playing. Verwood in the New Forest, for those of you that up north and aren't quite sure where Verwood is. Nice part of the world. Abergavenny's not too nasty anyway. I remember playing a Hampshire one-day game there years and years back. Abergavenny, 29 for 3. That's a nice drive by Dawson, past a diving mid-off, and that's 4 runs. Wide mid-off. Dawson getting well forward there. Nice use of his front foot. And he moves on to, I think that'll be 8, wouldn't it? Of course, it's 2 boundaries.
Two very fine shots.
2 super shots, 33 for 3. Have Hampshire weathered this early storm? And one more, Tim Rogers at Sunnet Sports says, disappointed to hear of Mason Crane's departure. Is he going to be perfecting his full toss under Sussex coach in Salisbury? That's a very harsh comment, Tim. He's only departed for a month. He's on loan at Sussex. I haven't looked to see if he's in the side. I will do a little later.
And I think there will be Lancashire fans who, like me, were sat at Ageas on the last day of last season, who will remember a quite wonderful bowling performance. I mean, he was the man, if anybody, who was going to bowl Hampshire to the championship. He took 5 for very few.
Yes.
So
that's true. Very true. I've got a few emails here. Thank you very much. Keep them coming in. silentcricket@gmail.com. Damien Kilroy has emailed. Great work. Enjoying the coverage from Saigon in Vietnam. Love it.
Goodness.
It's been great being able to follow the championship cricket last year or so. That's pulled away by Gubbins. And that is a couple of bounces for 4 on the short boundary side. The new bowler is George Balderson, as you probably heard in the background from a slightly muffled mic. It's loud, but it's, as we were saying earlier, it's a bit over-modding a little bit, but I'm sure somebody will sort that out. It's been great to be able to follow the championship, says Damien. Looking forward to the rest of the season. These 2 would have to be among the favourites for the title. I think I'd add Surrey to that as well, but you're right. Which other counties do you think will be in the mix come the end of the season? I kind of preempted that last line.
Plus Warwickshire. Plus Yorkshire.
Warwickshire, you think? Yeah, Yorkshire.
Those 5 for me.
Do you? Yeah. 5 out of the 10 in the first division.
I think it's a division of 2 halves.
It's a length ball to Gubbins. Very much medium pace here, George Balderson. It's pushed out on the offside. A division of 2 halves, but says Dave Allen.
I'm willing to be proved wrong, but it wouldn't be the first time I got things wrong. But it feels like it at the minute to me, particularly with Somerset in trouble.
Yeah.
They really are struggling, and not just this season. They're on a run. They were poor in the first division at the end of last season. So things seem to have turned for them.
Here comes Balderson. Bowls. Always trying to take the bat away, and it hits, I don't know, maybe the glove or something. The ball just literally trickles down by the side of him. That was a late decision to leave the ball. Bill Seeger has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, gents, the Surrey decision to bat first must have tipped the scales here. Of course, Hampshire deciding there to bowl first, and it didn't work. But that wicket, this may be doing a bit more, but it did a little bit of the oval early on, especially as we have a superb bowling attack, says Bill. I think you're right. I think at the moment you'd probably say, why didn't Hampshire bowl first? But maybe things are calming down a bit. That's left alone outside the off stump.
That's wise comment from Bill.
James Clegg has emailed. Is that Cleggy, who used to be the physio here? If it's not, apologies, but I think it might be. silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, hello JMO and all. Watching from a Dower Hotel on the outskirts of Newcastle. Can't believe there's any Dower Hotels near Newcastle. As Balderson bowls, and that's a length ball to Gubbins, who pushes that up to mid-off. Middle of nowhere, says James. Prepping for a 3-day weekend camp for the England under-17s this weekend at Kingston Park. Missing the Ageas. It is, Cleggy.
It is.
Cleggy, great to hear from you. I didn't realise you were going after the Surrey game. Cleggy was the Hampshire physio for a few years. I can't remember the exact number, but he was around for a while. And I then saw a photo that said he'd been presented with a shirt, as that's pushed out on the leg side by Gubbins, and that'll be the end of the over from the Hampshire team. And I thought, well, I'd heard that he was going at some point, but I didn't know when. And I thought, oh gosh, I didn't have a chance to say bye. So Cleggy, I've got a chance now, and we're missing you already, and nice to be in touch. 37 for 3.
I think you're probably in the handbook this year, to be honest. I can't remember now, but...
Is he not?
And the handbook is out today, incidentally. If you're a Hampshire fan and you want to get a copy of the Hampshire handbook, it's out today.
There you go.
And there is a list of all the coaches and support staff and so on, so from last year, so I think he should be in it.
Yeah, good stuff. Right, Hassan Ali, the Pakistan pacer, in for his second over from the pavilion end, and bowls as close to the off stump, left by Liam Dawson. Sebastian Grammer has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com, says good morning, listening from Blackpool. Glad to hear that our bowling attack is finding the right line and length. I wonder if he knows Stephen Croft is from Blackpool, isn't he? He was born in Blackpool, I think, from memory. Yes, he was. I wonder if you've come across him a few times up there. In the windy town, very windy on the seafront there, isn't it, whenever I've been up there anyway. Good to hear that our bowling attack is finding the right line and length as Ali bowls edged and caught second slip, and there's another one finding the right line and length, and Dawson ends that good length ball through to second slip. I think that's Danny Lamb that has caught that one, and Dawson goes for 8.
Ooh, yeah.
Ali has picked up his first wicket, and Hampshire in all sorts of trouble here at 37 for 4.
That was like a leg cut. That was really, really well bowled. I don't think you could point a finger at Liam Dawson there and say he did much wrong. That was, and Ali hasn't bowled that well so far. He's been a bit inconsistent with his line, but goodness me, did he get that right? Yeah. Well, there we are. I think Joe's right about the batting bonus points. The only thing I would say to cheer Hampshire up at the moment, if you think back to Ageas last year, is that neither team in any of the 4 innings got to 200.
No, they didn't.
And you know, I mean, Lancashire won it, but they were 9 down for 190 odd. So maybe it's just the way of things between these two sides.
Well, they're both good bowling attacks. What you don't want, of course, is Hampshire to get about 8 or 9 down. It suddenly flattens out, which is what you don't want. Sebastian continues. He says, good that our bowling attack is finding the right line and length. It did just then. Also, congratulations to Ben Stokes. It should be an interesting summer, says Sebastian. Ben Brown, the Hampshire wicketkeeper, who moved across the south coast from Sussex during the winter, is the new man in, and he is another centurion from last week's game at Kent. George Free has emailed sonatcricket@gmail.com. It says, interesting you mentioned the desert that was Old Trafford at the end of the season dinner last year. No, it wasn't actually Old Trafford, it was here.
Yeah.
When they were, they've had 1 or 2 drainage issues here at the far end by the pavilion, at the near end here at the hotel end, and they wanted to address that, so they took all the grass away and put more sand down, which made it look like a desert, but it was actually here at the Ageas, George. He says, I presume he means Charlie Dagnall. This was at the end of season dinner last year at Old Trafford. He says, Dagnall picked me out for my glorious flowing mullet. Dane and the lads liked it anyway. This is Dane Villas, of course. Just want to implore everyone. I should have read this before I read it out. I'll have to read a bit more of that because I'm not sure I can make sense of some of those lines. I'll come back to that, George, anyway. Here's Hassan Ali bowling to Ben Brown, who's forward. That's pushed out on the offside. He's made a good start to his Hampshire career. Ben Brown, that 100 I mentioned last week, admittedly on a very flat Canterbury wicket. But preceding that, 49 and 30 not out in the defeat against Surrey. Always a good effort when scoring runs and when a side is well beaten, such as that. So
he's averaging 85, so yeah, it's been consistent. Only he and Fuller have made double figures in every inning so far.
Yep. Left alone outside the off stump, and that is a no ball. Scott Reed will come in for Dave at the end of this over, and Dave will move over to me. End of the over, Dave. Don't worry, it's no rush.
Okay.
And then I will disappear. George Free, I'll come back to your email because I'm not reading it right. And Neil McCormack, silentcricket@gmail.com, says, loving the commentary whilst getting ready for bed here in New Zealand. Really good commentary, says Noel. Thank you very much, very kind. Amazing being able to watch Lancashire every game on the other side of the world. Doesn't say, though, that he hankers to be back in Lancashire or hankers to be in Lancashire. But you're right, the live stream is proving a real hit, isn't it? As Ali comes a little wide of the stumps, as Ben Brown again is forward, and that's pushed out to widest mid-off. And there is no run. Stephen Donahue says, good evening, gentlemen. Just turned on the live stream at 8:40, so that was about 20 minutes or so ago. Thursday night to find Hampshire already 3 down. He's in Sydney, is Stephen. Great start, but still can't fathom Parkinson not playing. If he's been rested, I find that hard to believe. Well, I think one of the reasons he's not playing is because we're already seeing at the moment that this wicket is good for the seamers. Certainly early on anyway. Why word, that's wide and that's called a wide. Phil Salt, acrobatic, has taken that in front of nearly second slip, diving to his right. Superb take.
I think you're absolutely right about that, and I think Hampshire made this decision having played Mason Crane at Canterbury last week, and he didn't bowl terrifically well, but having played him last week, they looked at this pitch in the last couple of days and said, you're not going to bowl on this. No. For the same reason that Parkinson did. But it is disappointment.
Okay, here's Hassan Ali again from that pavilion end. Oh, his edge through to third slip, and that's caught low down. Super catch, that one. That's Rob Jones, thank you very much, Scott Reed, who's taken a catch inches off the turf. It went very quickly, got turned around, did Ben Brown. And Hampshire, well, they are now 40 for 5, and the top order has been blown away here at the Ageas Bowl in the first 66 minutes. Caught Rob Jones, bowled Hassan Ali for no score, Ben Brown, and Scott Reed. It's all been happening in the last half an hour or so. As he plugs in, he's actually taken a bit longer than I thought.
I felt under pressure then.
I didn't notice, I wasn't looking. I should have.
Panicking desperately to get plugged in time. It has, yeah. I mean, this has been obviously a pretty impressive first hour for Lancashire. I mean, the pitch has done plenty, both through the air and off the pitch. It's been pretty tough for the bowlers, for the batters rather. Lancashire's bowlers have just consistently challenged that top order, haven't they? And it's been pretty grim going for the Hampshire batsmen. Yeah, it has.
Stuff.
And to be fair, everything that they've edged has been taken. They've not put a chance down yet, have they?
No. Been some good slip catches, that's for sure. Scott Reed's going to continue. Dave Allen's going to come in alongside him. Shall I leave you with the emails?
That's some responsibilities, that, isn't it?
So we're there.
They're
still up there.
Can you trust me with that?
Of course I can.
Are you sure?
Would you like to?
I think you should. I think it's too much.
Mate, you're the TMS person here. You're the senior person.
Doubt that very much. 40 for 5. Blimey. Hampshire won the toss and elected to bat. Dane Villas did say at the toss that he would have bowled first. But it felt like a bit of a brave move, and obviously you need an awful lot to go in your favour. You need obviously high skill as well as a bit of good fortune at any stage. As a top order batter, especially in these early season conditions. But Lancashire have been right on the money here. Here's Hassan Ali in a bowling, but down the leg side to Felix Organ and taken by Phil Salt. That's the end of the over. A double wicket over that for Hassan Ali. Blimey. So 40 for 5, Hampshire in their first innings. That top order has been blown away by a combination of James Anderson, Tom Bailey and Hassan Ali, who picked up the 5 wickets to have fallen inside the first hour and 5 minutes. We've got George Balderson to continue from the hotel end of the ground. We've got Gubbins on strike. He's faced 37 deliveries for his 16. Here is Balderson over the wicket and bowling. It's left and through to the keeper, and there is no run. Good afternoon, Dave.
Hello, Scott. Well, the good news for Hampshire fans is that we've already passed our lowest ever score against Lancashire.
That's what you went to go and double check, was it?
Yeah. Yeah. And actually, there are two under 40. And we had a correspondent from Blackpool earlier, didn't we? So one of our lowest scores against Lancashire, 39, was at Blackpool. Stanley Park, is that?
It is, yeah. Balderson to Gubbins. That's angled across him and left and taken by the keeper. There's no run.
Stanley Park.
Yep.
So is that named after Stanley Matthews? Or?
Oh, I don't know, to be honest with you.
Or Stanley Mortensen, come to that. I saw Stan Matthews once, going back to the football thing. Yeah, I'm that old, see. I've seen Burnley when they won the First Division, and Stan Matthews. But, yeah, Stanley Park, yeah, 39. It's not our lowest score here, though. That's 76, so got a way to go yet.
Balderson to Gubbins, and it's left and through to Salton. There's no run.
It is nipping about, isn't it? Yeah.
Pretty torrid first hour, this, isn't it? But, I mean, Lancashire have put it consistently in a position where it's challenging the batsman, and crucially, the chances have all been taken. Been some smart slip catching.
That's a very good point as well. But they have bowled very well on it. Yeah. Ali's been a little inconsistent, but when he's bowled really well, he has bowled.
You see Gubbins trying to drive, but that comes off the inner half of the bat. Just deflects away out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. 40 for 5. We're in the 16th over of the Hampshire first innings.
Well, it's certainly you were asking earlier about Gubbins, and interesting start. He had a terrific white ball game here, 50 over game, where he took 4 wickets, but he doesn't bowl much, and got a big 100.
Balderson over the wicket to Gubbins, who plays forward in defence and just turns the ball out into the onside for no run. And
then we went to Cheltenham for an absolutely crucial winner-takes-all game to get into that first division. It was the last game of the regional bits or whatever, and we had to win it. And he got a big 100 there, not out 100 there, and looked terrific. And then suddenly just stopped scoring runs really. So a 60 last week was important, I think.
Swinging back into him, this one, it's drilled away through the offside. Velas will chase after it down towards that kind of wide, long off boundary, and come back for 2. That's the end of the over as well. Yeah, just that's 2 off it. So Gubbins moves to 18 now, 42 for 5 at the end of the 16th.
And he's certainly he's a stroke player. There's no doubt about that. I mean, it's not quite tailor-made for him, this. Although, you know, he won't decline any opportunity to score runs if they're there. But I suppose we're hoping perhaps that I think in 8 Division 1 innings at the end of last season when the divide happened, I think he only made 150, just 50 odd, you know, and hadn't got a lot this season before Canterbury when he got 60 odd.
Hassan Ali in and bowling to Ogan, who plays forward in defence, and there's no run.
And Organ is in a very interesting situation. Lancashire fans probably won't know a lot about him. In 2019, he opened the batting for some time and he looked highly promising. If you look him up, it says he was born in Australia, but actually his parents are English and they were working out there, and he grew up in England, so he's actually a Dorset lad. And then he lost form in the Bob Willis Trophy season.
He waits for Hassan, who bowls outside the off stump, and it's left, taken by Salt, no run.
So he's dropped down the order now, and he bowls off breaks. He hasn't taken that many wickets, 20 odd, but he has an extraordinary strike rate. He takes a wicket about every 40 balls, which it is terrific, really. I think Kyle Abbott is maybe 1 ball ahead of him, but otherwise he's got the best strike rate of any of the Hampshire bowlers.
Hassan over the wicket bowls, is nudged away to mid-on by Felix Organ, but for no run.
But it's certainly a good day for him to show what he's capable of, and I think he must continue in a sense to be in the thoughts of the Hampshire team selectors in terms of opening the batting. There have been signs this year that Weatherly and Holland have begun to sort out their problems, but they're not that consistent still.
Hassan to Organ, that's a good ball that beats him, and through to the keeper. There's no run.
That was bounce as well, wasn't it? I mean, he's not a big man, but yeah.
Yeah, good pace, good carry through to Phil Salt. We've seen that, haven't we, through this first hour and 15 minutes. Well, I mean, if Felix Organ can get runs here from this situation for Hampshire, then that will be a pretty impressive effort.
Yeah.
That will be, I'm sure, well appreciated by the dressing room. It's some challenges this. 3 slips and a gully way. Oh, he's playing and missing. It's a loose shot, really.
Yeah, he didn't move his feet at all there, did he? He was really static and waved his bat at it. That was not good, but he got away with it.
Such was actually his lack of foot movement. He almost lost balance, didn't he, really?
Yeah.
42 for 5. 1 ball left of the 17th. Hassan Ali, 2 for 8. This is his 3rd over. Luke Wells, Daniel Lamb and Rob Jones are 3 slip fielders, and Stephen Croft at gully. Hassan in and bowling, and left this time. And again, that thuds into the gloves of Phil Salt. We can hear the sound of that actually from our effects mic. It completes the over. 17 gone. It's a maiden that from Hassan Ali. And Hampshire 42 for 5. I've got some of these emails because Kevin's put them in front of me. He's given me this responsibility. It's outrageous.
While he just eats another Danish. Just getting ready for his lunch.
I know you mentioned Todmorden, didn't you?
I did,
before.
yeah.
Ian has been in touch to say he's a Lancashire fan based on the Fylde coast. He said Todmorden, it has both the white and red roses on its club badge, such as the club's proximity to the Lancashire-Yorkshire border. It's in West Yorkshire and they do play in the Lancashire League.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I thought they did, Yeah, there was a time when people thought Derek Shackleton was from Lancashire because he played up there and played for Burnley and so on. And then they discovered he was a Yorkshireman.
Balderson, right arm around the wicket. Bowls left by Gubbins. Through to the keeper, there's no run.
I remember I went up once to the Northern Cricket Society at Headingley and suggested to them cheekily that when we won the championship in 1961 and Yorkshire finished narrowly second, that we wouldn't have won it had they actually signed and selected our best Yorkshire opening bowler, because Shackleton and Truman would have been a pretty useful opening attack, but they took it in good heart.
Ooh, Gubbins fizzing this one away down to backward point, a ball that gets up, plenty of wrist in that as he clips it down towards backward point, but for no run.
There is bounce, isn't there? That's we saw one from Ali in the last over that bounced, and that one got up.
Thanks to Johnny, who's watching from home. Good morning. I'm rather enjoying the commentary from home in Portsmouth, whilst I should be working. We've all been there. Balderson in, defended by Gubbins to mid-on for no run. I'm hoping Hampshire managed to dig in. As a new member for this season, I'm planning to spend Saturday and Sunday enjoying the game. Though the wicket's falling this quickly, it may not last that long. Well,
welcome. As somebody else, as a fellow Portmouthian, I have to say that I'm quite often doing things in Portsmouth and not working. It's good, isn't it?
2 slips in the gully. Balderson running away from the hotel end. Bowls. Oh, and Gubbins playing and missing. Another big, bold swish of the bat. Another big, bold attempt to try and cover drive.
That is how he will play, Scott, I think, yeah. And the consequence of that, of course, is he might well nick off somewhere.
Well, there's 2 slips awaiting just in case he doesn't nick off. There's a gully, there's a point, extra cover, mid-off. Anderson's at kind of wide mid-on, there's a mid-wicket and long leg. Balderson in to the pads of Gubbins. That's clipped down towards the fielder at long leg. And they get through for a single. I think that's Matt Parkinson, so he's on the field for somebody. I think
haven't spotted that, have we? Do you think Jimmy's had a rest? Having a rest? I can't see him.
He's just with the ball now at
you're quite right.
At mid-on.
I wouldn't easily spot them all. I can spot Luke Wells because he's tall, isn't he? But I've seen him make 100 here for Sussex.
Balderson over the wicket, balls left and through to the keeper, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. Final ball negotiated by Felix Organ, and we've had 18 now, haven't we, of this first innings for Hampshire, who are desperately trying to find a partnership of some description. 42 for 5.
Sorry, Scott. I suppose if Lancashire need spin without Parkinson, that Luke Wells, does he still bowl a bit?
He does.
Leggies? Yeah.
He's bowled quite a bit already this season, actually. Yeah.
And is there another spinner in the side? I'm not sure there is really.
Not massively. I mean, Rob Jones has before kind of turned his arm over.
Yeah.
Croft has not bowled in the Championship for a while. He does bowl a little bit in one-day cricket, Stephen Croft, but no, I think Wells would be the spinning option if Lancashire needed to use one.
I suspect they might not. At least not in the first innings.
No. Lancashire obviously took a close look at the pitch this morning and decided against that front line leg spinning option. Here's Hassan Ali bowling and Felix Organ defending very nicely back down the pitch, and Hassan flicks the ball up with his boot and tries to catch it, but makes a bit of a mess of it.
Yeah, I don't think he'll play for either the blue or red side of Manchester in the winter game. Even with United in well, I don't know. They talk about the disarray of Manchester United. And if you come from somewhere like Portsmouth, you think, well, we'll have some of that.
3 slips in place. Hassan around the wicket and bowls. Forward goes Gubbins and plays it back down the pitch, and there is no run. Yeah, Hassan Ali playing his 3rd successive game for Lancashire. The Pakistan international is available for the first 6 county championship games.
I don't know about ours. I don't know whether Mo Abbas is, because he's not in the Pakistan side at the moment.
Hassan bowls to Gubbins, who defends. This time up towards mid-on, where Anderson fields, and there's no run.
But he was in the squad. Although, on the other hand, he left nice and early. You know, he's even in our pre-season photos, which these days overseas players rarely are they? You know, they turn up at the last minute. But, so I don't know whether he's got to go or not. Kevin might know more than me about that. Jo will know. Actually, she could tweet us.
Hassan in, bowling down the leg side to Gubbins, just tries to flick it off his hip. Taken by Phil Salt, who skips away to his right-hand side, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's pretty wide, that, actually, isn't it? The bowling around the wicket, the left-hander going across him, but
with that shorter boundary on that leg side, there's a long leg, there's a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Hassan is in the bowling. Another flash of the blade from Gubbins as it's fizzed in once more, leg side to the Hampshire batsman, through to Phil Salt. Again,
bounced
no
again. Yeah,
it's been consistent, that, hasn't it?
Yeah, which is okay, but it is a really short boundary, isn't it, for a championship match? But we haven't tested it very much yet, sadly.
And it's Hassan. Tears back in again, balls, and Gubbins looking to drive into the offside. It again just deflects off the inner half of the bat. The ball just comes back in towards him, and it disappears to mid-on as he was aiming somewhere towards mid-off. But end of the over. A couple of maidens on the spin now for Hassan Ali. It was a little bit kind of expensive right at the start of his spell, but I mean, he's bowled 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 8. Backing up the work of Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah, he's not. I mean, if you compare him as an international bowler with Jimmy, he's not anything like as consistent line and length. But he takes wickets. He's a wicket-taking bowler, and they are invaluable.
There's George Balderson shuffling back in over the wicket and balls. That's nicely driven back down the ground, but it's fielded by Bailey, who comes round from mid-on, and there is no run.
Balderson has a very similar role and to some extent style as Ian Holland, you know, because he's opening, isn't he? Opening the batting, is
he
that
will,
right?
yeah.
I think he's quicker than Holland, but he's not that quick. I mean, he's at most medium fast and probably medium.
Right arm over ball, just back of a length and guided down through point by Felix Organ, but for no run. yes, he's developing into a very handy bowling option for Lancashire. Lot to take on, isn't it? I mean, you're opening the batting and you kind of first change from this end, replacing Bailey, but he seems to relish the prospect and the challenge of contributing with bat and with ball. Had a good year so far with the ball. Forward goes Organ again. It's a resolute kind of forward defensive back down the pitch and bowls some fields and there's no run.
Yeah, I think he is quicker than Holland, but probably not that much in it. But, so who's next to bowl for Hampshire, for Lancashire? Do you think if they need a next, they might just revolve the four? But
could do, yeah. Probably Danny Lamb.
Yeah.
Bailey, Balderson in and balls and driven, not with much timing. It's a few oohs and ahs that it does just squirt away into the offside where Croft feels an extra cover and there's no run.
I think maybe it is just still nipping about. I think
it is.
Because he played that fairly straight, I think, but as you say, it went almost square.
Saw that from the last over from Hassan, didn't we? To Gubbins looking to play to mid-off and it went to mid-on. There is still doing a bit. Forward goes Organ, defends, no run. He's still yet to get off the mark. It's 12 deliveries so far.
The weather will not help the Hampshire batters either. I mean, it's very still and it's less cold than I thought it was going to be. I wrapped up a bit, and even bought a hoodie with me, which I don't think I'll need. But it is grey. There's no drying out really.
Left by Felix Organ, a ball that's a little fuller, but again good bounce and carry through to Salt, who takes it moving across first slip. It's the end of the over, and Hampshire are 43 for 5.
Is that Jimmy Anderson coming down there, limbering up? Well, he was limbering up. He's not. I'm just wondering if he's going to have another go before.
It's going to be Hassan, isn't it, at the minute? But yeah, he's in conversation with his captain, Jimmy Anderson. What was it? The opening spell, was it 6 overs he bowled? I think it was. That last over from Balderson was another maiden, by the way. Here is Hassan Ali around the wicket bowls, and it's defended by Gubbins up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, Anderson's opening spell was 6 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 6.
Yeah, I think they'd fancy getting him on again before lunch, at least for 2 or 3, if he's willing.
Well, 6 overs from Anderson, 6 from Bailey with the new ball.
Yeah.
And now we're into Hassan's 5th over of his opening spell. He's bowled a couple of maidens on the spin. Jimmy Anderson is just stretching at wide mid-on position. Hassan bowls. It's a little shuffle across the stumps and left by Gubbins and taken by Salt. Gubbins is 19 from 55 deliveries faced. These two have somehow got to try and get to lunch. A blistering first hour here for Lancashire. Hassan Ali, Jimmy Anderson, Tom Bailey doing the damage. Here's Hassan again to Gubbins, who's defending. He's up onto his toes, plays it with a straight bat. Ball just deflects away into the onside. And Hassan fields off his own bowling. Still got the 3 slips. Luke Wells at first, Daniel Lamb at second, Rob Jones at third, Stephen Croft at gully, Josh Bohannon with his hands in his pockets at point, Captain Velas is at mid-off, extra covers open. There's a mid-on, Anderson, Balderson's at mid-wicket, and Bailey at long leg. He's clipped by Gubbins up towards Jimmy Anderson, who's low down to his left to field the ball off his own bowling.
I'm about to come off, but I came on 25 minutes ago at the score at 40 for 5, and it's now 43 for 5. So it's pretty tight, to say the least. I mean, it's changed. In that first hour there were 5 wickets. In the last half hour, there's been nothing. No runs, no wickets, really.
Here's Hassan in and bowling. left by Gubbins and through to the keeper, and there's no run. We'll say goodbye to Dave just for the time being. Got half an hour till we get to the lunch interval. There is absolutely nought here for the Hampshire batters to work with. It's been right on the money from all 4 bowlers that Lancashire have used so far in this morning session. Final ball of the over from Hassan Ali. And it's Gubbins on 19. He's around the wicket. And that's turned up towards mid-on, and again there is no run. 43 for 5, and Kevin James is back alone.
Thank you, Scott. So yeah, the game is not moving at all in the last 25 minutes or so, which Lancashire won't mind us too much, of course, because even though it's gone quite quiet wicket-wise, Hampshire's total is hardly moving forward, so it's by far been Lancashire's morning, which does beg the question just why Hampshire decided to bat first. Here's Balderson, who's medium pace, drive on the up by Organ, who's struggling to get off the mark here. 15 balls he's faced now and has yet to register a run. Joe at Solent Sport says, I think Abbas is just here for the first 2 months, but not 100% certain. I think you're right, Joe. I think I read somewhere that it's about 6 games or so. Phil Webb at Solent Sport says your day 3 commentary stint looking increasingly unlikely. There's still a long way to go, yeah. Forward is Organ. I'll be doing a very quick 30-second update in a moment to surmise what has happened over the last hour and a half, and it's been pretty much all Lancashire. 2 sides that are fancied to be there or thereabouts come the end of the season as regards the county championship title. Here's Balderson, runs away from us, and Organ plays that late. He's been given absolutely nothing here, is Felix Organ. Very quick update coming up. Well, it's been all Lancashire this morning. Hampshire captain James Vince deciding he wanted to bat first after winning the toss, and Hampshire are 43 for 5. Difficult decision to see that at the moment, because Jimmy Anderson, England's premier bowler, has taken 2 of the wickets, and Hassan Ali, a Pakistan's test bowler, has also taken 2 wickets. Nick Gubbins is fighting hard through the mire. He's 19 not out. Felix Organ has taken a while to get off the mark. The top scorer at the moment, Liam Dawson, the batsman that's gone back in the pavilion with just 8. Tough morning for Hampshire. They are 43 for 5. So 47 for 5 it is now, and Organ is off the mark with 4 runs. And that last delivery off Balderson, who's been tight even though he hasn't picked up a wicket. 2 balls left of his 5th over. He has none for 11. That's nipped back, and good leave from Felix Organ. Phil Salt moving quickly to his left. Pete at Solent Sports says somebody here put the curse on Ben Brown with the stat of him making double figures in every innings. Probably me. Either me or Dave anyway. It was Dave, yeah, thank you. Actually, you're included in that tweet, I've just noticed, actually, that's why. Melissa Story tweeted a little earlier. Melissa will be with us days 2 and day 3. I'm not sure how much of day 3 at the moment, but she's with us. Now TMS, of course. 47 for 5 at the end of that Balderson over. Afternoon to you, Melissa. She says, was James Vince so adamant not to be named the New England captain that he's sabotaged 2 tosses now? Why bowl first at the Oval, and why bat first today, asks Melissa. 2 good questions. And at the moment, yes, it doesn't look a good toss to have, well, it's a good toss to have won, but Dane Villas, just to repeat, the Lancashire captain said that he would have bowled.
Change bowling at the pavilion, James Anderson.
James Anderson is back into the attack, just to keep the pressure up on Hampshire somewhat. Doesn't help, does it? You think, well, if fought through the last, nearly 25 minutes without losing a wicket, and you think, well, it's a start. And then on comes Jimmy Anderson. Oh, well. Here he is then, bowlers to Gubbins, who's turned that away on the leg side. He moves on to 20. That looks a huge score, individual score in the context of what we've seen so far, 48 for 5. Phil the Farmer at Sonnet Sport says, good afternoon, Dave, Kev and Scott. Today is looking like a tough day at the office for Hampshire, but being able to watch the game on the live stream does explain a bit of the problem. Great bowling from the Lancashire attack. It is. They've kept it very tight and given Hampshire absolutely nothing this morning. And yes, of course, they've been given a bit of help by this pitch. But as I say, look, it's the first morning. It's overcast somewhat. You expect the ball to be moving around, especially when we've got 2 test bowlers on show. Forward is Organ, inside edge onto the pad as that goes out on the offside. Don Starr tweeted earlier when Dave was on Sonnet Sport, I agree with you, Dave, about the stats and the Bob Willis Trophy. It's not humid in West Surrey, though. In fact, it's a freezing 11 degrees. I'm sure that's freezing, but anyway. So Don Starr agrees with you about those stats and the Bob Willis Trophy, Dave, from earlier. Dave saying that he finds it surprising the Bob Willis Trophy has been separated by some well-known cricket stat sites. It's pushed out on the offside. Divided away from the championship. I must admit, I didn't know. Scott Reed is back.
Hello.
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 A happy Scott Reed.
Well, yes, it's been a pretty good morning. This, hasn't it, for Lancashire? They've been terrific. I mean, really impressive. All 4 of the bowlers used. No one really has allowed Hampshire any kind of room to free themselves.
Outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Organ.
Set up by this man to begin with. And him and Bailey with that new ball, but then Hassan Ali and George Balderson as well have done a pretty impressive job here for Lancashire, who have just blown away this Hampshire top order. But in the middle of it all, Nick Gubbins is still battling on, 20 from 61, and Felix Organ 4 from 23.
Here's Anderson again then from that pavilion end. That's flicked away. 1 bounce to forward square leg. Just pushed at that a little bit, Organ. Got quite a few emails again to get through. Thank you for getting through a load of those earlier, Scott.
That's okay.
I
think I got through them all. Actually, I think I missed one. I think it was Peter Allen an email. I missed that one.
Oh, did you miss one?
Yeah,
oh,
I didn't
right.
read that one.
Look at that one. Okay, I'll come back to that. There's a few more to read out. Thank you very much. Keep them coming in. We love it. As you would have known when we were at Egbert, we loved it. End of last season. Here comes Anderson outside the off stump. That's a good leave, and also a decent delivery right on the money there, just outside off stump. Good leave from Morgan to end that over. 48 for 5. Sean Udall's calling me. He obviously doesn't know I'm on commentary. He's got that dinner tomorrow night, which I've mentioned several times. He's probably calling me to say,
give me a mention.
Well, yeah, can you mention it? Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I already have twice, Shaggy, and he's also probably saying to me, can you make sure that you somehow drag this game out, at least until day 3, otherwise Jimmy Anderson will go home, and he's the guest, main guest tomorrow night. So I presume that's what it is.
48 for 5. What have we got left? 20 minutes to go before lunch on the first day. George Balderson for Lancashire around the wicket and just angled away off the pads out towards Tom Bailey at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Gubbins on 20, not out for Hampshire. 48 for 5 if you've just joined the coverage of the game. Wickets of Joe Weatherly for 1, caught Salt, bowled Bailey. Balderson's in. Forward goes Gubbins in defence, and there's no run. Ian Holland caught Jones, bowled Anderson for 4. Vince LBW to Anderson has been given.
Oh, is it?
For 2.
Oh.
Yes, I have to change my book as well now. Dawson caught Lamb, bowled Hassan Ali for 8, and Ben Brown caught Jones, bowled Hassan Ali for 0. 2 wickets in that over from Hassan Ali. Balderson in, and Gubbins looks to drive again, a ball that he plays and misses at, and through to the keeper, Phil Salt, and there is no run.
It's an interesting one, Vince, LBW, isn't it? I'd like to see that on the replay. Not so much whether it, you know, but obviously it flicked him on the pad in front, I guess. It didn't immediately look obvious for an LBW shout, did it?
Balderson in forward because Gubbins brings him forward, and the ball goes past the edge again and through to the keeper, and you see where Salt takes it as well, away to his right-hand side. Probably a fraction unlucky here in this spell that he's not got a wicket, George Balderson. And to his 6th over, he's gone for 11. He's beaten the bat a few times, he's found the inner half of the bat. That's edged down towards 3rd man. It'll be 4. There's 2 slips in place. Daniel Lamb was at 2nd slip and he went leaping away to his left. Brings up the 50 for Hampshire. It's come at the cost of 5 wickets and an edge which nibbles its way down towards the 3rd man region. Sees Hampshire move on to 52 for 5. And Gubbins up to 24, not out. Balderson again for Lancashire. Right arm around the wicket. That's clipped up towards Anderson at mid-on for no run. That completes the over. If we had now 24 gone of the Hampshire first innings. Gubbins 24, Felix Hogan on 4, Anderson 7 overs, 2 for 7. Bailey 6 overs, 1 for 18. Hassan Ali 5 overs, 2 for 8. And George Balderson 6 overs for 15.
Yeah, good wicket to bowl on at the moment, but you've still got to get the ball in the right areas, which is exactly what they have done. Kevin Jones and Scott Reed with you, taking you through until lunch, which is at 1 o'clock. Jimmy Anderson continues from the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to Felix Hogan. Comes in now, 3 slips and a gully. They're in the game, aren't they? They've certainly been in the game so far. Hogan pushes forward out into the gap in the covers. That's a good run. Like that one. Didn't immediately look like a single, but Morgan knew exactly what he was doing. I'll read that email from Peter Allen out. solentcricket@gmail.com. There are a few coming in, so thank you. Sad opening, says Peter. Champion bowler is Anderson. During the last home game, that was the first of the season here against Somerset, it was the first time we were allowed on the field of play. And that was for a fantastic tribute to the late Shane Warne. That's right. There was a video on the screens for the late Shane Warne, of which there is a stand named after him here on the west side of the ground, which is where most people are. Not because they want to sit in the Shane Warne stand as a tribute. It's probably, well, they probably do, but it's more, of course, the fact that the wicket is well over to the west side of the ground as well. He's round the wicket here at Anderson. Forward is Gubbins, into the ground fielder at Gully. Although the grass looks so green and good, he's talking about the outfield here, is Peter, without a weed in sight, it was so flat and smooth, says Peter. So he was obviously enjoying the outfield. All the county grounds have got lovely outfields, haven't they? I mean, I don't think you
especially in April.
Well, yeah. I mean, it could be anything, couldn't it, in April? But I think that's the thing that strikes you when you play on these, or when you walk on them, or whatever you do on these first-class, even test grounds. Lovely drive, Nick Gubbins up through mid-on for 4. Over pitch there from Jimmy Anderson. Gubbins, beautiful drive with the full face of the bat there. Benefits by 4 runs, moves on to 28, 57 for 5.
Glorious shot. There's been so few scoring opportunities for Hampshire in this morning session.
Yeah.
He's put that away beautifully.
That's beautiful, isn't it? Chris Hart has pulled me up. I've already made a mistake. I know. These guys know what I'm like. Chris Hart, solentcricket@gmail.com, says, as Anderson round the wicket again, Gubbins works that towards mid-wicket and there's no run. I mentioned earlier that Verwood Cricket Club was in the New Forest, and they'd been, and Chris had mentioned that, or maybe it wasn't Chris, but somebody had mentioned that they'd been to Abergavenny for a tour. Lovely. Chris Hart says, sorry Kev, Verwood isn't in the New Forest, it's in Dorset. Right, I didn't know. I'll be honest with you, I thought it was. Apologies. Anyway, there you go. I don't think it really matters, but anyway. As Gubbins is forward, thick inside edge there as it goes out towards mid-wicket.
Yeah, well, we've seen quite a few of that, haven't we? We've seen a lot beat the bat. Obviously, we've seen 5 wickets fall, but there's been a lot of kind of thick inside edges, outside edges, which would suggest to us that the ball is still moving. We've seen a few players who had to drive to mid-on or mid-off, and it's gone in the other direction because of that late bit of movement in.
Yeah. That's worked on the leg side, and this time it's hit with a little bit more oomph from Gubbins as it goes through mid-wicket. It's pulled up just inside the rope. Gubbins will move on to 30 with those 2 runs, 59 for 5. I'm just looking up Verwood. Just, you know, when you just need to check, and I don't doubt, Chris, for a moment. What I've looked up already is not helping me.
I could tell that since you're not going to read it out. You're waiting for the answer you want to see, aren't you?
You see, East Dorset, and it is. You're right. Now, hang on. Now, this is on the Visit Dorset site, a modern town near the New Forest border. Ah, right. Near. So I wasn't a million miles away, was I? Near the New Forest border. I mean, what's a mile or two between mates?
It's nothing, isn't it? It's absolutely nothing.
And it's not new either.
It's not new. It's certainly not. That's the thing, isn't it? New Forest, it's been around since, well, whatever. I'm not going to go down that route either.
About 1100.
1100, thank you, Dave. Save me looking that up. Are they looking at the ball at
they
the moment,
are,
Scott?
yes, yeah. I don't think Lancashire should be too keen to change it at 59 for 5.
Well, we're waiting for this ball to be looked at and decided upon. Mike from Basingstoke has also emailed solentcricket@gmail.com under the Bob Willis Trophy heading, which Dave has been mentioning. Fully agree with including the Bob Willis Trophy averages from 2020 into the county championship averages.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
I couldn't agree more. The Bob Willis Trophy was effectively the county championship for that year.
It was.
Agreed.
Thank you.
I didn't realise that. To be honest with you, I didn't realise until then that they weren't included.
I didn't. I think we're going to have a ball change.
I think we are, yes. Looks that way. The 2 umpires have got their little kind of metal handcuff type things out, and the ball will not pass through. So the box of balls are required.
Interesting, isn't it? You take 5 wickets in the first hour and 10. Haven't taken a wicket for 35 minutes or so, and the ball's not good enough. All of a sudden. What's changed in the last 35 minutes?
Well, the ball is about to in a minute.
Very true.
There's a few wickets knocking around today. Surrey have lost 3. They're 58 for 3 at Gloucestershire this week. Kent have lost 3 wickets in the morning session so far. 78 for 3. Kent are at Yorkshire. Notts are 1 down. 73 for 1. They're taking on Essex. Correction, that's Northamptonshire taking on Essex. And Somerset are 101 without loss. In contrast, they've made a good start with the bat. Somerset, who seem to have improved a bit last week after a pretty shocking run with the bat. Back end of last season, the start of this one. Yeah. But they put 100 on Matt Renshaw and Tom Lammonby for the first wicket.
Right, I think we've finally decided on which ball we're going to have. Batters had a look at it. I think they had a choice of 2. I think the umpires seemed to be holding 2, or just they were checking that it was as close as possible to the one that was changed. Right, there's 1 or 2 people jumping on the bandwagon here, which I knew would happen. John Cena, I hope I've got that right, John, at Solent Sports, says Kevin James mentioned he's already made a mistake on the commentary. Heaven forbid. I'm waiting patiently for him to correct himself when mentioning batsmen and now being known as batters. Apologies. We all know it's batters. I think we just sometimes fall into odd habits. Oh, I do.
I think I probably do as well.
Yeah. I mean, I won't mention the fact that the Kent guy last week said batsman all the time, but hey.
There's Bailey replacing Balderson, and he's in and bowling and forward in defence. Into the offside goes Felix Organ, and there is no run.
Put them straight under the bus there, haven't I?
You haven't, yeah.
Ollie Arnold at Solent Sports says Verwood used to be before the county boundary change in the late 70s. So that was, well, that would have been Hampshire, wouldn't it? not necessarily suddenly in the New Forest and now near the border. And Bournemouth, yeah. All round that area, for those of you up north that not quite sure of your southern geography.
Bailey, right arm over, left by Felix Organ, gets his bat hoisted high above his shoulder and the ball just shapes away into the gloves of Phil Salt, and there is no run.
It's great, isn't it? Because this is a job where you're not allowed to make a mistake and somebody pulls you up. Isn't it? They love doing that, don't you think?
Heaven forbid you
I know.
make a mistake.
You're lucky, you see, you don't make any. So you don't get it.
Not sure that's entirely true, but...
This is what I have to put up with week after week.
Bailey in again, balls. Taken off the pads by Felix Organ. Little flick of the wrist. The ball disappears down to backward square leg for a single. He moves to 6 and Hampshire to 60 for 5.
Anyway, Rick Hutton. Now this is an interesting one. solentcricket@gmail.com. Remember that for the next, I was going to say 4 days, but you know, it could be 3 days, could be 2. Can you confirm if there is a Lancashire flag flying at the Ageas Bowl?
Where would it normally be flying? Bailey around the wicket, bowls forward goes Gubbins. Ball deflects to mid on and there's no run.
It's somewhere at the pavilion end.
Okay, right above.
There'll be a, yeah, that's right. At your
no, can't see it.
No, so you're right, Rick. It has been notable by its absence in their last few away games.
Actually, I think I had something about that at Canterbury. I don't think there was a Lancashire flag in the first game in Kent. Bailey to Gubbins. There's a forward defensive into the offside, no run. Case of the missing flag.
Yeah, I mean, it happens from time to time, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Counties, sometimes they leave it at grounds and then they have to wait a week or 2 for it to be sent on. I know that's happened in the past. Yeah, I assume other teams, says Rick, that come to Southampton bring a flag with them. Well, I mean, they should, but I wouldn't say it happens every single game of every year, because there are sometimes reasons why a flag doesn't travel, but generally I think you can say 95% of the time, maybe more, it does.
Bailey to Gubbins, nudged away into the onside. Villas comes up from mid-on to field and there's no run.
And Dave loves this one. Rick Hutton finishes by saying, by the way, maximum respect to Dave Allen. That's not a phrase I've heard too often.
I mean, no.
For playing at the legendary Manchester venue, the Twisted Wheel. There we go. Rick's in Tufnell Park. I presume that's in London, Tufnell Park.
So the Twisted Wheel, that was kind of Northern Soul music.
Yeah.
Is that type of thing?
I
Yeah.
was in Soul Band.
Okay, going.
Soul and Motown.
Right.
Soul and Motown.
He looks like a
He
soul
does,
and Motown type of guy, doesn't he?
doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
The old Detroit and all that. 64-5. We have 8 minutes until lunch. Here's Anderson from the pavilion end. That's cut away by Felix Organ. That's going to be 4 to the short boundary side. Hasn't been too many opportunities to get the cut shot out here this morning. In fact, I think that's the first shot we've seen.
Probably is. Yeah. Little bit of width on offer there from Jimmy and carved away. I mentioned a couple of times it's been barely a bad ball, barely an opportunity to free your hands as a batter, and that was one chance and he was on it in a flash.
It was 10 very valuable runs at the moment from Felix Organ, batting at number 7. 64 for 5 as Anderson comes in once more. Right arm over and bowls, and Organ pushes forward. Thick outside edge, past the diving gully, and that'll be 2 runs down towards third man. And it's 66 for 5. This is one for Scott. Liam Willis, solentcricket@gmail.com, says, hi guys, ex-Lancashire lad watching the live stream and enjoying your commentary from Auckland in New Zealand.
Oh, lovely.
Lovely. What's the reason for Parkinson not playing? Is he injured, says Liam?
No, he's not injured, no. Played the first 2 games of the season, but I think perhaps the evidence has been on show inside the first hour and a bit this morning.
Length ball, which Organ works away through the vacant square leg area for a single this time. 67 for 5.
And they clearly feel that kind of an all-seam attack is the way forward. Obviously Luke Wells, who's going to open the batting for Lancashire, can bowl leg spin as well, but I said to Matt Parkinson actually after the first game of the season in Canterbury, I said, do you feel like a bowler now that almost regardless of the pitch, unless it's an absolute kind of proper green seamer, that that you would play for Lancashire. You're a bowler that would be able to bowl on any surface.
Yeah. It's pushed out into the covers by Gubbins.
And he said, yeah, so I do feel like I'm that type of bowler now where I can be trusted, and Lancashire will pick me almost regardless of what the pitch is like. Now there is a little touch of green on the pitch, isn't it? But he wouldn't say it's kind of like what some of the pictures we've seen, like the pitch at Taunton the other week when Somerset played Essex. You could barely tell the difference between the pitch and the outfield, could you? It was so green, but it's not that type of surface here.
No. Just looks a good surface from here, but we're a long way, of course. Angled in to Gubbins, who works that to mid-wicket.
So yeah, they've just gone with that extra. Well, they've gone with a seam attack, and then the option of Luke Wells if they need it. They've strengthened their batting because Bailey's replaced Mahmood effectively, and it's Rob Jones that's the other replacement for Matt Parkinson's. They've gone for that kind of extra batter really in the middle order.
Yeah, which is understandable, and it's a good selection, isn't it? And Hampshire will have looked at the pitch today and probably going to have a similar one for next week, and thought there's no reason for Mason Crane to be. Didn't think I'd be watching a T20 game today. That was when Hampshire were 40 odd for 5. T20 in terms of the number of wickets. Ian Dean, sonatcricket@gmail.com, just woken up. He's not here, he's in Miami. Otherwise that was a bit odd.
Just woken up, outrageous, it's 5 to 1.
How lucky you, I want that job. Just woken up and turned on the live stream in sunny Miami. Haven't missed much then. Just run-of-the-mill stuff.
Yeah, pretty quiet morning really. Not much to report. All very steady away. There's Bailey in and bowling, and forward in defence, and it's pushed up towards mid-off by Felix Organ, and there is no run.
This is an interesting one. Dave might be able to answer this, although I think Dave actually asked me the question a few days ago. Jacob Norton at Sonat Sport, afternoon to you, Jacob. He says, have Hampshire lost a point due to an over-rate penalty or for some other reason? The ECB website has Hampshire on 48 points, but the others all show 49. They are -1, aren't they? Was it over-rate? Dave doesn't know.
We think the last home game here, but
Yeah.
it's confusing.
Or it might be Surrey. Yeah, we don't know.
Bailey for Lancashire balls left by Organ. Again, good pace and good carry and bounce through to the keeper. He gets everything out of the way of that. Felix Organ, his bat hoisted high above the shoulder and taken about chest height by Phil Salt, the keeper.
It's been some good carry, isn't there, this morning?
Yeah.
Off a length. So, yes, they are definitely showing -1 point, but I must find that out, actually. If it's all going to be very tight coming into the season, as we saw last year, that point or two makes all the difference.
Well, if we're going to finish as half as good as last year, then we're in for a brilliant kind of end to the season in September, aren't we? If we get 2, 3 or 4 teams all involved in it. Bailey balls to Organ again, who leaves, and through to the keeper, no run. Hampshire will feel that they can be one of those teams, do you reckon, Kev?
Yeah, well, I think understandably after last year, I think, and Dave said this to me a couple of times and I agree with him, I think it was a bit of a surprise. Hampshire being in the position they were last year. I don't think it was quite, well, they would say that they would, I think everybody else would say, yeah, they're a good side, but whether they would have been that close to winning the championship, I don't think many would have thought it. But I think off the back of that, and the fact that it's mostly the same side with 1 or 2 maybe slight good additions, that they've got just as good a chance.
Bailey balls, that's punched down the ground through straight mid-on. Villas will go chasing after that down towards the boundary. He will get to it, and they've come back for a second, and the score ticks along to 69 for 5.
We're going to get another over in 2 minutes to go. 2 balls left of this over. It's going to be touch and go. Stephen Donoghue, I'm going to read this one out before we do. Thanks for reading out my email earlier. I still disagree with leaving Parkinson out, even the conditions being good for pace bowling, even with the conditions being good for pace bowling. As Shane Warne would say, if it seems, it'll spin.
Two balls left for Bailey. In and bowling and it's left, a little fuller, but again, that just shape Into the gloves of the keeper, Phil Salt, and there's no run.
The late Shane Warne, of course. He also goes on to say, also, it doesn't make much sense when Danny Lamb is picked at number 8, but has barely bowled in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, all valid points. It's a strong team to pick.
It is.
They've got, they carry a big staff, Lancashire. They've got a lot of players, they've got a lot of competition. He's got loads of choices to make as Dane Villas and Glenn Chappell, the head coach. Lots of different options. Players are going to be left out. I know that Tom Bailey was disappointed to be left out last week against Gloucestershire at Old Trafford. But Glenn Chappell was telling me that after the game. But can only pick 11, and they've probably can pick from upwards of 16 players at best, maybe even more. This will be Bailey's last ball of the morning. It might well be the last ball of the session as well. Certainly be his. It's the final ball of his over. 3 slips in a gully. Again, it's left and taken by Salt. We might sneak one more in, or we might not. No, we don't. I think that will be it. Yes, it is. That is lunch on the opening day. We've had 28 overs in the morning session. Nick Gubbins has got to lunch on 30 from 78 deliveries, and Felix Organ is 15 not out from 38 deliveries. They've managed to get through that little period, those two there, where they've been tested by Anderson and Hassan Ali and Tom Bailey and George Boblerson. But those two at least have got some start of a partnership together after a blistering first hour with the ball in the morning session. Hampshire winning the toss, getting to lunch on the first day at 69 for 5.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you to Dave. We'll be back with you at a 20 to 1 with more live commentary this afternoon.
Returning to the field for the afternoon session, umpires Nick Cook and Rob White. Dave Villas leading out Lancashire. And resuming for Hampshire, Nick Gubbins.
Welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where we are just a few minutes away from the start of the afternoon session on day one of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Lancashire, sides who are second and third respectively in the County Championship table. I must admit I haven't looked since the bonus points would have been added on this morning. That may have slightly changed, but that's the state of play at 11 o'clock. Hampshire, who won the toss, elected to bat first, are already in trouble. 69 for 5 with a wicket that's giving the seam bowlers a little help. And who better to take advantage of that is a certain Jimmy Anderson, 2 for 21. And Pakistan pace bowler Hassan Ali has 2 for 8. The other wicket taker Tom Bailey with 1 for 21. The not out batsmen at the break, or batters I should say, Nick Gubbins 30 not out, Felix Organ 15 not out. Hampshire at one stage 40 for 5. That was after 70 minutes or 65 minutes of play this morning. They didn't lose a wicket in the 55 minutes or so up to the break. Your commentary team this afternoon, a little later you'll hear from Hampshire's honorary archivist Dave Allen, but taking you through this first period of play is myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Radio Lancashire, Scott Reed.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, terrific session that for the Red Rose. Let's see if the kind of second half of the morning session, where things seem to change a little bit, and Gubbins and Organ got together a partnership and were able just to kind of slow the stem of wickets. Let's see if that continues after lunch.
Hassan Ali then round the wicket, right arm over, down the leg side to Gubbins, who pulls the bat out of the way, and it's a no ball to start the afternoon session off. So got 2 Pakistan pace bowlers on show in this game. I met somebody in the lift actually who said, "Oh, are you commentating on the game?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Oh, I'm from Pakistan." He said, "I'm really looking forward to Hassan Ali and also Mo Abbas bowling in contention, well, against each other." Hassan Ali started well here. First time I've seen him bowl. Looks pacey, doesn't he? Quite a busy action, runs in, quite small stature, but gets the ball to skid through, bowls, and that's a length ball to Gubbins, who plays that back to the bowler.
Well, so far in his first 3 matches, Hassan Ali, 3 matches, 16 wickets at an average of 12.
Oof. Ooh, ah. I was looking at his test average as well, actually. It's pretty impressive. 19 tests, 74 wickets at 23. But he had a tough tour of Australia, didn't he? When Australia came to Pakistan after Christmas. 2 wickets at 96 apiece in 2 of the 3 tests.
Pretty flat pitches there. I think Australia was struggling to take wickets, weren't they, out there? I think it was a bit of a boring series, really.
It was, wasn't it? I think the Canterbury wicket had moved up there, or out there. That's pushed out on the onside, and there is no run.
Yeah, I think Australia, with their blistering attack, was struggling to take wickets on in that series.
Yeah. But good that they were actually playing out in Pakistan.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
which is nice to see. 1 or 2 of you were asking just before lunch, and in fact, a couple of people actually asking at lunch about the 1 point that Hampshire have been deducted on the County Championship table, and it is because of a slow over 8 in the game against Surrey at the Oval. That's pushed up to mid-on, and there's no run. I know Jacob Norton was tweeted just before lunch, and that is the official reason. Slow over 8 at the Oval, which Hampshire were well beaten in. In fact, I'm just trying to look how many points they got in that game, Scott, because they'll have come away with it with next to nothing. In fact, they picked up 2 points in the game, and one of those was deducted. It's not good.
It's a pretty tough week,
isn't it? 13-game season, effectively, isn't it? When you only get 1 point in a game. Round the wicket again, Ali from that pavilion end, left alone by Gubbins. Yeah, not good. There was a game a few years back, actually, which Hampshire played at Middlesex at the school ground, which was, what's the school ground? I can't remember its name.
Radlett?
No, the school one.
Oh.
That's in Hertfordshire. I'll think of the name.
Merchant Taylors?
Merchant Taylors, that's the one. Where they were well beaten, and with the lack of points they got, plus the over rate, they actually came away with minus points. I think -2, I think it was, Dave, wasn't it? Yeah, it's not good. Here comes Ali, bowls. Forward, good length ball there from Ali as Gubbins pushes forward. He's played nicely, actually, Nick Gubbins.
Must be pretty soul destroying, that, isn't it? You got away with actually less points than you started with. It's not
Horrible.
It's not ideal, is it?
No, it wasn't a good few days, that. And it was freezing, which doesn't help. Even the Middlesex committee who were there were sort of finding places inside to warm up, not outside. It was so cold.
When was this, July?
It might as well. Yeah, it has got a microclimate there. It might have been. It's down the leg side. He's trying to flick that away past. Oh, in fact, Phil Salt did get most of a glove on that. He's I tell you what, he's very athletic behind the stumps, isn't he, Phil Salt? 71 for 5 at the end of the first over after lunch.
Yes, he is. He's signed for Lancashire during the back end of last year, leaving Sussex. And the question was whether he would keep wicket or not. Would he open the batting? I know he's done that previously in red ball cricket for Sussex, but I think they see him as being wicket keeper to bat in the middle order. It just takes away a little bit of the burden on Dame Villas, who's done quite a lot of that for the last couple of years, captain the team and keeping wicket. And they lost Alex Davis as well, Lancashire. He went to Warwickshire. He made that decision to move away and join Warwickshire. So wicket-keeper batter moving on, and they've replaced him, not like for like, because Alex Davis is very much an opening batter, isn't he, for Warwickshire as well now, but replacing that wicket-keeper batter option that they had with Davis, with Phil Salt. His impressive start to his career with the Gloves. Got 97 the other week in Kent. As Bailey starts up from the Hilton Hotel end and bowls to Felix Organ, who drives up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, that's not a bad signing, is it? Really? It's good. If you're going to replace somebody with what Davis like with Salt, you've done well out of that. Done pretty well.
And Davis got runs last week for Warwickshire on his debut. Warwickshire playing Somerset this week in Taunton. As Bailey's in and bowling, it's left. Taken by Salt just down the leg side, there's no run. It's the only game, I think, that in Division 1 that's not seen a wicket fall in the morning session. Yeah, Somerset 130 without loss at lunch against Warwickshire. Everywhere else, at least one wicket's fallen. Northamptonshire 91 for 1 at Essex. Surrey 62 for 3 at Gloucestershire. And Kent 90 for 3 against Yorkshire at Headingley. And the other Division 1 scores. Bailey over the wicket and bowls. And just defender back down towards the bowler by Felix Organ. Just runs slightly off the pitch, and it means that mid-wicket has to come up to complete the fielding, and there's no run. In Division 2, since we're looking at the scores, Derbyshire 74 for 1 against Glamorgan. Leicestershire 63 for 6 against Middlesex. Bailey is in and bowling, and that's left, and that's good pace and bounce again through to Salt, who, by the time he's got gloves on, that is in front of first slip and almost just behind second slip. And there's no run. Worcestershire are 114 for 6. They're playing Nottinghamshire this week, and Notts have got Broad playing for them. But it's Dane Patterson that's taken the wickets, 5 for 33. Worcestershire 115 for 6. Stuart Broad does have 1 wicket for Notts. And Durham are 79 for 6.
Who?
There's Bailey's in and bowls. It's full but wide and through to the keeper. There's no run.
Who did you say?
And Durham are playing Sussex this week.
You said Durham. We know them as Durham.
Durham.
Yeah.
Durham are playing Sussex this week at Hove. And Durham are 83 for 6.
I thought you'd invented a new county there for a minute.
I forgot I was south of Birmingham. I need to change my accent a little bit here.
You've got to adapt.
I have got to adapt to my friends and colleagues on the south coast. Bailey for Lancashire in and balls, back of a length, and Organ tries to nudge it away to the onside. It's been signalled as a no ball by the umpire. Bailey just overstepping, and the umpire showing Bailey exactly how much he overstepped.
Yeah. He's a good bowler, Tom Bailey. He's a good compliment, isn't he, to Ali? And well, he's a better bowler than that, obviously, but a 3-pronged attack. Ali, Anderson, backed up by Tom Bailey. That's a good attack, that.
Mason Crane is playing for Sussex in that game, but he has not been required to bowl as yet. 3 slips awaiting. Bailey over the wicket, balls forward goes Felix Organ in defence, and the ball bounces up towards Jimmy Anderson at mid-on, and there is no run. That completes the first over of the afternoon session from the Hilton Hotel end. We've had 30 overs, 30 gone of the Hampshire first innings, 73 for 5.
I think we're already doing overtime tonight, aren't we? Just going on that. Martin Holland at Solent Sport on the tweet says, I don't want to put the kiss of death on it, but Gubbins and Organ have done well so far, considering how the openers were skittled out. They have. They have done well. Need a little bit of luck, which they have, but even so, you need the skill to match that, and they both have. They've done very well. They've not been a wicket since just after 12:05, when wickets looked as though they could fall over any minute. There's a nice cut shot from Gubbins, although he cuts it into the ground, takes the pace off the ball, and it's fielded at point. Start of a new over from Hassan Ali. I've got a few emails to read out, which we must get to, otherwise we get too far behind. As we realised, well, it's probably me. I shouldn't include Scott in that.
No, it's nothing to do with me. This.
No, Scott gave me the honour, shall I say?
You have full responsibility for this.
Yeah,
you've got one job to do.
I know, I can't even do that. Don't start them off again. You know what happened before lunch? One mistake, and I got pulverised. That's pushed to mid-wicket. Good diving stop. And there is no run. Jimmy Anderson diving there.
Oh yeah, looking lively.
The field. Love that. Yeah. The old Lancashire people give me a bit of a hard time at times, don't they? Well, no, they don't, actually. I love them. I love them to bits. He has to say diplomatically. No, of course I do. Mike Gaskell, solentcricket@gmail.com. I'll say that slowly because I know that was a problem at Egbert. solentcricket@gmail.com. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Gubbins. Says, hi all, Lancashire fan from St Helens, listening stroke watching at work in Vermont, USA. Great commentary and great bowling, certainly. In that order as well, I have to say. First started following Lancashire on the live stream from the Egbert match last year. I believe John Connolly mentioned earlier. Who mentioned John Connolly? Dave? Burnley. Burnley footballer. Ex-Burnley footballer, a long time. He was from St Helens as well, apparently. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Gubbins. This is from Keith, solentcricket@gmail.com. You see how I've adapted for our northern listeners? You need to do the same for our southern ones.
I'm going to take that on board.
Yeah.
And I'll promise to try and do better.
No, but you're getting in there. Hi, Kev. And Scott, enjoying the commentary, if not Hampshire's performance. Bad toss to win, and the decision to bat. He predicts the sun peaking out at 3 o'clock this afternoon. That's great. Nice. That's probably when Lancashire will start batting. He said, oh, he actually does say that in the email. Here comes Hassan Ali over the wicket, outside the off stump. Gubbins again, happy to leave that one outside of the off stump. At 3 o'clock, and Lancashire batting pitch easing, and a big score coming. Hampshire bowled out on Saturday. He's predicting this is what's going to happen. Hampshire bowled out on Saturday, innings defeat, although I hope I'm wrong. Try and dig in, Hampshire, says Keith. And it's not a good batting performance from Hampshire's England hopefuls. Keep up the good work, lads, though. That's us. Outside the off stump again. And again, it's left alone. End of the over. And Hampshire are 73 for 5, having been 69 for 5 at the break.
Well, I mean, it does take a bit of recovering from, doesn't it? A first hour like that. And it's not beyond the possibility that you can recover from it. And of course, we've seen that many times. But it was such a good first hour, that, for Lancashire. And it kind of swings the whole feel of the game towards Lancashire. But there's a long way to go. And these two have played well. And see how these two progress throughout the course of the afternoon. It
just shows that batting isn't that hard on this pitch, but it did look difficult that first hour.
It did. There's Bailey bowling, and it's defended neatly enough up towards mid-off, and there is no run.
It doesn't help though when you've got Jimmy Anderson coming at you.
Yeah, tricky that, isn't it?
Yeah. On a pitch like that, it wasn't doing loads, but just enough, wasn't it? Jimmy Anderson doesn't need much encouragement.
this attack that Lancashire have got, and they've included Tom Bailey this week, he missed out last week, but of the 2 games that they've won so far, Bailey bowls, it's driven, and stopped by Bailey off his own bowling, and there is no run. I think they've needed all their undisputed skill to win the 2 matches, because they've been 2 pretty flat pitches, and you were at Canterbury last week and Lancashire were there for their first game of the season. I think to bowl them out twice and win the match, you had to come out and bat a little bit second time round, but to take 20 wickets at Canterbury and to do it last week at Old Trafford, you know what the pitches are like in Manchester, they're good pitches, and that took some doing. So they think all the resources, all the skill that this bowling attack that they've got has been needed so far. Forward in defence goes Felix Organ. It bounces beyond Bailey to his right, and it's picked up at mid-on, and there's no run.
I think it sounds like you had a very similar pitch to us, and I don't think there'll be too many attacks that will go there and get 20 wickets. I think, you know, you guys are obviously a very good bowling unit. We're not far behind, if not at least on a par. And I don't think there are many that will do that. I think there'll be games there you'll see it will be real ball draws.
Bailey from the Hilton Hotel end of the ground, so he's running away from us. He's got 3 slips waiting. He's right arm over the wicket and bowls a fuller ball, which is driven away through the offside. And Dame Villas, the captain from mid-off, will sprint away to his left-hand side, probably covers 20 yards or so, Villas, and gets to the ball. Felix Organ gets a run, and he moves on to 16, and the score moves on to 74 for 5.
You know, this feels like, I think Hampshire did take a bit of a gamble, didn't they, winning the toss and batting first. But ideally, if they could have lost 3 wickets to lunch, you know, you'd still have at least 1, maybe 2 top order batters in, as opposed to Gubbins,
who's back on strike. Bailey around the wicket to him, turns it off his pads out through the onside. 1 bounce just in front of Josh Bohannon, who's at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Or
I should say, rather than just Gubbins.
Yeah.
You know, and then you can start to work through the afternoon, can't you? 3 down, you know, it's still doing a bit, but it does feel as though the anxieties are taken out now. It seems to have settled down. Things seem to be settling down out there a little bit. If you had 1 or 2 more top order batters in this situation, it'd be ideal, but losing 5 it's hard work now.
Bailey in, bowls again, fuller ball but wide of off stump and left, and taken by Salt. Completes the over, 1 run off it. Hampshire 74 for 5 at the conclusion of the 32nd over. Yeah, it just takes a lot of recovering from, doesn't it, when you have such a and especially in Division 1. I know we've been 3 conferences and we've had different formats over the last couple of years, but in Division 1 cricket, if you have a bad hour in a session, let alone a bad session, it takes a lot to try and bounce back from that, I think.
You've got to play exceptionally well. I mean, Hampshire will have to play exceptionally well from here to make this a good contest, won't they? Hassan Ali over the wicket to Organ. Turns that away square on the leg side. 1 or 2 cries of anguish out there because it was from fairly straight.
But we've just said about the quality of the attack on both sides, haven't we? And whatever Hampshire can get to in their first innings, they'll believe that Barker and Abbas and Abbott can cause just as many problems.
Well, you'd hope so. Well, from a Hampshire point of view, you'd hope so. Obviously, from a Lancashire point of view, it'd be different. Ali, 2 slips in the gully wait as Organ leaves that alone. Thought initially about playing at it. Good leave. But yeah, it's been good. It's been good cricket so far. You know, Lancashire have made the most of the conditions, no doubt about that. But now we're just seeing a slightly different phase in the game where 2 batters have worked hard to get themselves in and are fighting back here, having taken the score from 40 for 5 to 74 for 5. Doesn't sound a lot, but in the context of the first 70 minutes, that's a pretty decent effort. Here's Hassan Ali outside the off stump and quite wide outside the off stump. Organ lets that go by. Email here from Stephen Philpott, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, hi to the team. I'm listening from Gosport. That's near Portsmouth, if you're not sure of your Gosport. Now, Dave, I know you know where Gosport is because you only live just over the water there, but this is for other people further afield. Actually, when I said Gosport, Dave said, where? I mean, how many miles is that from Portsmouth? It's nothing, is it? 2. Yeah, I think that's what you're saying. As that's he's slightly turned round there. As Felix Organ, as that went out towards cover. He wasn't aiming there anyway. Right, I'm listening from Gosport and enjoying the commentary, but not so much the batting performance. It will be interesting to see how Lancashire perform when it's their turn. On the subject of batting and bowling averages and the really interesting anomaly with the Bob Willis Trophy, I have a question. Because Dave brought this up earlier, and we didn't realise, me and Scott didn't realise, that the averages for Championship, the Bob Willis Trophy in 2020 has been taken out, and we never realised that. But Dave does notice these things. Outside the off stump, a little closer, and again Organ lets that bow go by. Right, so Stephen says, this is his question, no balls are counted against bowling averages, but has that always been the case? I seem to recall that some years back no balls were not counted against the bowler, though they still resulted in an extra run to the batting side. Can Dave Allen help? Just a query, I generally don't know the answer. Dave's looking quizzically. Love the coverage and hope to be at the ground on Saturday if it hasn't finished by then. All the best, says Stephen. Phil Potts. This is another new one to me. Lovely drive, and he's just beaten the diving fielder at mid-off, and the short boundary side will allow that ball to go over the rope, and that is 4 welcome runs from Hampshire off the bat of Felix Organ. That ends that over from Hassan Ali. And Organ has moved on to 20. It's 78 for 5. Scott Reed has just taken a break, and Dave Allen, quite timely, comes in. So shall I read that out again, or does
I got it. Yeah.
Does that make sense to you?
It makes complete sense, but I actually don't know the answer. I think it's a very, very intelligent question, and I'd like to say that doesn't surprise me in the slightest, because my wife's a Gosport girl, and they're very clever people there. Yes. But actually, Stephen, I've no idea. I mean, yeah, I don't even know if I could check, but I will try and do that.
I never realised they were counted against the bowler.
No, and I think Gosport is probably actually only 1 mile from Portsmouth if you're simply looking at the harbour mouth.
Bailey's round the wickets to Gubbins, who's forward. Goes up towards mid-off.
I mean, just to explain that, if you're from Lancashire and you know about Liverpool and the ferry across the Mersey, well, we've got a ferry across the Solent, or the harbour mouth at least. That if you see photographs of Portsmouth in the media, it's almost always a naval ship sailing in or out of the harbour, and what you see is the round tower and the harbour corner and so on, and just across behind that to the west of it is Gosport over the other side.
Yeah. Gosport Ferry and all that?
Gosport Ferry, indeed, yeah.
What's that bit of the water called? Has it got a special name outside the off stump, left alone? Good carry from a length.
It's just Portsmouth Harbour, really, because Portsmouth Harbour goes way, way, way up to Porchester, and if you ever come to Portsmouth to get across Channel Ferry, you'll know that you don't go into the city. You know, you come off the M275 and go. Turn right at the roundabout, and you're on the ferry boat there. You don't go into the city. Portsmouth, for those who don't know it, Portsmouth is an island. It's the biggest island city in the UK.
Ah, there you go. That's full delivery, and that's driven firmly up to mid-off, but can't find the gap at Gubbins.
So the harbour goes all the way up the western side of Portsea Island, up to Porchester, where the Romans first settled, and where there is still a castle, and where I started my teaching career back in the 1970s.
Very nice.
Yeah, Porchester, yeah, comprehensive. And then Gosport is the other side of that harbour.
Mm-hmm. Very nice. It's Bailey again, that's turned away by Gubbins on the leg side. They may look for 2 here because there is a deep square leg. Now they're going to take it on. That's good running. Nick Gubbins knew there was a chance of 2 and set off very quickly. And that is a big area to our left, as we mentioned, with the pitch cut well to the right here, the west side of the ground. And the boundary doesn't correspond on the east side, and it is, I wouldn't say it's twice as big, but it's certainly
not far off it, is it?
A lot longer, a lot bigger area to cover. I'm just looking at the deep square leg fielder, and he's not right on the boundary, and he's miles away from the batter. Here's Bailey, bowls. It's outside the off stump. Gubbins again, good judgment from him, leaving that one alone. Alan at Sonnet Sport has tweeted a couple of things. He says, for hundreds of years it's been batsmen. Why change it? Question mark. If women want to use batter, fine. They are different games. Also, it's Durham with a U, not Derham with an E. Well, that's right. Well, that's just the different accents, Alan. You're just trying to stir it up.
I'm not bothered about the batter thing really.
No, well, it's official, isn't it?
I mean, well, that's the thing. You can't fight it actually, whether you like it or not.
Outside the stump again, and Gubbins leaves alone. End of the over. It's 80 for 5.
I mean, I think the main reason that I'm not bothered about it is that we use the term bowler, fielder, scorer, wicket keeper. They're all ERs.
Yeah.
And you know, for some reason, I don't know historically why we thought bowlers shouldn't be called bowlmen or fielders shouldn't be called fieldmen. But I think there are bigger things to get anxious about. That's the truth of it. Although if people want to talk to me or correspond with me about it and use the term batsman, fine. I don't care really. But I think officially, on commentary and so on, we simply have to follow the decision.
Here's Hassan Ali from that pavilion end. Right arm short over the head of Felix Organ, who actually didn't flinch at all as it went through to Phil Salt. So if anybody wants to message us with the word batsman in, you send your tweet to Dave A60s.
Yes.
Me and Scott will only answer queries with the word batter. There you go. You've been warned.
There are all sorts of complications like that. I get embroiled in discussions about Rose Bowl and the Ageas Bowl. And I'm very clear about it, really.
Here's Hassan Ali, short again, but this time Morgan has to duck quite low to get underneath it.
I mean, in the sense that I call myself a cricket historian, I simply take the view that any game played here before 2012 was played at the Rose Bowl, because that was what it was called, and now it's the Ageas Bowl. But I have no problem, you know, people object to it being called the Ageas Bowl, but I always say if somebody offered me $5 million to change my name to Bill Smith, I'd change it tomorrow.
and a lot worse names.
Yes, and a lot worse.
You'd be happy. Here comes Ali for that money. That's pushed out on the offside. Length ball.
I found that game, Kev, that we went to at Merchant Taylor's, and actually, funnily enough, I was talking about my wife Lou being a Gosport girl. I took her that day as well.
Oh, did you?
And said, let's go to nice countryside Middlesex. It was absolutely free. She couldn't believe it. She spent almost the entire day sat in the car. It was just awful. But I found the details of it. We lost by an innings and 116 runs, and we came back with 1 point fewer than we started with. But even that,
Ali bowls it short again, but it's way outside the off stump.
The scores were unbelievable. Middlesex were actually something like 20 for 2, and Gubbins was one of the two. He opened the batting against us that day. But Middlesex declared on 467 for 3 and then bowled us out for 131 and 220. It was in 2016, Joe Weatherly's debut match, as it happened. And it was grey and dark and freezing cold, and it's a very flat area, isn't it? Yeah. Loads and loads of playing fields for that school.
Yeah. Hassan Ali in bustling seamer that he is. Length ball to Organ, who pushes that out to the covers.
And it was like you know, a similarly flat area is the east coast of England and the North Sea, and it was like standing on the east coast of England where there's no hiding place, and the wind just whipping across and just cut through you. And we were sat in a tent, weren't we? We only had a tent to work from. It weren't a lot of fun.
No. No, but hey ho, there's worse things in life.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah.
Hassan Ali in again to the right-hander. Felix Organ slightly short on leg stump, and it's turned away to square leg, but again there is no run. That's a maiden over from the Pakistan seamer. 9 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 14. Superb figures from Lancashire's overseas player. Ian East at Sonnet Sport says, question, I watched the game at Canterbury last week. Throughout it was referred to as a good pitch. How on earth was that a good cricket pitch? Question mark. Was terrible for the game generally, and only Hampshire's bowlers' patience and skill made it a winnable surface. Well, likewise the week before Lancashire. So you could argue that teams with proper, decent attacks will win those games. Yeah. And others that go there that don't, won't. Yeah. So make of it what you will.
I think there have been worse games, 500 against 500.
Here's Bailey full, and that's driven by Gubbins, not quite past mid-off. Good diving stop there from Anderson again, who's thrown himself around since lunch.
I mean, just to go back to Ian's point, one of the worst games I ever saw here was that game against Yorkshire when Michael Carberry got 300, and they did score over 500 in their first innings, and we did score 500, over 500. We declared, and they batted for about half an hour of their second innings on the last evening, and that was it. Yeah. You know, it was just awful, that game, as a game of cricket.
Bailey's hung it out there, but Gubbins not tempted.
So I would agree in the sense that we should be much more cautious about, because you could argue that Ageas last year, that cracking game at the end of the season, you could argue that that was a good cricket pitch, because it was something like 180 plays 180, 190 plays 190, and they won it by 1 wicket. You know, you could say it favoured the bowlers perhaps too much, although it was
maybe
late
it was a
September.
bit
too much?
Yeah, maybe a fraction too much, although maybe some Lancashire fans might disagree. It made for a really good game, no doubt about that. Pulled away by Gubbins, out into the deep, out towards deep mid-wicket. They will take 2. I think that's a substitute fielder out there at the moment, Dave, for Lancashire.
Is that Parkinson again?
Not sure.
Is that Parkinson? Mid-wicket? We're just getting Scott to... I think he might be a sub. 14. Who's 14?
Luke Wood.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he is on as a sub fielder outside the off stump again, and Gubbins quite rightly leaves that one alone. Jo at Sunnet Sport, who we saw at lunch, she was walking around the ground, same as we were, to go and get our lunch, but she wasn't going to get our lunch, obviously. Jo says, although disappointing morning, both these two batters, plus Fuller and Barker, still mean there's a fair bit of Hampshire batting available in this innings, probably just as well, isn't it, with the situation they found themselves in at 40-4-5. And Richard Dawson, don't get Dave started on this at Sunnet Sport. Why are the over rates so poor? They weren't in the 60s, were they, Dave? They were always good. Let's push back to the bowler. Length ball there from Bailey. He says 15 overs per hour shouldn't be too hard. There aren't too many days when there has to be overtime played. To be honest, that's the majority of days.
Don't get me started, Richard. Is that Richard Dawson, the former Yorkshire off spinner? Probably not.
I don't think so.
No.
But I could be wrong.
People never confused me with the former Gloucestershire off spinner, I'll tell you that for nothing.
Not unless things are tough at the ECB these days. Here comes Bailey in again, slightly short this time, and Gubbins is on the back foot, steers that out into the covers. End of the over, 82 for 5 then Hampshire. Gubbins has 34. Patient innings from Nick Gubbins. That's come off 105 deliveries. Felix Organ, who took a while to get off the mark, is now 20 off double the score than when they came together.
And we've exceeded our lowest ever score at the Ageas Bowl and still have 5 wickets left. I did incidentally do Nick Gubbins, in a sense, a bit of an injustice earlier on, because I was suggesting to Scott that he's a bit of a stroke player. He gets on with it, and might not be quite the circumstances today. But in fact, and he did play quite a few shots early on, but in fact, since that 5th wicket went down in particular, he's been really circumspect, and I hope I'm not putting a hex on him, but he's doing okay.
So we've got a change of bowling. It's Danny Lamb, that's right, with his right arm medium paces, and that's turned away on the leg side by Felix Organ. Just a single. That's a good piece of fielding by George Balderson down at fine leg. Do you know what? I didn't realise until I looked, because it doesn't sound it, but I do try and do a little bit of research before each game. Some games you can do a bit more than others, can't you, depend on how much time you've got. But Danny Lamb's sister is Emma Lamb, who went on the Ashes tour for England. I didn't realise that. So the field changes for the left-hander Nick Gubbins as Lamb comes in from that pavilion end and bowls. It's pulled away by Gubbins. He's into the shot too early and it hits him into the chest. It's on that pull shot far too early. Mike Martin at Sunnet Sport says an easy one for Dave. The 5th wicket record against Kent, that was last week, beat the one in 2019, which beat the one in 1913. Has any other partnership lasted as long for Hampshire? I think there's quite a few, actually, isn't there?
Yeah, that is easy. The oldest Hampshire partnership record that we have is 1899, for the...
It's cut away by Gubbins, but can't beat the cover field, although they're going to take a run on the misfield, and he's safe. Single to the total, 84 for 5.
Yes, never run on a misfield. They almost made a mess of that for a minute. Yeah, 1899 at Somerset at Taunton, and it was Brigadier General R.M. Poor and the Hampshire captain E.G. Teddy Wynyard, who, as you might suspect, they were both amateurs. Wynyard came in 1 wicket lower than he should have done because of a night watchman.
Danny Lamb in with his right arm medium paces. Length ball played back to him by Organ.
And they made loads. I haven't got any of my records with me, so I can't be precise.
We get the gist, Dave.
But Poor got 300. It was the first triple century ever for Hampshire, and Wynyard got 2. Okay, I'm going to guess 256.
Okay.
But that's, yeah. And there are 1 or 2 others that have lasted quite a long time. One, yes, the 1913 one. You're quite right about.
Okay. Lamb again to Organ. It's short. Organ's on the back foot and cracks that through the covers for 4. Lovely shot, Felix Organ. Too short, Danny Lamb at that pace. And he also offered width as well. And Organ's cracked that away to the short boundary side. He moves on to 21 now. 84 for 5 Hampshire.
Super shot. There is another one, the 9th wicket partnership record. Danny Livingstone and Alan Castell, another sadly lost leg spinner who ended up as a seamer. Now, I saw that, 1962, last game of the season against Surrey at Southampton, and I was there as a 12-year-old watching that, and I remember it with deep fondness. Danny Livingstone 200 that day, and he was dropped on a hat-trick.
Lamb comes in, length ball to Organ, who's forward.
Actually, if people, I don't know whether people have heard this, because I don't want to bore people, but it's a great story. Tony Locke, the Surrey left-armer, who was a fiery character to say the least, he took 2 and 2. Danny Livingstone, I think, was not out, and I think with the second wicket, the ball went up in the air and the batsman crossed, so Livingstone's then facing the hat-trick ball. Surrey had a pace bowler called David Sydenham, who was fielding down at long leg, and he sat on one of the wooden benches while the batsman exchanged, went in and came out of the pavilion. He sat on one of the wooden benches, and there's even a suggestion he had a sip of somebody's beer or something, chatted to the spectators. Danny Livingstone looked round the field and didn't see him. So Tony Locke bowled a ball that was a bit short, and Livingstone pulled this thing down the long leg, where Sydenham had suddenly emerged, and it went into Sydenham's hands and onto the floor. Brilliant. And he went on to get 200, and they set the 9th wicket record partnership. Castell, I think, got 76, and that's a kind of story I love those kinds of stories.
George Balderson has taken over from the hotel end. It's foolish delivery to Gubbins, who drives but doesn't time it, and the ball goes back to the bowler.
And David Sydenham used to come here every year with the Surrey committee, and I would always kind of pull his leg about it. He was very lovely about the whole thing. He was perfectly fine about it, really. But that partnership still exists. And I think there's one for the 7th or 8th, I can't remember now. But they don't all last that long.
No.
It was a...
Balderson's round the wicket. Gubbins gets a length ball. Again, it plays it back to the bowler.
I've had conversations this morning already, with 2 men who made a terrific stand that was a Hampshire record at Taunton in 1985. You being one and Tim Tremlett being the other. I've talked to both of you today, but actually that hasn't survived, has it? Because Andy Bickle and Nick Pothers beat it down at Bristol, I think.
Was it Cheltenham?
Cheltenham, could have been Cheltenham, yeah.
Balderson again. Again, Gubbins is well forward, bat and pad close together as it goes out into the covers.
But 1899 is the one, and Poor was amazing that summer. He ended up with a county championship average in excess of 100 that year. He was in the army, and he didn't play the whole season. He's the only man ever to score 2 centuries in a match at Portsmouth. He got 300 at Taunton. He got hundreds all over the place. And he came straight from the Broad Tournament where he won medals.
Balderson again, straight, gets wrapped on the pad there. Gubbins gets called through. It's misfield. That's square leg. Good running there from Felix Organ.
No ball?
No ball as well.
No ball and leg bye. And Paul came from the Royal Tournament where he'd won some kind of medals for whatever, I don't know. And then before the season ended...
51 partnership between these two, by the way.
Right.
Sorry, Dave.
He was dispatched to South America to buy horses, which he put on a boat and took to South Africa in preparation for the First Boer War. So... he kept busy.
Yeah,
and he just
certainly.
played a bit of cricket in the meantime. Yeah.
51 these two have put on. That's come off 138 deliveries. Wow, a 50-run partnership in that first 60 or 70 minutes seemed a long way away. Balderson bowls outside the off stump. Again, it's good carry from a length and it's well left. Must read a few emails out as we're moving through the afternoon. Alan Mills, who's the Hampshire scorer, did actually email before lunch and said 652 for 6 last week. At that stage, Hampshire were 43 for 5 this week. It's a strange game, it certainly is. That's why you make the most, as a batter, you make the most of the good pitches. Because then you get good bowlers on pitches that offer them a little bit more help, like i.e. this game, and things are a lot harder. Off the back foot, but Organ doesn't time that one, but he hits it wide of mid-off, and he picks up another single. He moves on to 26 now, and the Hampshire total to 92 for 5. John Critton has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. Todd Morden, we were talking about Todd Morden, weren't we, before lunch. Until the Local Government Act of 1888, the boundary of Lancashire and Yorkshire went through the centre of Todd Morden, including the cricket ground. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Slightly more of the playing area was in Yorkshire rather than Lancashire. So I suppose I mean, I've never played cricket there, but I'm just wondering if you bowled at either the Yorkshire end or the Lancashire.
Yeah. It's quite a notable club, isn't it? It's quite a significant club, Todmorden, in the Lancashire leagues. Yeah.
What is Todd Morden famous for? Because I have heard that name. Is there a special thing there, or I don't know? Maybe I'm just thinking about it too much. Play back to the bowl at end of the over. 91 for 5. Gubbins has 35. Organ has 25.
Well, certainly Derek Shackleton. I think that's a reason for anywhere to be famous. But he's not the only Hampshire cricketer to come from Todmorden either. Walter Livesey, who was our wicketkeeper through the 1920s, came from Todmorden, although in fact his family settled in Surrey. And we had a couple of guys just after the war who came briefly. I think what happened was that they got Shackleton at the same time, and I think they actually went on a kind of search up north to find some younger players, because what had happened was a lot of older players had come back from the war after 6 years out and were still playing, and they needed some youngsters quickly.
Okay.
A couple of guys called Dawson.
Danny Lamb, and that's on the Midland leg, turned away by Felix Organ. There is a man out deep. Just a single to Organ, 26, 92 for 5.
The two Dawsons were not related, even though they both came from Todmorden and played. In fact, one of them, I think Harold Dawson, went back. He wasn't very successful with Hampshire, but he went back and played for, I don't know, 20 years maybe for Todmorden, and was an outstanding Lancashire League player for them.
Yeah.
And they were not in any sense related to Liam either, the current Hampshire player.
No. Lamb. Right on medium pace. That's flicked away by Nick Gubbins, and that's a beautiful shot. And that has gone for 4. I thought he might just have flicked it away and gone a bit quicker, because that is a short boundary side. But Gubbins moves on to 35. The scoreboard actually has got the batters slightly wrong, but anyway. I'm just looking up here. What is Todd Morden famous for? Apart from that, Dave, it's known mostly for its cotton spinning and weaving, and at one time Todd Morden had the largest weaving shed in the world.
Yeah.
That's probably what I remember.
Yeah.
That's cut away, and that's going to be a few runs. I don't think with Hassan Ali running after that it's going to go all the way, doesn't he? Picks it up, but that's 2 runs. Just get the feeling that the batters are starting to get the measure of things out there. The ball's certainly not moving around quite as much as it did earlier this morning. We certainly haven't got Jimmy Anderson on, although that may change shortly, but against the medium paces it doesn't look quite as hard work. Lamb comes in again from that pavilion end and bowls outside the off stump. There's a better length and a better line. In earlier times the mills were mainly used for the grinding of corn. One of the most famous buildings in Todmorden is the Unitarian Church, built between 1865 and 1869. There you go.
I think you're right about. It feels to me as if Lancashire have got 3 top quality bowlers who've performed wonders today, but the support after that isn't
worked up to mid on. That's a no ball.
Isn't quite as incisive, and I mean I'm now wondering. I'm disappointed not to be seeing Oh, it's 100, sorry. 100 for Hampshire.
In the 39th over.
I'm disappointed not to be seeing Parkinson, even though he's playing for the opposition, as it were, because I do like watching good leg spin. But I think they might miss him.
Well, we'll have to wait and see as that's pushed out into the gully. A length ball fielded by Stephen Croft.
I felt that bit running up to lunch. I reckon that, 20 minutes before lunch, certainly Jimmy Anderson at one end, but it would have been interesting with these guys getting settled to have challenged them at that point with Parkinson.
Do you really think it's going to turn?
Well, I don't know, but I think often leg spinners do turn it when you think it won't.
Gubbins flicks that away again, but it's to one of the two fielders out deep at deep square leg. Gubbins is going to keep the strike, 102 for 5.
I mean, I'm not anticipating that Liam Dawson's going to turn it a great deal, but I think sometimes the wrist spinners and I agreed with that comment that we had earlier, that quoting Shane Warne, who said if it seems it'll turn, and I think sometimes the other thing with wrist spinners is that they kind of bamboozle people, don't they? I mean, they'll often bowl a hittable ball, but in these circumstances, you wouldn't worry about it much, really. If Parkinson was going at 5 and over but taking 3 wickets, you'd think, yeah, that'll do.
Yeah. Well, we shall see as the game moves on, Dave, of course, because that's the beauty, isn't it?
Yeah, sure.
Different days and different sessions have different feels and different complexions, but here at the moment batting does look a lot easier, but it's still moving around a little bit. It's left alone, start of a new over from Balderson. Gubbins leaving that alone outside the off stump. Chris Unwin has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. This was just before lunch. Hi all, I was wondering how often there might have been the top 2 scorers at the end of an innings being synonyms. I'm not sure I quite understand that one. Here's Balderson outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Here's Rob Goff.
Perhaps extras are known as.
Email.com says, with the announcement of Ben Stokes as England captain, I'm just wondering which young players at county level you feel could one day go on to play for England. Wow. That's a length ball which Gubbins pushes off the front foot to mid-off, fielded by Jimmy Anderson there. Not diving this time.
I feel like I've got to the age where I almost never speculate on such things anymore. I don't know, it's so difficult, isn't it? I can remember talking about Burns a few years back when Surrey were here and say, how does he not play for England?
Balderson again off the back foot there. Gubbins just hits it wide of Jimmy Adams, who's on the floor again. It's a single to the Hampshire left-hander. 43 he's on, 103 for 5.
Josh Bohannon is reckoned to be an England prospect in the near future. We shall see him.
I was going to say his record.
Bat at some point.
He averages 47.
Yeah.
That's a terrific average.
Yeah.
I think you're right, Dave. I think that's not a bad shout.
I don't think there's anybody in the current England side who I would expect.
Balderson in again, and Organ's turning that away on the leg side, and he's hit that well enough to go over the rope on that short boundary side. Just a neat turn of the bat off his legs. And Hampshire beginning to get a foothold, but they've still got a long way to go. 107 for 5, Organ has 31.
I think I might have said the wrong thing there. What I meant to say, if I didn't say it, is I don't think there's anybody in the Hampshire side who I would expect to go on and play for England. That's partly because actually a lot of them are well over 30 and their time has gone. Although somebody did say to me the other day, what about Ben Brown?
Well, he's well over 30, isn't he? Outside the off stump. I say that, a bit naughty. 33. But, well, listen, I mean, but then he's coming in place of.
Well, it would be Folkes who. I think the case of somebody like Folkes is fascinating, because until Folkes went to the West Indies, he was in almost everybody's view quite clearly the best batting wicketkeeper in the world. And then he went to the West Indies and wasn't terribly good, And there is this terrible thing, isn't there, about how you're always best until you actually get in, So what do we think about Tom Prest, for instance, who captained England under-19s in the World Cup in the winter and got a big 100 2 days ago against Cardiff University, has already made 100 in the second level competition this year.
We can't get in the Hampshire side, Dave.
But he can't get in the Hampshire side, that's right. So it's very difficult.
I think Josh Bohannon's a good shout.
Yeah.
I think he would be as good a candidate.
Yeah.
If that's the right word. As good a candidate.
Yeah.
As good a candidate as anyone. Here's Danny Lamb round the wicket to Gubbins. Bit of excitement there. I'm not quite sure why, but it's played back to the bowler. But yes, another one on the subject of Ben Stokes. Brian Collins using Cornwall, solentcricket@gmail.com. Says, once again, enjoying the live stream. Of course, we're also on the BBC Sport website as well. If not, the batting so far, although Lancashire have bowled pretty well. Yes, they did a little early. They're still bowling okay, but you just get the feeling that the batters are starting to get the measure of things somewhat.
Yeah.
And that's probably the kiss of death, as that's driven away by Gubbins. There is a deep cover point, which is Ali. Just a single. Gubbins move on to 45, 109 for 5 now. Have you any thoughts on Ben Stokes as the New England skipper, thinking of his recent list of injuries and mental health problems, says Brian. I think most people thought that if he wanted the job, he'd get it. Don't you? I mean, I don't think there was lots of people talked about Stuart Broad and one or two on the periphery as well. But I think if I'm honest, as Lamb bowls, not timed by Organ off the back foot, sort of squirts out towards the cover area. I think Ben Stokes was the most obvious if he wanted it.
Yeah, and the thing I would say about the mental health issue is that I think it was very specific to circumstances in his life at that time, which were some were personal, some were to do with injuries, etc., etc. Some were to do with
pushed out up towards mid-off.
The COVID bubble business, which I think, you know, if you're not in the most cheerful of states, is not going to make you any better. And I suspect a lot of that will go away. So I think he was Hobson's choice. You know, whether he's the perfect choice.
Yeah.
People compare Botham, Flintoff, Peterson.
There's Lamb, length ball, and that's pushed forward. Thick outside edge there from Morgan, but there is a gap. Again, you've got a man scouting deep, so there are some gaps there for Hampshire just to work the ball around, although I'm not sure that's exactly where Organ was aiming. But he's on 32 now, 109 for 5.
Yeah, people compare it with those other superstars and say they didn't do great jobs as England captains, and that's a fair point. But I can't easily see that there was an alternative, really. So
I think you're right, Dave. Lamb's around the wicket again to Gubbins. It's out there, and Gubbins quite happy to leave that one alone. End of the over. Lamb 3 overs now, none for 18. Got an email earlier from Charlotte Scott. Thank you, Charlotte. solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, the Hampshire commentator, that's me, Kevin. Did I hear him say surmise instead of summarise? You probably did. It is a small difference, but has a totally different meaning, and I thought that he might like to know. As you can tell in my voice, I love to know and be corrected.
Maybe she could help us with the synonym thing.
Yeah, that's right. If you
Gubbins and extras. Can you help us with that?
Yeah, we can't work that out. I'm loving the commentary and the live stream. Thank you. Whilst I work from home, according to what he has said on Tail Enders, Jimmy Anderson prefers to be called James. Ooh, because this refers to this dinner tomorrow night that I'm emceeing. Outside the off stump from Balderson. Start of a new over to Organ as he leaves that one low. I'll come back to that in a moment. I've got to do a very quick 30-second update. Basically, telling you what's going on. Hampshire, having won the toss this morning and elected to bat first, have moved on to 109 for 5, so a recovery, because they were at one stage this morning 40 for 5. England bowler Jimmy Anderson and Pakistan seamer Hassan Ali doing the damage, taking 4 of those wickets. But since lunch and before lunch, Nick Gubbins and Felix Organ are staging a recovery. Gubbins has 44, Organ has 32, so Hampshire looking in a slightly better shape, although there's much work to do. They're 109 for 5.
Thank you very much indeed, Kevin.
I'll come to the rest of that email. As I said earlier, I'm happy to be pulled up for mistakes. It's just that because there are so many that I worry that there'll be too many emails to read out. Yes, Jimmy Anderson is the star of the show tomorrow night, a former Hampshire off spinner, as that's left alone outside the off stump by Organ, who was diagnosed with Parkinson's, you may have read and seen in the media over the last few years. Has had Parkinson's now for a little while, and there is a dinner tomorrow night of which Jimmy Anderson is the main guest. And I did say to Scott Reed, who's on now actually, or at the end of this over, what should I call him, Jimmy or James? And Scott said, well, you know, depends on how things are going. But Charlotte suggests that maybe James might be the right way to go. I think I'll ask him, before we do anything. That's pushed out on the offside. Dave's going to come in for me on this side in a moment. He said you could also ask him about the Tail Enders tour, which he loved and had a starring role on guitar. Charlotte, do you know what? That's a really good idea. I've made some notes over the last couple of days, and mentioning the Tail Enders tour wasn't on them, so I will add that to them. So, Charlotte, thank you very much. Scott Reed is back with us as Balderson comes in, runs away from us. That's driven out square on the offside. No run. Score remains on 109 for 5. Welcome back, Scott Reed.
Hi, Kevin. I'm sure he won't mind Jimmy or James.
No.
I don't think he'll be too concerned by that.
No, that's good.
He'll say, call me what you want, mate.
Yeah. Well, do you think he'll say it like that?
Yeah, I think he probably will, yeah.
Well, you know,
yeah.
that's good.
I'm not bothered, mate. I'm not fussed, is what I'll say.
You know when sort of people doing the interview are supposed to make the interviewee feel at ease. I think he could probably make me feel more at ease by what he might say to me. I don't know. That's pushed up to mid-off, end of the over, 109 for 5. To take you through the next 25 minutes or so, Scott Reed, Dave Allen back on commentary.
This is good, isn't it, from Nick Gubbins and from Felix Organ. It's obviously the very kind of least that Hampshire needed, but it was good this morning. The second half of the morning session really was a contrast to the first half, albeit scoring opportunities were few and far between this morning. But these two have battered well. Something for Hampshire to try and build on. It's 69 runs that they've added so far for the 6th wicket, and they've faced quite a lot of deliveries between them. Gubbins 125 balls for his 44, and Felix Organ 79 for his 32. Here's Daniel Lamb around the wicket and bowling. That's just dropped into the offside by Gubbins. He wants a single, and that's something that they were unable to do this morning, was things like that, just a little push and go and try and keep the strike rotating. They've moved on to 110 for 5.
I think this has been really good cricket today, actually. We've had 2.5 hours of really good, actually 3 hours of really good cricket. Some really top quality bowling and some tough batting in the last half of that period.
Lamb in. Another single here, just turned off the pads by Felix Organ. Down to fine leg for a single. He moves to 33, 111 for 5.
I was speculating with Kevin that they might begin to regret not having Parkinson, not least because it's a significant variation on what we've seen so far, which is 5 right arm fast medium bowlers, you know, and they haven't got we've got a left armour in Barker, you know, and
Lamb around the wicket and bowls. That's turned into the onside by Gubbins, and there's no run.
Even on pitches where they look at it and think it's not going to turn a lot, it's bouncing. There's bounce and carry, which leg spinners are going to like a lot, aren't they? So I don't know. You know, who knows? They might suddenly skittle Hampshire and they're still all out for 150, and everybody says that's fine, you know, no problem. But just begin to wonder.
Daniel Lamb running in, bowling, and driven nicely, and driven for 4, I would think. Good shot from Gubbins, reaching for it. Out through that point region. Balderson at point, trying to stop the ball. It would have been a sharp piece of work in the field. But nicely played from Gubbins, off the front foot and forcing the ball away towards the point boundary. He moves to 49 and Hampshire to 115 for 5. And certainly a growing sense of confidence between these two, certainly after lunch.
Yeah, certainly.
It's a well put together 49 from Nick Gubbins.
Yeah.
Been a real examination both for him and for Felix Organ today. Partnership now worth 75 between these two.
And one of the slip gully fielders has come away.
Lamb bowls again.
Ooh.
Squares Gubbins up, and he's asking whether that's out or not. He's shaping to work it leg side, Gubbins. Peel from the bowler, not massive amount from behind.
I think it probably would have gone down leg side. Remember that he's bowling round the wicket. But,
Yeah.
probably trying to play it in the right way, but just played across it a bit.
Keeper went up. Luke Wells at first slip didn't really. This is driven into the offside. One bounce and straight to extra cover. And there's no run. That completes the over with 6 off it. So 115 for 5. Gubbins 49 and Felix Organ unbeaten on 33.
It's not as warm as it has been, but there's no wind at all, and it's really... Neither is it as cold as I feared when I was getting ready to come up this morning. It's just completely static, isn't it, the weather? Completely still.
Yeah, there's barely a breeze, is there, really?
Trees are looking great in the background. There's a real variety of colour and tone in those trees, which is one of the things I've always liked about the Ageas Bowl, is that it is a semi-rural location, kind of getting back to the roots of the game back in the 250 years ago.
Balderson in and driven into the offside. They want to get through for a single, and they do. Felix Organ trying to force the ball away through extra cover, pick up and throw towards the keeper's end, but they're safely across for 1 run. 116 for 5.
They're running quite well, aren't they? They're both quick movers, you know. But get a move on.
So the woods behind the pavilion on the far side, the Telegraph Woods.
That's right. Yeah.
Went for a walk around there this morning.
Yeah. It's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
a lot of people
yeah.
walk dogs and the like around there. Yeah, it is very pleasant.
You can make your way from the hotel, can't you? Just around the edge of the golf course. That's and it. Creep your way in.
That's it. Yeah.
Balderson around the wicket ball that's worked into the onside by Gubbins out to mid wicket, and there's no run. But that we consider a great view of above the pavilion of the trees, and as Dave's saying, they're barely moving.
Yeah.
The breath of wind. I'll tell you what has emerged since lunch as well, the Lancashire flag.
They might have heard the conversation. Somebody said, "Where is it? It's in that bag." Perhaps one of the players is, deputed to bring it.
Balderson in, driven by Gubbins and stopped off his own bowling by George Balderson, and there's no run. And just see it fluttering away in the very gentle breeze in the top left-hand corner of the pavilion, which will, I'm sure, please the Lancashire supporter that spotted that it was absent. This is squirted down through third man as Gubbins again looks to play it leg side. It comes off the shoulder of the bat. It's a very awkward way to bring up a 50, but nonetheless, it's a really impressive 50 under the circumstances in the context of the innings and against the quality of attacking which he's had to face. That's a well put together 53, but I don't think he knew much about that.
There was a slightly modest waving of the bat to acknowledge the applause there, but well, I'd have settled for it. I have to tell you, on a Saturday afternoon, I wouldn't have minded a shot like that, but it wasn't the finest way he's ever got to a 50 in his career, I'm sure. 50
off 133 deliveries as he plays forward in defence to this next delivery, and fielded by Balderson, and there is no run.
Second consecutive half century for Nick Gubbins, who made that big 100 very early after he first came on loan, big 100 at Cheltenham, which was absolutely crucial. But in the 4 Division 1 games at the end of last season, he made 1 half century and no runs at all apart from that. So
Balderson in is a ball that he fires in, full of length, Yorker length delivery, which Gubbins just jabs the bat down and manages to keep the ball out.
Bit cross-batted, wasn't he there? I think he thought it was coming on the full and he was going to hit it through mid-wicket, and then suddenly it just dropped on him almost. It was a good ball.
End of the over, 120 for 5. Mark sends an email. Hi gents, a real treat for me watching from a room balcony right next to where you're all sat. A late birthday treat. Thanks very much to my mum and dad. Enjoying the commentary through the earbuds while watching and scoring. All the best, Mark. Thank you, Mark. Nice way to do it, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Jimmy Anderson back.
Indeed. Back into orders and bowls. A little defensive push away by Felix Organ, and there is no run.
Ball is 44 overs old, so it won't be perhaps quite as responsive as it was in the first hour. Although it's a different ball, isn't it? They changed it, but there's no evidence that the change of ball has actually changed the problems in any way.
Anderson for Lancashire over the wicket and balls. It's left by Organ through to Salt, and there's no run.
That kept quite low.
Did.
They haven't generally it's certainly carried to Salt, but it didn't bounce much. Has Salt kept in all the games?
He has. Yeah.
I mean, was that a deliberate decision? Once he heard that Alex Davis was going, they needed a keeper, or they had a reserve, or?
Well, Dane Villas has done the job for a couple of years, but I think they were happy for Villas just to move away from that. Forward goes Organ in defence to Villas for no run, because he was basically doing keeping wicket. He's captain the team as well. Such a big play with the bat. I think it's obviously a lot for someone to do, albeit he was enjoying doing it. But yeah, Davis leaving to move to Warwickshire.
That seems a strange thing to me, because he's not keeping, is he?
No,
Burgess
is. Yeah.
And Burgess is getting runs as well. So, yeah, I don't know.
Anderson over the wicket and bowls. The appeal for LBW as Felix Organ tries to shove it away into mid-wicket. A little perhaps optimistic from Jimmy. Bad shout.
Maybe going down leg, I don't know, but maybe bounced a bit.
Well, bounce has been a theme throughout the course of the morning and the day so far. Anderson for Lancashire, who's in the balls to Felix Organ, who's driving. The ball disappears just behind square on the offside. Picks out Hassan Ali at backward point, and there's no run. Wanted to keep wicket. I think part of the decision to move from Sussex to Lancashire was to play red ball cricket, keep wicket and bat in the middle order. It's had an impressive start with the gloves. It'll nudge away into the onside by Organ, just behind square leg, and jogs through for a single.
And I'm sure he's probably pretty pleased to be playing in the first division as well, and Sussex struggling. Although the irony is, of course, that with Ben Brown moving, he could have done what he's doing at Sussex this year, couldn't he? And, they might have signed a different overseas player. There's somebody gone on and come off. I don't know which way round it is. Somebody going up the steps now, and somebody's come on at long leg.
Looks like Tom Bailey disappearing up the steps, I think. And that's Matt Parkinson, I think, shuffling on. It's a great view here, but you are decent way off, aren't you? Here's Balderson over the wicket, driven straight beyond the dive of mid-on, down towards the boundary. Come back for two, picked up by Josh Bohannon. Nice shot for 2 runs, actually.
Yeah, I remember thinking that at. I mean, there's a few grounds you go to where it's like, but when we went to Ageas, and sat in the chairs there by the boundary rope, and there are players within 10 yards of you, and you feel much more a part of it than in the big stadiums.
Balderson in just back of a length, and Organ goes back and across and defends, and there's no run.
And the live stream is so valuable these days, particularly on a day like this, because we're often in line here, with that perfect view, but we can't quite see, can we? Because it's off to the right from where we're standing. We can't quite see the subtle variations You're often having to read it off the way the batsman plays.
Ball isn't in. Full length ball, which is driven into the offside, but for no run. And they're slightly, well, they're not slightly, it is the seriously elevated commentary position from this TV gantry.
I wonder if is it the highest, do you think? I mean, you go around most of the counties.
That's a good shout, yeah.
It probably is.
Lord's is pretty high up.
Yeah, oh, Lord's is, yes, it is, yeah.
Balderson in, getting punched off the front foot, but can't get it beyond Villas at extra cover, and there's no run.
I've never done commentary from Old Trafford. I've been to well, actually, I haven't been to Old Trafford since it's all been rebuilt either, so yeah, I don't really know about it. Is that quite high where
It's
you
not, doesn't feel as high as this, no. New media centre, you're on the top floor,
yeah.
third floor of the media centre, Old Trafford, but no, I wouldn't say it would be as high as this. Getting forward, just playing up towards mid-on. Felix Organ takes a step down the pitch. He's batting in front of his pad and very deliberately playing it up towards Jimmy Anderson, who scoops the ball up and gives it a bit of a polish. He meets Balderson and he's walking back to his mark. His short sleeves on. His slight frame is George Balderson. He's bouncing back in again, bowling. Bit of width and carved away in front of square by Felix Organ, and Villas is chasing after it. They've come back for a second. It will not reach the boundary. It's flicked away by Villas, and then the relay throw comes in by Stephen Croft.
It's a no ball again.
It's a no ball, and they've run 3 as well.
Yeah. I was hoping somebody might tweet in and answer that very interesting question from Gosport. Steve, I think it was, from Gosport, about whether no balls have always counted against the analyses and averages of bowlers. And I just, I always say to people that I'm not actually a cricket statistician.
Balderson's in, that's turned out towards the onside, but for no run.
People often think, or often describe me as a cricket statistician, but I always quite deliberately call myself a cricket historian, because what I really like are the stories, and the stories will always include numbers. But we have a kind of voluntary statistician here called Tigger Miles, who's runs a terrific website, free access website. He's a real statistician, and I'm just a bloke that uses numbers when the story needs them. You know.
Well, Gordon's been in touch on this subject, so you've teed it up quite nicely. Subject, no balls and wides. So Gordon, who's a Lancashire fan, now living around the corner from Wanties Road in Northampton, says, yes, no balls and wides did not used to be counted against the bowler. All extras were scored separately as extras.
Thank you very much.
Here's Anderson bowling, left by Felix Organ through to Salt, and there is no run.
I love it when you think, you know, you've been watching cricket for over 60 years or something, and then suddenly you find out something new. I might even have known it at one time and forgotten it, I don't know, but that's great. I do really, I love it when you say, okay, right. Like the idea you look at bowling analyses and suddenly realise that over 100 years ago they were only bowling 5 ball overs or 4 ball overs, and you think, okay.
Anderson in, bowls a short ball, and Organ just bends down and leans back and allows that one to go through to the keeper. There's no run.
That's why scoring rates are different, or, you know, I mean, people can often say that about, I grumble on about over rates, you know, and then I say, well, look at 1891 when people bowled 300 overs in a day, and then somebody says, yeah, but they're only 4 ball overs. Oh, well, okay. Fair enough. So thank you very much, Gordon. That's really good. Good to know.
That's Gordon. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Anderson balls, it's full off stump, it's driven. Oh, we're going to get through for a tight single. The pick up and throw towards the bowler's end. Well, the throw came into the bowler's end, and there was a bit of hesitation there between Organ and Gubbins. I'm not sure if it went to the right end. I think had it come to the keeper's end, it might be been pretty tricky for Gubbins to get in, but there were people backing up, and as you say, David, there were bodies everywhere.
There were, at one point there were 5 people on the ground. There was the man that picked it up and threw it, the man who ducked underneath it, the batsman who was scrambling in, and the two guys backing up to stop it, all on the ground. Yeah, it was.
A lot happened for that addition of 1 run. Anderson bowls to Gubbins. That's defended, and there is no run.
There's a famous shot of a wartime game at Lord's where I think there was a doodle bug or something, one of those things that used to make a noise, and then when it stopped making a noise you knew it was coming for you, and there was one of them, I think, flew over Lord's at one point, and there's a famous shot of all the players on the field all on the ground in case the doodle bug was coming down. And actually I've seen it here, but not a doodle bug, obviously, because it was probably about 10 years ago.
Anderson over the wicket bowls, and Gubbins defends back towards Jimmy Anderson. There's no run.
A swarm of bees went from I think the east side of the ground across the west side of the ground, and all the players spotted this. I didn't all go down, but anybody in the line of fire went down, and they settled on the advertising boards over on the west side, and there was extraordinary. There was a beekeeper on the ground watching the cricket who came and sorted them out, took them away.
Anderson in. Gubbins leaves, but not without flirting with the ball first, and then pulling the bat away. One of those situations where it could easily have just deflected off the face of the bat through to the keeper.
Another one with more bounce and carry, I think, than he was allowing for there. His bat was well up, but it really just took off.
End of the over, 129 for 5. Kevin's going to shout at me because there's lots of emails coming through and I've only just noticed them.
He'll deal with them all tonight.
Okay. I've seen one that says points deduction from Alan, but I think that's been established that the points deduction was because of the over rate against Surrey.
That's right.
Thank you for the email.
Well, 1 point lost, yeah.
Liam Williamson sent an email which could keep us going for the rest of the match. It's about the possibility of reducing the number of championship matches. I mean, that's opening up a can of worms right there, isn't it, really?
Don't get me started, Liam. As a man who, in his first season watching county cricket, watched Hampshire Bowl play, well, I didn't watch them all, but they played 32 matches the first season I ever saw. So don't get me started.
I might leave that one for the producer of this broadcast when he comes back on air.
I don't think you should involve me in those questions. I think you can probably tell from what I've just said I think of the idea.
Well, he was asking for our thoughts on the possibility of less championship cricket.
I hate it. End of story.
We're going to see some leg spin.
We are.
It's Luke Wells into the attack, and that's Felix Organ getting a good stride in to begin with and just working the ball with his bat in front of his pad out towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run. There's a slip in place. There's a backward square leg, backward point, deep extra cover, deep square leg. Goes back this time and defends. Mid-wicket jogs up, but the keeper beats him to it. Phil Salt getting there just a little ahead of Dane Vallas, the Lancashire captain. Short extra cover, mid-off and a mid-on for Luke Wells, bowling his leg spin from the hotel end. And he's in over the wicket and bowling, and that's eased out towards Vallas. And again, there is no run.
But he's clearly got the bigger boundary on the side. Assuming he bowls mostly leg spin and not googlies, he's turning the ball away towards the bigger boundary. But on the other hand, if he drops anything around leg stump that's a bit short,
in and bowls, and Morgan going back again and just defending it.
That's a very short leg side boundary for him to defend, isn't it? If he doesn't get it right. He bowls. It looks to me, I haven't seen him bowl a lot. It looks to me as if he bowls quite flat, quite restrictively, as it were, rather than chucking the thing up. But perhaps we shall see in a few overs.
In once more and bowls, and that's scooped away into the onside by Organ. Again, there's no run.
Bit more air for that one.
Quite tall. He's a tall man, isn't he, Luke
Yeah,
Wells?
he is.
Starting at a decent height already. He has bowled quite a bit this season for Lancashire. Forward goes Organ. That's another good stride. Bat in front of his pad and defends out towards Villas at mid-wicket. And there's no run. So the end of the first over of spin for the game. Starts with the maiden, Luke Wells. 129 for 5. Chris has sent an email, subject Lancashire. Following your earlier comments, the Lancashire flag is flying. It's white with only a little red rose on it. The wind seems to have changed direction slightly, so now it's unfurled itself. So maybe it was always there,
Yeah.
but it was just kind of wrapped around the flagpole.
It looks to me now as if it's not there, and yet we know it is there. So you're quite right. The Hampshire flag is flying more,
Anderson to Gubbins, who's defending, and there's no run.
but it's also a deeper colour, so maybe that's why. Yeah. There were complaints on my blog last week about Hampshire's not flying at Canterbury. In fact, my very good friend Stephen Saunders, who lives in Canterbury but is a member of the heritage group here, took a photograph of the Hampshire flag not flying, if you get what I mean.
It's a naked flagpole.
Yeah, it was.
Anderson shuffling back in, bowls once more, and Gubbins up onto the back foot this time and defends back past Anderson, and it's scooped up at mid-off and there's no run. And Chris says that was today's bit of useless information. Well, it wasn't useless.
Oh, that's all right.
No, it was good information to have.
Yeah.
Perhaps the flag was always there.
Perfectly fine.
Thank you, Chris. There's lots of other emails, but Kevin's coming back on in a minute, so I'll leave it to him.
Oh, he is.
Anderson in and bowling, and forward goes Gubbins looking to try and drive. And doesn't time it, the ball just squirts back off the kind of inner half of the bat, gathered by Jimmy Anderson off his own bowling. And there is no run. 129 for 5. Anderson into his 12th over, 2 for 23. Anderson and Bailey got the whole thing going for Lancashire. Then Hassan Ali's fiery spell when he replaced Anderson from the pavilion end this morning. This is dropped away into mid-wicket by Gubbins. Pick up and throws a direct hit. And then the ball ricochets off the stumps. And they get through for a little cheeky single in the end. A deflection off the stumps. And Owen score to move on to 130 for 5. Takes Gubbins on to 54. Anderson's got 2 balls left of this over. The 49th of the Hampshire first innings. 2 slips and a gully. Point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. Anderson in and bowling. It's short. It's quite fiery, that, to Organ, and well directed. It has him down on one knee and just leaning back, allowing that ball to pass at a good pace into the gloves of Phil Salt. He's using Anderson in these shorter spells so far, as you would probably expect. Imagine him bowling kind of long, lengthy spells. 4 frontline seamers that Dame Velas has got. Another short ball again, and this one's slightly easier to get underneath and taken by Salt. And that completes the over. 130 for 5, Gubbins 54, Organ on 41. And Kevin's back alongside me.
Thank you, Scott. He's going to disappear for a couple of minutes. Tim Rogers, who's tweeted at Solent Sports, says the change to add no balls and wides against bowlers figures occurred in 1983. Thank you very much, Tim. Sorry, Dave?
Just in time for you.
Just in time for me, yes. No, I'd been playing for a couple of years by then, which nobody would have noticed or even cares, really. 90-run partnership between these two, and they are getting Hampshire slowly and surely back in this game. Still much to do, but at 40 for 5, they were virtually out of it before the game had even got started. So this is much needed. And as I say, this partnership needs to keep going for a while yet. Gubbins is going to face Luke Wells. He plays that late, opens the face of the bat, goes down towards third man, and they pick up a single. Luke Wells with his leg breaks, playing his 157th first-class match today. Of course, most of those with Sussex. Don Starr at Solent Sports says, do get me started on the number of games. I think I'll put you in touch with Dave privately, Don. That's turned away on the leg side for a single. And it's 132 for 5. Very important that all the views are aired. OK, Don, yeah, we know. Ridiculous that the authorities are considering only 10 4-day games discussed. Well, yeah, that's what we hear. When you say authorities, you're probably saying Rob Key. Because he basically has a free rein. I did hear something, I don't know if it's true, that's pushed out square on the offside. If you were listening, probably more as a Hampshire fan, to the last week's game at Kent, where of course Rob Key used to play. One or two people down there seem to think that they know Rob Key is a fan of splitting the top division into 2 groups of 6. Sort of a north-south that's pushed out into the covers by Gubbins, and the top 2 play for the championship title at the end of the year, or Bob Willis Trophy, or whatever you want to call it. And then there's a bottom 6, and the bottom 2 teams go into the bottom 6, and the top 2 teams go up. I think they seem to think that that might be what Rob Key's looking for. On the back foot there, Gubbins steers that out to point. They were thinking about a single. Luke Wood, the substitute fielder, fielding there, went to his left hand, so probably a good decision not to run on that one. Don's tweeting profusely here, Don Stone. Another one here, as forward is Gubbins, that goes out square on the offside. Accurate stuff from Luke Wells, 2 overs, none for 2. He also says the live stream is brilliant, just discovered how to do it on my main TV. Now we need a highlight show on mainstream telly. Don't get me started on that. Welcome back, Scotty.
Thank you, mate.
I got an email here.
Okay.
Solentcricket@gmail.com from Grant Skinner. It's Grant Skinner here from Pukekohe in Auckland. Do you like the way I said that?
Very impressive, that.
Thank you very much. Yep. That comes from having spent a bit of time out there. Pukekohe. Nice spot. Listening on the BBC Sport app. Commentary awesome. Keep up the good work, guys. Also listen to other county games as well. You sport that with the last line there, but hey, he's obviously a county cricket fan rather than a Hampshire or Lancashire fan.
That's okay, isn't it? No, you're not having that.
Yeah, I suppose. As long as they're listening, I suppose. Watching.
It's the main thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Here's James Anderson then from the pavilion end. He's impressive. As always, all that's hoiked up in the air, that's going to be out. Oh, short delivery, and Organ tried to pull that around on the leg side, got in all sorts of bother, got a bit big on him, and he just looped it up to leg slip. And a simple catch, and he's gone for 42, and that ends that partnership.
Rob Jones with the catch. They've just put that man in there, haven't they? At kind of leg gully position. I mean, Anderson bowled quite a bit of short stuff to Felix Organ in the last over or 2, and he's got him ducking and dodging out the way of different ones. That one was directed at the body, but the way he played it did look slightly awkward, didn't it? And just looped up at a pretty comfortable pace for Jones to take the catch, and he was positioned there for something similar to that, and it breaks a partnership which in the context of this first innings so far has at least helped Hampshire piece something back together again, because these two came together with the score at just 40. They were 40 for 5, and they've managed to edge it up to 132. So he's played his part in a partnership which was starting probably just to frustrate Lancashire a little bit, but it's a slightly awkward looking dismissal, really. Yeah,
it was. It's a bit of a shame, really, because Organ had played very nicely up until then. 92 runs those two had put on, very, very valuable runs. I said it was getting Hampshire back into the game. I mean, that is a blow, no doubt about that. But yeah, you're right. Jimmy Anderson starting to target Organ with the short deliveries. Clearly saw something there, and probably not for the first time Jimmy Anderson working out a plan and how to get rid of a batter, and it's worked once more.
He played some of the previous short stuff pretty well, hadn't he? Kind of got out the way of it, but that was directed right at the body, wasn't it? But he just shoveled it up to Jones at leg gully. Clearly a plan that Anderson had put together. Bowled a bit of short stuff to Felix Organ.
3 for 24 now, Jimmy Anderson. Miserly, still taking wickets. I suppose he might be, well, I wouldn't even say he's slightly down on pace since the last time I saw him. I don't think there's been a lot of difference, but he's still a potent force, isn't he? And big debates, of course, as to whether he should or shouldn't have been left out of the Test series in the West Indies, himself and Stuart Broad. But here, he's looked just as impressive as we all knew that he would be. It's Keith Barker, the new batter, so it's 2 left-handers out there now. 3 slips and a gully for the Hampshire all-rounder outside the off-stump. That's angled across Barker, and he leaves that alone. Good lead.
Well, according to the BBC Sport website and app, the main sports story is Ben Stokes' confirmation that he's now the New England Test captain. And England's new Test captain, Ben Stokes, wants pace bowlers James Anderson and Stuart Broad to return to the team, says managing director Rob Key.
Wow, there we are.
Won't be a huge surprise.
No. That's an interesting article, isn't it? Here's Anderson then. I wonder if he's seen that one. Probably already knows. It's pushed to mid-wicket. I wonder if the word has got out to him.
Well, this made the whole thing just so bizarre, didn't it? Because, well, to leave them out for the tour of the West Indies, because they were going to play this summer. It's not like they weren't going to play this summer.
It's crazy, isn't it? In, out. And of course, they both didn't even play the first test in the Ashes.
Yeah.
So by the time they were sort of in the side, it was already, the momentum was already lost. Oh, that's a good ball that's gone away from Barker, and he's poking at that one down the wrong line.
This is Rob Key speaking to Dan Rowan, the BBC sports editor. And Key said, one of the first things Ben Stokes said was, Jimmy and Brodie are coming back, and I agree.
Yeah. Well, there you are. Maybe Lancashire fans have mixed views. But as you say, probably expected to come back anyway, really. Here he is then. Comes in and bowls, and that's a thick outside edge, which goes to backward of point. I suppose he better watch it now, how much he bowls, and save himself for the summer test series. New Zealand, is it New Zealand, South Africa, isn't it? I think the first one's New Zealand next month, isn't it?
New Zealand, South Africa and India this summer.
Oh, they're playing the extra test, aren't they, India? The one that they didn't complete.
And the first test match is on the 2nd of June against New Zealand.
Okay. Bit of time until then as Anderson comes in and bowls to Barker. Barker gets one, it comes back into him, he plays it back to the bowler. And that is the end of the over. 3 for 24 from 13 overs for Jimmy Anderson. Paul Griffiths has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com on the subject of Verwood again. We're back to Verwood, that I thought was in the New Forest, but apparently was close to the border of New Forest. It's actually in East Dorset, and apparently the cricket club had a trip to Abergavenny recently. We're back to Verwood. Verwood has never been in Hampshire, always Dorset. I think Dave might have suggested, or somebody might have suggested, that when the county boundaries moved, but it didn't affect Verwood. Best wishes, says Paul, in Highcliffe, now Dorset, formerly of Hampshire. Right, okay. I think they're roughly in the sort of same areas, although somebody will pull me up on that as well.
Luke Wells to continue from the hotel end. And he bowls to Gubbins. He's on the front foot, playing away into the offside for no run. He's 55 not out. Hampshire 132 for 6. With Keith Barker leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. One slip in place. And Wells comes over the wicket. And Gubbins going back. He's beaten. And then the bails are flicked off by Phil Salt. And then there's one almighty yelp towards the square leg umpire from Phil Salt. I presume for the stumping, he took the catch, and then he kind of just waited with the ball in his gloves for a second, and maybe he thought that Gubbins had just strayed from his crease. He then clips the bails off, but it's all very loud for no outcome. Forward goes Gubbins, and defends this delivery from Wells into the offside for no run. There's 2 men out in the deep for Lancashire. There's deep backward square leg and a deep extra cover. Extra cover mid wicket, mid on and mid off. It's left alone by Gubbins. Taken by Salt. Anderson there at first slip, applauding, encouraging Wells, who's bouncing his way back in off half a dozen steps or so, a little bit flatter, touch quicker maybe, and driven away by Gubbins and stopped by the Lancashire captain Dane Villas, and there's no run.
He's bowled quite tidily here, isn't he, Luke Wells?
Into his 3rd over, in fact 1 ball left of it, gone for just a couple of runs so far. Gubbins again on that front foot and pushing out defensively into the offside for no run. End of the over. 132 for 6, Hampshire. maiden for Luke Wells. 3 overs, 2 maidens for 2. Lancashire's leg spinner. He's bowling in combination with Jimmy Anderson. He's about to start his 14th over of the day.
Got an answer on the synonym, is that the right story? That was about extras and gubbins earlier from a tweet. Joe on the ground said, bits and pieces are often referred to as gubbins. As Anderson bowls, it's turned on the leg side by Keith Barker. As extras are made up of several different things, I guess that was the synonym story. As in, do you have all the gubbins to do that?
Yeah, I've heard that kind of phrase.
Have you?
Yeah,
I've learned something new there, so thank you very much, Joe. Always get an answer somewhere along the line, don't we?
There is, yeah. Even to the most random of questions.
That was very random, wasn't it? Here's Anderson running in quite well here, as that's pushed up to extra cover by Barker. Tom Eop has emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. It says, afternoon, great chat from you guys as always. Lancashire bowled very well, but this pitch doesn't seem to require much other than hitting the right areas to cause a lot of issues. With England's test batting struggling, it doesn't help that the championship is forced to play on very bowler-friendly pitches. Well, you wouldn't have said that. Both these teams have played at Canterbury. You wouldn't have said that they were bowler-friendly, I can assure you. And looking at the first round of fixtures, apart from here, there look to be some very flat wickets. He's wrapped on the pad there, Barker, but that's going down the leg side. At the start of the summer or the spring, says Tom. Good luck to Ben Stokes. I fear he may need it. That's the second email that said he's going to need a lot of luck with the current format of the county championship. And Tom is on the Hailing Island. So, yeah, that's an interesting article. Just to go back to straight away, Ben Stokes says, I want Anderson and Broad. That's very interesting. That's full, and that's worked to backward a point, but no run there.
Because wasn't it effectively Andrew Strauss's decision? He was kind of interim MD, interim chief selector, who said, we need to look to the future or look elsewhere. I mean, it's a brave call for someone in an interim position to make.
I thought if you were interim, you didn't really sort of rock the boat. You just kept things going the way they were, not come in and make a massive one. Driven up to mid-off by Barker. That was a full delivery there from Anderson. Yeah, you're right.
I guess as soon as you do that, whoever then becomes captain and head coach, the very first questions are going to be asked. They're going to be about the two guys that the interim person didn't include.
Yeah. It kind of looks silly now in isolation, doesn't it, really, that decision? Now Ben Stokes has said, I want them back. Length ball, which Barker pushes back to the bowl at end of another Jimmy Anderson over. 14 overs, 3 for 24, Hampshire, 132 for 6. So another email here from Nicholas Moriopoulos, or Moriopoulos. I hope I've got that right. Sorry, Nicholas, if I haven't. suncricket@gmail.com. Working from home and enjoying the commentary from a cold and crisp Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. As a new fan of the sport, it's been a pleasure discovering county cricket this season through the various local stations. Many thanks for the entertainment, says Nicholas.
Fantastic. I wonder what made Nicholas get into cricket.
I don't know. Not the Canadian national team, I shouldn't think. I don't know. Maybe.
Wells in and bowling and driven away through the offside for 1 run. Gubbins moves to 56, score to 133 for 6.
Mark Green has emailed, Lancashire fan born in Preston, now living in Malta. Join the commentary. I do have a soft spot though for Hampshire after how they helped Lancashire win the title in 2011. Oh, here we go. Regards, says Mark Green.
Wells into Barker, who's smothering away. The ball bounces out into the offside, no run.
Was that the game at Liverpool as well? Yes, it was, when left arm spinner got all the wickets.
Kerrigan.
Yeah.
It was the reverse of what happened last season. It was Hampshire in the final game for Lancashire last season As Wells bowls, that's swatted up towards mid-on by Barker for no run. And the game prior to that was Somerset, and the year that they won it, it was the reverse of that. It was Hampshire penultimate game and Somerset final game. So a lot of Lancashire fans felt that it was all falling into place last year for them. That kind of almost a mirror image of a decade ago. Barker with plenty of bottom hand trying to force the ball away through the onside. That's a good stop at mid-wicket by Rob Jones, and there's no run.
Because 2011 was the year you played a lot of games at Liverpool, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think 6 matches at Liverpool, I think. Barker, that's driven down towards deep backward point, and that's 4. Nice shot from Barker. There is Danny Lamb on that cover boundary. It's the shorter of the boundaries, considerably shorter of the boundaries here. And he put the dive in, almost got to it, but forced away by Barker for 4. His first runs, yeah, he's off the mark with that. 1-3, 7 for 6. With 2 balls left of the over. Been sent down by Luke Wells. In over the wicket to Barker. That's hit firm. That was thumped by Barker with plenty of meaning behind it. But a good stop by Wells off his own bowling. Actually, it was the final ball of the over.
Yeah.
So 1-3, 7 for 6. Gubbins 56 and Barker on 4.
Yeah, I think a lot of people felt you guys won the title because you played a lot of games at Liverpool. Because it's a result pitch, isn't it, basically?
Yeah.
So it may just have helped you guys a bit.
I don't think it hindered the quest to win their first title for 70 years or whatever it was.
That's a more diplomatic
Yeah.
way of putting it, yeah.
Well, winning games at Old Trafford, winning 4-day matches at Old Trafford is quite tricky.
Even with your bowling attack.
Even with it. They only just beat Gloucestershire last week with that attack that they had.
Yeah.
Takes some doing, doesn't it? Taking 20 wickets there.
Well, you only just beat Gloucestershire by an innings of 57.
Well, and the scoreline suggests, obviously, that it's an absolute pasting, but the game itself,
it was a close innings. It was, 57.
Yeah. It went down to the final session on the final day.
Ali's back into the attack with his right arm seamers, and that's pushed into the vacant leg side area by Gubbins, who moves on to 57. I mean, there's an innings and 57 victories and innings and 57. That was a close one.
I reckon the draw on the 4th and final day was the favourite. Certainly mid-afternoon, the draw, I think, was probably the favourite result.
Sure. 137 for 6 then. Hampshire were at one stage, just to remind you, 40 for 5 after 70 minutes or 65 minutes of play this morning. So it is a massive recovery, but they were in a real dire state at one stage. Here's Ali bowls to Barker, flicks that away. He's found the gap on the leg side. That's 4. Just behind square to the short boundary side. 2 straight there from Ali. Hampshire move on to 142 for 6 and Barker on to 8. Ian Noble has emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com on the subject of John Connolly. Talking earlier, was it ex-Burnley footballer?
Yep.
He says, as someone who watched Burnley during his time with the club, JC was very particular that his name was pronounced
Connelly.
Connelly,
yeah.
And not Connolly. Apologies, Ian, if we got that slightly wrong. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone. And Ian's done well. He's actually given us his address in both Sheffield and in Nice. He's also given us his UK landline number, his UK mobile number, and his France mobile number. Wow. Yeah. Obviously not going into hiding.
John Connelly used to own a chippy when he retired from playing football. He owned a fish and chip shop.
All right.
But I think it's still going. The name of it's still Connelly.
Is it? Is it? All right, okay. Ali bowls outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Should we look that up?
He played in the era where once you retire from professional football, you weren't made for life. You had to actually find another job, and he opened a chippy.
Right. I think most of them used to do pubs, didn't they? Or some of them used to do pubs, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, John Connelly. Connelly's Place is what it was called.
Oh, hang on. Is it Briarfield?
That's the one. Yeah.
Oh, right. I'm on TripAdvisor here. So, other review sites available, of course. That's a short ball, and that's a good one as well.
So you got a 5-star review.
Right, well, let's have a look. There's 14 reviews, I think there is. So the last one is January.
Right.
Checked on the. Should I read this before?
Yeah, probably
I should look at it
advisable,
before
yeah.
Mind you, it's public. Actually, this one's only a 1-star review, so
right.
I'll need to read this first. Here comes Sonali from the pavilion end. And Barker leaves that alone. That looks quite close to the off stump because Phil Salt again is moving smartly to his right. Actually, the first two reviews, one's 1 and one's 5-star, so there's obviously different views of how Connelly's should be. Checked on the net that Connelly's, or Connolly, this says Connelly's, was open. Struggled to get there as I've had hip surgeries. Had to grit my teeth and walk. Not sure that's a reason to give it a 1-star review. I got there and it was closed.
That's just poor preparation, isn't it?
That's what I was going to say. A long and painful walk home. I can't believe that somebody's
you can't give that a 1-star review for that.
I know, I agree. They haven't even made it to the shop.
Giving it a 1-star review because they didn't check if it was open or not.
This one below it says, so fresh and tasty.
Oh, lovely.
There we go.
Luke Wells in and bowling. And Gubbins playing off the back foot and pushing it away into the offside for no run.
The staff is they think is a mum and son team, which I guess it probably might be now. Anyway, the fish is just okay, according to another review.
Wells tosses this next ball up to Gubbins, who drives to mid-off, and there's no run.
Waited 20 minutes to get served, according to another one. Chips were okay, this one.
Wells in, squirted out through extra cover by Gubbins for a single.
£8 for 2 cold. Oh, £8 for 2 fish and chips. God, 2 for £8? You're lucky if you get 1 down here. Gosh,
It's a bargain, that, isn't it?
that is a bargain.
Yeah. Good value for money. Just check if it's open or not.
Yeah, it sounds like the times that are published probably don't match up.
I don't think it's anything to do with the Connelly family now. That I think they've just kept the name of it.
Right.
I don't think it's been passed down through the generations. I could be wrong, but I don't think it has. Wells to Barker. It's off the front foot and driven away into the offside for no run. The problem with this conversation is that now all I can think about is having fish and chips.
I know. Not good, is it?
Not really, no.
Are you going to have some while you're over here?
But it's not £8. Not in this hotel. Wells down on one knee trying to paddle it around the corner. Sorry. Gets through for a single. There's Barker to Wells. Just get a little bit of bat on that. Just flick around the corner. So Barker moves on to 9. Score moves on to 144 for 6. What's Wells into now? His 5th over. 1 ball left of it. Gubbins on strike. The slip in place. Wells into Gubbins. That's nicely driven. But finds a Lancashire captain. Short extra cover. And there's no run. End of the over. 144 for 6.
Gordon Schoen has emailed from Northampton, solentcricket@gmail.com. On the subject of Todd Morden again. Peter Lever, Lancashire and England bowler, was from Todd Morden.
Okay.
Didn't know that.
No, I didn't.
The fact that the historic county boundary passed through the cricket field, which was mentioned earlier, was why their badge included both red and white roses. Thank you very much, Gordon. Good info.
Did we establish if the ends were the Yorkshire end and the Lancashire end?
No, we didn't, did we? No. It's somebody who's played there or knows the club. Excuse me.
That's all right. You have a sneeze.
Ugh. If somebody knows what the ends are called, that would be great to let us know. At Solent Sport, solentcricket@gmail.com. Hassan Ali bowls outside the stump, left alone, or your Twitter is
At BBC Lancs Cricket.
at BBC Lancs Cricket. So let us know. Actually, John Critton has emailed about Todd Morden again, about the boundary. There used to be a tree there called the boundary tree on the playing area, but it was chopped down about 150 years ago. Okay. We want to know what the ends are called, don't we? Just in case one's called the Lancashire end and not Hampshire, Lancashire or Yorkshire end. It's left alone again outside the off stump. Keith Barker remains on 9. So just that one wicket that's fallen since lunch. Felix Organ got bounced out by Jimmy Anderson, then he got cramped trying to pull it away on the leg side, and the ball just looped up to Rod Jones, who'd just been put there at leg slip for exactly that. And Felix Organ was out for 42, but he shared a 92-run stand for the 5th wicket with Nick Gubbins, who's still there at the non-striker's end on 58. It's a short ball from Ali this time that Barker ducks well underneath. Scott Reed has got to disappear. Dave Allen will come back. Scott Reed will be back a little bit later. Got an email here from Andrew Beattie, who's emailing from South Brittany in France. I'm trying to work out how to pronounce where he actually is in South Brittany. Moerland-sur-Mer. Hopefully I've got that right. It's testing me out a little bit as Ali Bowles gets wrapped on the pad. I think there may have been an inside edge on that one as he was trying to flick that away through mid-wicket. Not out, says the umpire at the far end. Andrew says, another cricket supporter watching from abroad, but not as far away as some of your watchers, but keep up the excellent work. But it's nice. It's nice the fact that people are tuning in, whether on the stream or on the BBC online website. Either way, it's nice to have you aboard. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, is back in alongside me for the next 25 minutes or so as Ali bowls. It's on the line of leg stump, and that's flicked away down to fine leg, and Barker moves into double figures, and it's 145 for 6.
Probably about till tea. We've got 7 overs after the next couple of balls.
Yeah.
I'm thinking I better take Scott home with me tonight, actually, because
right.
well, I live 100 yards from the fish market on Portsmouth Harbour, you see, so we can pop in the pub and have fresh fish and chips.
Ooh.
But it won't be £8 for 2, I tell you.
That's pushed off the front foot into the covers by Nick Gubbins. End of Ali's over. He has 11 overs now, 2 for 20. Hampshire 145 for 6. Can I just do another shout out on behalf of Hampshire? I mentioned earlier about the online auction that's currently live for former off-spinner Sean Udall, who was diagnosed with Parkinson's 2 or 3 years ago. There is a fundraising dinner for him tomorrow night. Jimmy Anderson is the headline guest, I guess. But if you want to contribute or help Sean in any way, and you're not going to that dinner tomorrow night, the online auction, just go to ageasbowl.com/UDAL, and you can have a look at the lots. There's some very good lots there. And one thing I haven't mentioned, whilst I'm doing some notes, there's a reverse sweep there from Barker. Has to be a little careful, it doesn't hit the bat. Very nearly went back on the stumps as well. With the Vitality Blast competition now less than a month away, of course all the teams looking forward to getting their T20 campaigns underway. This week the Hampshire Hawks unveiled their new Vitality Blast kit for this season, as that's played back to Wells by Barker. And if you would like to get hold of a shirt, Hampshire shirt, then you can view what's on offer on the free Hampshire Cricket App. That's free to download, by the way. You can watch the live coverage on that as well, as that's pushed out towards extra cover. And you can go to, on the app, at store.ageasbowl.com. So you can have a look at the Hampshire's new T20 kit for this year, and if you feel so inclined, you can get yourself one as well. That's driven up to mid-off. It's quite deep, but Barker doesn't accept the run. That's Josh Bohannon, who's I reckon if you go straight away you're pretty close to running, but Barker perhaps feels that he wasn't in a position to take off quickly. Here's Wells again, bowled very accurately with his leg spin. There's a little deft sweep shot there from Barker, just helped it down towards fine leg. For 6.
I noticed a little gesture in the last over from Gubbins to Barker, suggesting that one ball from Wells had gone leg to off, and we need to remember that both these batters are left-handers. So I'm guessing that was a googly. I'm not clever enough to read it, certainly at this distance.
No, that's another accurate delivery, which Gubbins plays out on the offside. I think you're probably right. I mean, there's no turn as such. The umpire's having a look at Luke Wells' follow through there, which is interesting. So early on in the game. I mean, batters do tend to do that if it's something out of the ordinary, don't they?
Yeah.
So obviously he's looking to turn it into the left hand, as you say. That yeah, if one does something slightly different, then that's when the batters will just do those sort of signs from a long way away, just to say it's worth making note of. But there's no real turn for him. I think it's worth stressing that. That's for sure. I have loads of emails here, which I will work my way through. I promise, and thank you for them, because we absolutely love them, and it does tend to happen that we get quite a few when these two teams meet. I'll come to that in a moment. I'm going to do a very quick 30-second update outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Keith Barker. Well, Hampshire are 146 for 6 now in their first innings, having won the toss this morning, elected to bat first. It didn't look a great decision when Hampshire, after 65 minutes of play, were 40 for 5. Jimmy Anderson, the England bowler, picked up 2 of those, and Hassan Ali, the Pakistan seamer, also picked up 2. But there has been a fight back for Hampshire, although Felix Organ is the 1 wicket to have fallen since lunch. He was bounced out by Anderson. In fact, we've seen another wicket now. Keith Barker's just chipped Hassan Ali up to mid-off. So Hampshire now are 146 for 7 here. Organ has gone for 42 since lunch. Now Barker's gone for 11. Hampshire back in trouble.
Thank you very much indeed. His voice is going a bit, isn't it?
I wonder if that stopped on him slightly.
Might just have done, Dave.
Might have stopped on him in Luke Wells' follow-through.
Yes.
But, it just, either that or he was trying too quickly to turn it away and got a leading edge.
I think it was probably more that, Dave. I think.
Yeah, probably.
I think you're right. So, that was again a soft dismissal, really. The two dismissals this afternoon have both been quite soft, haven't they?
Yeah, they have.
And a bit disappointing from a Hampshire point of view. But Hassan Ali has picked up his 3rd wicket of the Hampshire innings. He's been a good signing, hasn't he, for Lancashire, Ali?
The only thing to say is that with Fuller coming in at 9, there's not much of a tail in the Hampshire side. Abbott at 10 has often been a very useful batter and has often scored 400 plus runs in a season. Now the only thing one has to say against that is that he's yet to score a run this season. He's had 3 innings and got 0, 0 and 0. Yeah. But it'll have to come right at some point. But Fuller's a perfectly capable batter. I think could probably bat at 7 in some county sides. So somebody needs to hang around with Gubbins for a bit, really. 1, 4, 6 or 7's not quite enough, I think.
No, I think you're right.
It's a bit brighter. We've been talking about how still and static the weather is. There's a bit of a shine on the very shapely roof of the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion now, which is of a soft material, a bit like parts of Lord's. There's a bit of a shine on that, which we can't actually see the sun, but there's a general brightness that wasn't here an hour or 2 ago.
Yeah, it does feel a bit brighter, doesn't it? You're right, but oh dear, Hampshire making a recovery. 40 for 5, 132 for 5. Now they're 146 for 7, and getting back into trouble here as Fuller gets a length ball. That's pushed out on the offside. I've got an email here from Mumbai, and this one comes from Tony Wright, who's in Mumbai. He says, "Dear team, what an excellent commentary, bringing the English county cricket scene alive for county cricket fans in India. I am hoping you can give my COVID-ridden Hampshire fan, Matt Harry, a shout-out and a get-well message." Of course, happy to do that. Short, and it's pulled away by Fuller through mid-wicket, and that's a good shot. And that is going for 4 to the long boundary side. And, well, that's a benefit of having a proper all-rounder coming in at number 9. Whether James Fuller can stick around long enough with Nick Gubbins to make a real difference, we'll have to wait and see. Hampshire 150 coming up, and that's come up in the 59th over. Right, okay, yes, get well message, of course, to Matt Harry. We are ardent cricket fans, social cricketers, living here in Mumbai. Harry is a Hampshire fan and myself a Lancashire lad. Both are active members of the Malabar Pirates Cricket Club, Mumbai's premier social cricket team. Here's Hassan Ali, bowls, and Fuller works that. It's up towards mid-on and it's half stopped, but that may not be enough to stop it going over the rope. Consecutive boundaries here for James Fuller.
He doesn't hang about, does he? His bowling is often similar to that. He takes wickets at regular pace, but often go for 8 and over as well. It's quite funny, really. Everything happens when Fuller's in.
Game moves forward, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So this is Mumbai's premier social cricket team. We were due to be heading to Goa this weekend, lovely spot Goa, to take on teams from Hyderabad and Delhi in an end-of-season tri-series. As Hassan Ali comes in again and bowls to Fuller, length ball, Fuller edges, and it's gone past the diving second slip, and that's 4. 3 fours in a row, 2 very good shots, and 1 iffy to finish that over, and it's spoilt Hassan Ali's figures a fraction, but not much. 3 for 32 he has off 12. Fuller has 12 off 4 deliveries.
Strike rate of 300.
Yeah, 158 for 7, incredible. In an end-of-season tri-series for the inaugural Tim Cadler Cup. Unfortunately, Harry, this season's Pirates Bowler of the Year, won't be able to travel due to his COVID. So the rest of the boys and girls on the team will be working extra hard in the 35-degree heat to bring the trophy home for him. If you could give him and the club a special mention, it would make his day. Do please take a look at our Instagram account. That's at Malabar. And that's all A's, MALABAR, _Pirates, _Cricket, _Club, to see what we have been up to this season. All the best. Thank you very much. As new over from Wells, and that's worked through mid-wicket by Nick Gubbins. The ball might just have enough pace to take it over the rope. It does. And Gubbins has caught Fuller's zest for batting, I suppose you could put it.
I suppose this must be a bit like watching the 100, but rather more exciting.
So what have we had? We've had 4
fours in
4 balls.
4 balls, yeah. Fuller took 1 ball to play himself in, and then 4, 4, 4, 4.
Incredible. 162 for 7. I suppose it's not a bad thing, really. As Gubbins pushing forward, goes out towards extra cover. Stephen Swinburne has emailed soncricket@gmail.com. I say they're coming in thick and fast here at the moment, but we're loving it. We're enjoying the different subjects and the expanding of other topics. It's another length ball played back to the bowler. Stephen says, on the subject of Todd Morden again, with a merging of different libraries, Todd Morden is right now establishing a centre for folklore, myth and magic.
Oh, now that sounds exciting. Yeah. I like that.
It's on the line of leg stump, and it's played back to the bowler by Gubbins. But one thing Todd Morden is famous for, apart from its high level of UFO sightings, is that their local GP was one Dr. Harold Shipman.
Oh my God! We don't want to go there.
No. We'll leave that one right there.
That's scary.
As that's pushed towards extra cover. But thank you.
That story about the shared boundary, it applies equally to the very, very, very famous cricket pub, the Bat and Ball at Hambledon.
Here's Wells again. He's on the back foot there and crashes that through extra cover. There is a man deep, so it's just a single to the short boundary side. Gubbins moves on to 63, 163 for 7. And
in fact, I've yet to bend the ears of Lancashire fans about the fact that this year is the 250th anniversary of the match that's now recognised, the first ever first-class match in the history of cricket, which was played on Broadhalfpenny Down, Hambledon, in 1772 between Hampshire and England. It's been commemorated in all kinds of ways, and you can find out all about that on the website. But in the pub that was run in those days by, it was then called the Hut, run by Richard Nyren, the great figure of Hambledon cricket. And it's now called the bat and ball, and very famous. But if you're in the pub, there is a dotted line that goes across the old bar, which divides the two areas of Hambledon and Clanfield inside the pub.
Oh,
They're
right.
not both in Hambledon. Part of it's in Clanfield.
Okay. George Balderson is taking over from Hassan Ali at the pavilion end. He's round the wicket, and Gubbins pushes that up towards mid-off. Okay.
And there's lots and lots of celebrations going on about that in late June, really, to commemorate that first ever match, Hampshire versus England, on Broad Halfpenny Down, 1772. If you've got a copy of Wisden, there is a page about it in there.
Okay. Balderson, right arm round, turned away by Gubbins on the leg side for that single. Moves on to 64, 164 for 7. I think the celebration started on New Year's Day, didn't they? They had a game on the ground there, didn't they?
Absolutely did, at midday, and good fun it was. It was Broad Halfpenny Brigands, who play there regularly these days, against another side, the name of which just at the minute escapes me. I apologise. I think later on today I might come back to that and just give people a kind of website link so they can look it all up.
Good idea. Over the wicket and off the back foot there, Fuller strokes that through the gap through extra cover, and that has been saved just. They're still going to run 3, which is a great effort to the short boundary side. And Fuller just showing the strength he has when he plays through the ball. He's quickly on to 15 from just 5. 167 for 7. Going back to the synonyms debate we had. Gubbins originates in the language of cooking. Its ancestry includes words meaning paring, portion, and gobbet meaning a morsel. Now that definition was sent in to me, as that's left alone outside off stump by Nick Gubbins, by Chris Unwin, who says Scott will know Gubbins, often a roast dinner described as coming with Gubbins as an alternative to trimmings. Yeah, he's just nodded. In the back of the commentary area here. Andrew Beattie, who's in South Brittany. Yes, we read your email out earlier. He's just emailed again just to make sure that I did read it out, which I did. That's turned away by Gubbins again on the leg side. 168 for 7, and Gubbins on to 65.
Actually, I said I'll do it later, but I've done it now. If you're interested in all of that fascinating history, actually, have a look at Broad Halfpenny Down. It's one word, and it is literally spelt Broad Half Penny, as in money. It's 2 words, of course. Broad Halfpenny and then Down, the cradle of cricket. Broadhalfpennydown.com.
Here's Balderson. That's driven by Fuller up towards mid-off. No ball. Signalled by the umpire and my 2 fellow co-commentators at the same time. Very keen that was mentioned. Yes, no, that's an important year for them, and good luck to them.
Yeah, it's a fascinating story, all that.
It is one which you love, Dave. I know.
Which
you've mentioned it before.
Yeah.
Here's Balderson again, and Fuller's on the back foot. Stay in the gap once more, but he's hit it harder, and that is 4 runs. When he plays like this, he makes it look very easy. And he moves on to 19 now, 174 for 7. Timothy Hyam has emailed sonatcricket@gmail.com. We're back to Todd Morden again. Think you will find that current Lancashire head coach Glenn Chappell comes from there.
Right.
No, Scotty's shaking his head.
No.
And Faf du Plessis played there prior to Lancashire. Check it out via Scotty. I just have, Timothy, and he seems to disagree. Keep up the good work, says Tim.
I sat with a couple of guys at Ageas, that famous end of the season last season, including Tigger Miles, our statistician, and Richard Griffiths, who's one of the heritage guys. And we sat next to Glenn's parents.
Okay.
Got chatting with him a bit. He would be here, would he, today?
Yes, I've seen him. Skipton, he was born. Glen Chappell. Thank you very much, Scotty.
Right. Maybe played
Skipton,
at
that's
Tottenham.
in Yorkshire, isn't it? Yeah. There you go. Now, his Wells again with his leg spin, and there's a slight in-to-out shot there as it goes in the gap on the offside. Gubbins moves on to 66. Very, very valuable runs. And Hampshire on to 175 184-7. We have just under 3 overs left until the tea break, so we're doing a little bit of overtime, but it's not too bad. Let me try and get through a few more emails. Peter Allen, under Singapore Cricket Club heading, did anyone play against them? I've no idea. In 1970, I played for the Far East Fleet at their ground and at home at HMS Terror. Didn't know there was such a place. Me opening bowler with 10 officers. Says Peter. HMS Terror, I've never read that. There's a lovely drive down the ground by Fuller. In fact, that's more of a back foot pump.
Well, I was getting worried because his run rate had gone down from 300 to 271, but that's better because he's back up to 287 now.
That's right. It's good. Actually, it's a front foot pump. Sorry, apologies. For those of you watching on the stream, you're thinking, what's that Kenny James talking about? Most people do say that, but for different reasons.
I wonder in this situation if Fuller comes in with that as an instruction. They know how he plays. Do they say? I mean, they don't say to him, go out there and go bonkers, of course, because Gubbins needs support. But or do they just say, use your common sense?
Well, yes.
Probably that.
I think it's more that, Dave, than anything. As Wells comes in again, it's on the back foot, just gets an inside edge onto his pad as it goes out on the offside. Julian Dean has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com on the subject of no balls and wides to bowlers' averages. Dave, I know that's something you've been talking about on and off throughout the time today. Well, I think the rules for counting no balls and wides against the bowler statistics were changed in the mid-80s. That's right, somebody said earlier, 1983.
Because I said
flighted. Just
in time for you, but I meant when you came to Hampshire, because you played for Middlesex for a few years before that.
85 I came here. Given how cricket statisticians get so wound up about things, surely there is a need to adjust all pre-1980s bowling stats to be consistent. Well, that's another argument, hang on. Clearly this makes more sense than the Bob Willis Trophy not counting as part of a Players' County Championship stats, says Julian. Dave.
Well, I think the danger there is that was also 1980. Around then was also the time when we stopped covering pitches. So would you adjust it for that? You wouldn't, would you? I mean, obviously you wouldn't.
Well, again, that's pulled away by Fuller, but there is a man at deep mid wicket. Fuller moves on to 24. That's off just 12 deliveries, 180 for 7.
You know, would you adjust averages to allow for second and first division? You know, should we ask a real statistician, not a numbers person, but a real statistician to work out some kind of loading and so on? And the answer in the end, it seems to me, is it just gets too complicated, and I think it's better to be left alone. What about years when we had limits on the first innings? You know, you could only bat for 100 or 120 overs, and so people might be, you know, why didn't Barry Richards ever make 300 for Hampshire? Well, he never played. He always played on uncovered pitches. He never played a 4-day match, and so on and so on. You know, and some of the pitches that have been played on, say, 10 years ago, or even in the early 90s. You remember those years in the early 90s when Jimmy Cook would get
to Fuller on the back foot, steers out into the cover. Sorry, Dave.
It's all right. No, that was my fault. Jimmy Cook was getting thousands of runs every year, an average of about 95. You know, and so do you make some allowance for that? You know, balls with smaller seams. It gets so complicated that in the end, I think you're right. Sometimes statisticians get too aerated. It just doesn't make any sense to me with the Bob Willis Trophy that those were clearly county championship matches where Essex won the county championship, and yet they don't get included. You know, but there we are.
Sun's trying to force its way out. Fuller comes down the wicket and hoiks that wide of mid-on. And that's 4 runs. Well, this is a real breath of fresh air, this innings, compared to what Hampshire have had to endure certainly earlier this morning, and how hard it's been for them. Gubbins has worked as hard as anybody, and now he's watching Fuller just come in and stroke the ball around as if it's a flat wicket. It's, which is slightly worrying again for Hampshire in this situation at 184 for 7.
I think, just to finish that off very briefly, in the end for me, the point about statistics is that you can tell those stories and they should bring you pleasure and fun. Not that you should get upset and wound up about it.
I agree. Borders and bowls. Fuller hoiks, gets a thick inside edge, harmlessly out towards mid-wicket, but they will complete a single. Fuller moves on to 29, 185 for 7. Just, I will mention this though. Nicholas Muriopoulos has emailed again on the subject of this no ball thing. I just want to mention this because he quotes a Crick Info article. A few days after India won the World Cup during 1983, it was decided that the wides and no balls would be debited to the bowler's analysis. Drive there from Gubbins, always gone through extra cover. lazy bit of fielding.
Yeah.
I think that's Hassan Ali. And it's gone for 2. They'll settle for 2, thinking about 3, but won't take it. Thought he was going to pick that up fairly easily. Seemed to be slow making his way to the ball there. Gubbins, I think now is on to 70. I think the score was just slightly behind. I'll wait for it to change. Is it going to change? It's showing 68 at the moment. Anyway, back to Nicholas's email. It was a simple idea but had significant problems in execution, and it took more than 2 years for the first scorecards to be rolled out with the wides no balls for information shown. Length ball, and Gubbins pushes forward. Actually, Gubbins is showing a 68, 187 for 7. If it is possible that the bowlers and wides were debited to the bowlers from the test number 961 onwards, India-Pakistan match played at Bangalore during September 1983. There you go. Thank you. This is when the stats people really get involved.
Yeah.
Here's Balderson again. That's whipped away by Gubbins. That's lovely. That's 4 runs. He's timed that lovely. Good length ball. A little too straight. Gubbins just worked that onto the onside. Short boundary side. He moves into the 70s now. 72 he has. 191 for 7.
This is his second highest score in first-class cricket for Hampshire, and I think, like the highest score, which was that big 100 in the crucial game at Cheltenham, I think it's fair to say he's doing it in a pretty crucial context here. He came in with Hampshire in all kinds of trouble, and they were in worse trouble about half an hour later.
Yeah.
And so both of these innings, very important. The other one was much higher, 130 odd not out, but very good performance by Gubbins.
Well, Hampshire will hope there's more in his innings yet. As you say, Fuller at least needs to stay with him. Abbott to come, and then Abbas.
Yeah.
And Luke Wells is continuing. This is the last over before tea. 8 overs, none for 21 for the Lancashire leg spinner, who's number 1 leg spinner for this game. Bowls, Fuller's forward, plays that back to the bowler. Time to read out this email from Roger Shorrock, solentcricket@gmail.com. Roger, who's a Lancashire fan, because he signs it that way. Hello Scott, Kevin and Dave, enjoying the commentary and live stream as always. Such a treat to see and hear so much county cricket.
Yep.
Is it at this point, come back to that as Wells bowls, and Fuller drives into the gap up towards deep mid-on, feels well set back for Fuller, who moves to 30, 192 for 7. Is it at this point in the Hampshire innings that Lancashire will reflect of their peculiar decision, he says, to omit Parkinson? I know it looked a juicy wicket, but surely Lancashire have enough in the seam department without playing 4 of them, plus 3 all-rounders that bowl seam up. Parkinson can change any game.
Yep. I have to say, from a distance, that's what I think.
Gubbins steers that out to point. Well, as the game, I guess as the game moves through the days, and I have to say that we are looking at a slightly longer game than we did first thing this morning. It looked like we were going to be all over tomorrow night at one stage.
Yeah.
Parkinson, Wells again. That's cut away to cover. Missed out there a little bit, Gubbins. The ball sat up for him and could have picked his spot, but he picked out the fielder. 3 balls left until tea now. Score clock showing 5-4, so we're 15 minutes over at the moment. Wells bowls, and Gubbins does pick his spot this time, just in front of square on the offside. He moves on to 73. Hampshire 193 for 7, closing in on their first bonus point. Lancashire already have 2.
And that's something that looked a bit remote at midday.
Yeah.
A point of any kind.
Agreed. Sun's slowly but surely getting a little stronger.
Yeah.
Burning away that cloud that's been here hanging over us all day, as that's turned away on the leg side by Fuller this time. Moves on to 31. It's 194 for 30. Thank you very much, Dave. He'll be back after tea, so will Scott Reed. Those 2 wickets that have fallen since lunch. Felix Organ caught at leg slip by Jones off the bowling of Jimmy Anderson for 42. The score then was 132 for 6. That ended a 92-run partnership between Organ and Gubbins, and then Keith Barker just lobbed one up to Jimmy Anderson at mid-off. Slight leading edge there as he tried to turn the ball on the leg side off Hassan Ali. He went for 11, 146 for 7. And the wicket takers this afternoon, as I mentioned, Ali and Anderson, as the players are clapped off the pitch. Anderson has 3 for 24, 3 for 32, Hassan Ali, and a wicket earlier this morning for Tom Bailey. The three of us will be back with you in just under 20 minutes' time.
Because what happens is you get a lot of
slowly worked themselves into the game, none more so than Nick Gubbins, who stood firm with 73 not out, coming in at number 3. And James Fuller, coming in at number 9, scored relatively freely for his 31 not out. The big partnership of the innings was for the 6th wicket between Gubbins and Felix Organ. Organ made 42. And when he was out at 132 for 6, they put on 92 for that 6th wicket. Keith Barker, the other wicket that fell this afternoon to Hassan Ali for 11. So we're just about to get the session underway then. It's going to be Balderson with his right arm medium paces. In fact, that's it off. And that has gone, I think, all the way. Has it? Yes, it has. 6. First ball after tee. James Fuller, one pace down the wicket and hoiks it over the bowler as if it's a T20. Unbelievable stuff. Hampshire 200 up, first bonus.
He is an extraordinary cricketer, really.
He's very unorthodox, isn't he?
He's very unorthodox. But he's very entertaining. I do enjoy him.
Well, quite incredible. That's a 50 partnership as well, and that's come off just 36 balls. Who would have thought that Hampshire were all in all sorts of trouble this morning? Fuller gets a length ball, which he quietly pushes towards mid-wicket. 36 ball, half-century partnership. Absolutely unbelievable.
From a position of real trouble.
Oh, after 65 minutes of play, Hampshire at 40 for 5 looked like they might struggle to get 100. Unbelievable. 69 for 5 it was at lunch. They actually, to be fair to Hampshire, didn't lose a wicket for 50 minutes up until the lunchtime break as Bailey bowls. It's a length ball. The field's scattered, so Fuller can get a single easily out on the offside, and he moves on to 38. Well, Fuller's in the side, replacing Mason Crane from the last game down at Canterbury. I know one or two people have raised eyebrows when he's playing. He's in because he bowls a bit quicker than the others, and it's felt that he can pick up 1 or 2 wickets when others can't. But the bonus for Hampshire, really, I think, is his lower order batting. They're coming at 9. You would think, well, how much actually influence can he have? Well, I have to say at the moment, in the context of this innings, although 200 for me is still a bit too low, in the context of this innings, he's had a major say. Not as much as a major as this man Gubbins, who's outside the off stump and has played really well. And Dave, I don't think I can remember a chance that Gubbins given.
I don't think anybody's given a chance today because Lancashire have been gobbling all the chances up, haven't they? They've been doing very well.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's. No, I mean he's played 1 or 2 false shots, but that's to be expected if you bat that long.
Yeah.
But I think Fuller, to some extent, is a very much improved county championship player this year as a bowler and a batter.
There's Bailey from the pavilion end, and that's driven up to mid-off by Gubbins. Well, I think his bowling has chiefly been put down to Graham Welsh, the former Warwickshire coach, who's, I know during the pre-season, a lot of people were saying to me that James Fuller is probably one of the most informed bowlers of the Hampshire squad, and they put that down to Graham Welsh. So I think he can take every one of the plaudits that are coming his way at the moment. But of course, being consistent is the most important thing from a county player's point of view. Outside the off stump, and Gubbins leaves that one alone. That's the end of the first over after tea. 7 runs have come off it. That one huge 6 back towards the pavilion, and 201 for 7. Lancashire picked up 2 bonus points now, Hampshire the 1. From time to time we've been picked up on our pronunciation by various people. It's fine, we don't mind.
I'm from Pompey, so I've got a chance, mate.
Ross Boardman tweeted earlier at Silent Sport, says the correct pronunciation of Egbert, as in the cricket ground, is Egbooth.
All right.
I know this might sound strange, but trust a Liverpudlian, it's correct, says Ross. That's no problem. We have no problem.
I was just going to say, can I say Liverpool, please? But thank you.
And we've been going on about Todd Morden, or depending on, again, where you're from and what your accent is. Pete Woodcock at Sonant Sport says, sorry I'm late to the party, and you may have discussed this, but are you sure it isn't pronounced Todd Madden? Which I think Scott did say that, as Luke Wells continues with his leg spin, bowling to Fuller, and that's pushed quietly out on the off stump. This is how it's pronounced by Huddersfield Ian's. I can't even. That's a mouthful as well, isn't it? Huddersfield and then Ian's on the back. That's driven out to mid-wicket and there's no run. I never heard that before. If you live in Huddersfield, you're a Huddersfieldian. That's right.
I've got a great pal from Huddersfield called Nick, with whom I've played a lot of music over many years.
Off the back foot, and it's a good. No, it's not. I thought it was going to be stopped at mid-wicket, but it's made its way out to deep mid-on, and there's a single there for Fuller. 203 for 7.
And Nick will always say to me, "You can tell a Yorkshireman, but you can't tell him much."
I like the accent as well there. With that,
I did my best.
Yeah. I missed this earlier from Mike Martin at Solent Sport about the stand of 92 between Gubbins and Organ. I'll come to that in a moment as Gubbins faces Wells, flighted. Gubbins drives, half stuck by Gubbins in his follow-through. Mike Martin says that Gubbins and Organ's 92-run stand beat the previous record against Lancashire of 69. That must be on this ground, I think.
Yeah.
69. Sean Irvine and Dimmy Mascarenas back in 2009. I think that record would be here. That seems pretty low for an all-time record partnership. That's driven up to mid-off. Of course, these two haven't met that often on this ground. The last time in a championship game back in 2018, which Lancashire won by 8 wickets. I think we touched on that game a little earlier. In fact, I think we were talking about Tom Bailey's figures in that game, which was pretty impressive.
Yeah, he took 8, didn't he? 8 in the match.
8 in the match. Wells bowls. That's cut by Gubbins, but straight to backward point. End of the over. 202 for 7. The last time these two teams met here was in a Royal London One Day Cup semi-final game, which you may remember. Back in May 2019, Hampshire won that one by 4 wickets.
Jimmy Anderson on that occasion was injured at some point. Did he go off? I can't remember quite, but he was bowling from this end, I think, and fell over or something like that. It's a bit of a vague memory now.
Yeah. I remember Mahmood taking 2 very early wickets. Do you remember that? Donald and Alsop. And Hampshire were in trouble, and then James Vince came out, and I think he hit him for 2 fours, first 2 balls he faced, and it seemed to just take a tense situation. Just took a little bit of that tenseness out of the game at that moment. Vince made 79, by the way. Riley Russo, remember him? 85.
I do.
That's length ball here from Bailey, who we've just been mentioning. That's played by Fuller off the front foot towards extra cover. James Booth at Solent Sport says the amount of overs that Wells is getting through is making the decision not to play Parkinson look even more daft. This partnership is getting Hampshire off the hook.
I don't know that they're quite off the hook yet, but they've certainly improved considerably. And broadly speaking, I'd suspect that I agree with you. I mean, we shall know better by the end of the game, but I think there's an excess of seamers.
Yeah, Bailey bowls and Fuller works that into the gap at mid-on because there is a man deep. Fuller moves on to 40, 203 for 7. I think you're right. I suppose it would have been between Parkinson and Danny Lamb, Scott, I presume. Or Jones. Yeah, or Jones, yeah. I'm just looking at the figures. Balderson 0 for 57 off 13. Lamb 4 overs, none for 24.
Yeah.
You know, similar pace.
Yeah. Look very similar. Yeah. I don't think they needed all of that. Parkinson, on the other hand, doesn't bat, does he?
Yeah. Bailey bowls and Gubbins drives. A bit of bomb hand in that one. As the ball squirts out towards mid-on.
Although he did survive 2 balls against us at Liverpool at the end of last season, which was a disappointment. But I don't know that he's much of a batter, really.
Yeah.
Not sure, but I don't think so. Just thinking about new ball, which is 14 overs just under away. It's about an hour probably. Well, maybe less if Wells is bowling.
Yeah.
That might make a difference.
To the 67th over here. Round the wicket, Bailey. Bowls to Gubbins. Gubbins drives, but only finds extra cover. On the subject of the new ball, Tom Johnson at Solent Sport says these next 15 overs or so will be crucial. Can these two get another 50 or so? Well, I think if Fuller's down, there'll be a few more. Don't fancy Fuller, Abbott and Abbas against the new ball. And Jimmy Anderson. Great recovery since the first hour, it certainly is. I think we would have, I tell you what, 40 for 5, the way things were going.
Take this.
Dave was settled for 200. My word. But as the ball's got a bit older, it has got a little easier, but there's still a little bit there still. Gubbins respectfully plays Bailey back to him. Damien Feeney has tweeted at Solent Sport, you spoke on the cricket commentary about Stanley Park in Blackpool.
Yeah, that was me, because I said, was it named after Stanley Matthews or Stanley Mortensen, heroes of the FA Cup final of 1953?
Well, according to Damien, it was named after the family of the 17th Earl of Derby, who opened it in 1926, well before Matthews and Mortensen.
Not as romantic.
Not as good a story, was it?
No.
Outside the off stump, and Gubbins leaves alone. He's 73 not out, hasn't yet added to his tea time score. 40 to James Fuller, who's added 9. Hampshire 203 for 7.
That's one of those weird things about England as well. You know, why was the Earl of Derby doing something in Blackpool? Why is Leeds Castle in Kent? Why is the Duke of Norfolk in Arundel? It's kind of weird, isn't it? You know, and there's a Duchess of Portsmouth on one occasion. I think in the National Portrait Gallery you can see a picture of the Duchess of Portsmouth, but I don't think she ever came there. I certainly never met her anyway. But
there's some homework there for you, Dave.
There we are. I'll see if I can find out.
Yeah. You always like giving yourself a bit of extra work. You always come up with something and you think, oh gosh, I need to find that out. Here's Wells, start of another over, and that's driven to mid-wicket by Fuller. So Wells is starting his 11th over here. None for 25 he has.
He's contained better than those second, third seamers, hasn't he?
He has. I think that's why he's still bowling there, Dave, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bowls, Fuller drives back to the bowler. I think he's bowled very accurately.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't believe that Parkinson would get any more out of this pitch than he would. I know people would say he's more of a frontline leggy. Of course he is. I know. I get that. But I don't think there'll be much for spinners in this pitch. Not yet, anyway. That may just have straightened a fraction as Fuller works that away on the leg side. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. It probably straightened, but that's all he could really expect at this stage.
At that pace, actually, I mean, he's not the same bowler, but he's almost a bowler of the Darren Stevens type, who just is given that job of containing a sort of, you know, slow medium, because he's pushing the ball through quite quickly for a spinner. You know,
not too much air there, Dave, is there?
No.
Down the wicket comes Gubbins. It's in the air and it's over mid-on. Safe shot. Ball bounces. It's plugged a bit. It may not quite go, or does it? Yes, it does. And that is 4 off the bat of Nick Gubbins. Quite a deliberate shot as Rob Jones was running back. Almost got there in time. And Gubbins moves on to 77. Very, very important knock.
Yeah.
But
sure is.
Hampshire fans will say he needs to score some more.
Yeah.
Because 208 doesn't feel enough. It felt loads this morning, but the way things have gone this afternoon, you don't feel that's anywhere near enough.
You get greedy, don't you?
You do. You do. Wells again. Gubbins on the back foot and cuts that away, but there is a man on the boundary. 78 for Nick Gubbins now, and it's 200. And 947. Jim Smith has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com before tea about the Bob Willis Trophy and the extras, which was brought up by somebody, and then Dave sort of said, well, he couldn't understand why. I think you brought it up, Dave, initially, didn't you? Why?
Yeah, the Bob Willis bit, yeah.
Is not included in the county championship averages, which me and Scott didn't know until that point. Driven down to mid-on by Fuller, moves on to 42. Enjoying your discussion of the exclusion of Bob Willis Trophy stats from players' county championship averages and the change of scoring regarding no balls and extras. Here's a stat that combines the two. Bob Willis bowled 933 no balls in 90 tests, most of which occurred before the scoring for no balls changed. If these were included in his career test average, it would be 28 rather than 25. Still a fantastic career, but a significant difference, says Jim Smith.
Very impressed by that.
I love that one.
Actually, another thought has occurred to me about how you adjust stats and so on, or actually how you shouldn't. You know, another one would be DRS. You know, what about spin bowlers' averages before and after DRS? You know, you can't do it, can you?
No.
You have to leave it alone.
Bailey short and Fuller ducks underneath.
But that's very good. I like that.
Yeah. You see, I think there's a difference, like you said earlier about covered pitches, uncovered pitches, blah blah blah, and what, you know, and making. But I think the fact that you've actually taken out a whole competition, which was billed as the county championship, but was just named the Bob Willis Trophy, I think that's a different. That's a different scenario.
Me too. I think it's just odd. Yeah. Very peculiar.
From now on, we have to remember that, I think, when we are giving out stats.
Did James Fuller take the hat-trick in a county championship match?
Dave, you might have to rewrite your books. Here comes Fuller. It's a slower ball. Sorry, Bailey's slower ball. Almost Yorked Fuller, but he plays it back to the bowler. You've got to think about that now, David.
Yeah.
Well,
keep me going during the winter.
That will be a lot of extra work. I can think of a couple of publications which have compared his hat-trick to other county championship hat-tricks.
Yes, indeed.
So there we are.
Famous photographs of hat-trick takers.
Although mine wasn't championship. And,
well, no, that's true.
But Billy Taylor's was.
Billy Taylor's was, yeah.
Which was
but yours was 4 in 4, so that's even more impressive.
Here's Bailey. Scott Reed will come in at the end of this over for Dave Allen. That's turned away by Fuller for a single behind square on the leg side. Gubbins wanted 2. Fuller quite rightly running to the danger end said no. And Fuller moves on to 43. It's still more than run a ball. It's 33 balls for his 43. Quite incredible stuff. 78 for Gubbins. That's come off a rather more sedate 191 balls. But of course he had to bat when the going was really tough earlier this morning. 211 for 7 Hampshire.
It's a bit like one of those situations that happened in the football locally this week, where Bournemouth was 3-0 down and drew 3-all, and you feel that Swansea would have gone off feeling like they'd lost.
Oh, yeah. Bailey round the wicket, outside off stump, and Gubbins leaves that one alone.
And I don't mean by that I think Lancashire will now be feeling they've lost, because they're still in a fine position. But if it went on, you know, that the atmosphere in the two dressing rooms would just begin to shift a bit, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Well, again, I think here we're lucky to see Hampshire batting at least to number 9, and I think it's showing.
Yeah.
But I repeat what I said earlier, that the decision to bat first is obviously they were hoping to get through that first hour a little bit more unscathed than they were. I think if they were only 3 down, I think they'd be certainly better off, as the way things have panned out. That's played out towards extra cover by Gubbins, but by losing 5 wickets early on, they really were hanging on a cliff edge, weren't they?
But it can help you sometimes to think, well, what about if this was in reverse, and you'd be now feeling frustrated that Lancashire were doing what they're doing, you know, if they were, if they put on all these runs from 40 for 5. So there is that about it, which is part of what I love. I think this has been a really, really interesting day's cricket. I've enjoyed it hugely.
Good. Here's Bailey, sounds it as well, Dave, which is the most important thing. This is a length ball to Gubbins, who plays that back to Bailey. End of the over. Thank you, Dave. He's away for half an hour or 25 minutes or so. Scott Reed coming in alongside me from BBC Lancashire. 211 for 7 the score, Hampshire. 78 to Gubbins, 43 to James Fuller. And these two now, 65, I think the partnership is. Quick 30-second resume of what's been going on. Well, Hampshire are still in recovery mode here. 211 for 7 now. Nick Gubbins, who came in early on this morning when the ball was flying around and Hampshire were losing wickets, he's still there, 78 not out. And James Fuller at number 9 has come in and made batting look easy. He's on 43 off just 33 balls. That'll tell you that the old ball and the conditions are just getting easier to bat. But the damage was done this morning when Hampshire were at one stage 40 for 5. England bowler Jimmy Anderson has picked up 3 of those, and 3 also to the Pakistan pace bowler Hassan Ali. Hampshire 211 for 7.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Online comment.
Scott Reed alongside me. Welcome back.
That was beautifully summed up.
Thank you, that's very kind of you. Scott Reed of TMS. That's praise indeed.
4 days of this with you.
I know, I'm sorry, I know, it gets a bit predictable. That's driven up to mid-on for a single for Fuller. Moves on to 45 now, 213 for a 7. I only get 30 seconds. And
it's tight, isn't it?
It's not easy, is it? I was 31 actually that one, so
it's going to be a dressing down from the gaffer.
Yeah, I'll get a note. $212 for 7.
These two have been good fun, haven't they, to watch?
Yes.
Fuller's just come out and cracked on with it.
Well, that first ball off to tee. It's driven into the ground by Gubbins, back to the
68 balls this partnership now.
Wow, quick, isn't it? I mean, keeping your wicket was hard enough this morning, let alone scoring runs. I mean, just incredible the difference, isn't it? That's off the back foot, Gubbins for a single out on the offside. Moves on to 79 to 13 for 7.
This is kind of the situation that Vince is probably dreaming about when he wins the toss. Yeah, it's going to be a torrid first hour or so. We know what Lancashire have got, the quality of their bowling attack, but if we can get through it, then it should be a little easier.
Slightly shorter this time. Fuller works that to mid-wicket. Yeah, you
Probably
just don't want to lose 5, do you?
No, they just, you're on the ropes inside the first hour, aren't you, really?
Yeah, it's been a good fight back, but I still think in the context of where this game might go over the next few days, it's still a bit short. As Fuller works that up to mid-on, he moves on to 45 now. 2:14 for 7. Got an email here from Matthew Warmington, who's in Basingstoke, solentcricket@gmail.com. Great commentary today, thank you Matthew, it's very kind. It says, question for Dave Allen. Dave's in earshot, that's why I mention it. The Verwood discussion. Yes, this is a place that I thought was in the New Forest, but it's just on the border on the wrong side. Got me thinking about a question that still often gets asked. Why did Hampshire stop playing at Bournemouth? As I believe we did continue playing there after it became Dorset. Yes, we did. My parents are on the ground today for their first day as new members, which is lovely. And as Dave said earlier, they've seen a really good day's cricket and a bit more to do yet, of course. The reason that Hampshire stopped going there was because the wicket wasn't great and it was deteriorating year after year. And Hampshire feared that every time we go there, we'd be deducting points. And money, apparently, according to Dave.
Here's Tom Bailey in and bowling a bouncer, and it's ignored by Fuller. Ducks underneath it and through to Lancashire's wicketkeeper, no run.
Another one here from Andy Worth, solentcricket@gmail.com. Enjoying the live stream as a Lancashire fan from Lancaster who's lived in Winchester, Hampshire for over 20 years. I'll be there tomorrow in my Lancashire top with 4 Hampshire fans who are currently a bit worried. Look out for that Lancashire top. I can't see anybody in a Lancashire top today.
Bailey over the wicket, balls to Fuller, who's up onto his toes and playing the ball away into the offside. There's no run. There must be 1 or 2 knocking around.
I haven't looked, if I'm honest.
No, it's the Lancashire supporter with the hat on, the red rose hat. He'll be here.
Does he go to away games as well as home?
Well, he did before COVID. Whether he's, I know in the immediate kind of aftermath of cricket restarting, he didn't travel, but whether he's started to travel again this season, I'm not sure. If he's not here, he'll definitely be listening.
Yeah.
Bailey's into Fuller. Just leans into it and pushes the ball away into the offside. There's no run. So 1 or 2 Lancashire fans at breakfast, 1 or 2 Lancashire shirts knocking around at breakfast this morning, so they must be staying in the hotel. 1 or 2 dotted around.
Yeah, it's important to get a pitch side room during games.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
Because you get a great view. You've got your own private box. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's great. It's
ideal. I suppose in theory, man, going into a bank holiday weekend, we get into that kind of Sunday situation, quite a nice little trip down.
Beautiful.
To Hampshire. Bailey in. It's short down the leg side, and Fuller just rocks back and drags it down towards the fine leg boundary, where Hassan Ali comes round to complete the fielding, and Fuller runs 2, so he moves up to 47. Hampshire to 216 for 7.
Fantastic stuff from James Fuller. I mean, he's got the field back, and you wouldn't think that Hampshire were on the ropes a little earlier.
Nope.
It's a different feel to this innings, but just hope it's not too late.
Well, in a quirky way, Lancashire might take a little bit of something from the way that these two, and indeed Felix Organ batted. Fuller off the front foot trying to force the ball away, but there's no run. I mean, see if Hampshire get to something like a 250 or a 270, which, you know, is possible. Still 3 wickets remaining. The way that these two are battered this afternoon might actually give Lancashire further encouragement. They've actually strengthened their batting this week. They've gone for Rob Jones instead of Matt Parkinson. This has been terrific fun watching these two bat. Bailey in to Fuller, who just moves into it and plays it in the end back to Bailey. Little defensive push, but with a sign of intent from Fuller, who has been full of intent since he got out there and joined Nick Gubbins. And I said to you this morning at about 10 past 11 or whatever it was, I'm looking forward to watching Nick Gubbins bat. he's batted pretty much all day, such was the flurry of wickets to begin with. 216 for 7.
Yeah, he's played terrifically well.
He has.
Terrifically well. And Yeah, he looks like a man who's looking to score a few more as well. He's not playing one or two sort of airy-fairy shots, which can happen sometimes when you've been at the crease for quite a while. He looks just as determined now as he did when he first walked to the middle. It's Luke Wells to continue with his leg spin from our commentary end, the hotel end here. So on the back foot there, Gubbins steers that into square on the offside where there's a gap. Moves on to 80 now, 217 for 7.
A century for Daniel Bell-Drummond for Kent. He's found some form of late. He's had a couple of years where he struggled, hasn't he? He scored runs against
149 last
okay.
week. You're right. All the talk there was about his place being under threat.
Yeah. He's 100 not out for Kent at Headingley against Yorkshire. Kent a 200 for 4.
Wells just takes his time with his next delivery. Bowls to Fuller. Fuller works that into the gap on the leg side. Moves on to 48, 218 for 7.
Somerset a 259 for 2 against Warwickshire. This game's taking place at Taunton. Matt Renshaw made 129. Tom Abel's currently batting, 58 not out. Somerset 259 for 2 against Warwickshire.
He's come into some form as well. He's been struggling a bit.
Yep.
Was it 150 last week or something?
I think he did. Yeah, it's impressive guy, isn't he, Tom Abel? I quite like the way he speaks and the way he captains the team.
Yeah, good all round. Gubbins is on the back foot and cracks that away to the man in the deep on the offside, and Gubbins moves on to 81, 219 for 7.
Ollie Pope's made 84 for Surrey, who lost their top 3 pretty cheaply. Burns for 6, Patel for 9, Amler for 6. Surrey 190 for 4. They're taking on Gloucestershire in Bristol this week.
Wells to Fuller. Still got the slip in. As Fuller just works that quietly on the onside. No run.
And Northamptonshire are 199 for 4 in their first innings at Essex, with Luke Proctor 41 not out.
Wells again. Comes in and bowls, and Fuller works that again into the gap just in front of square on the leg side. He moves on to 49 now. That's off 46 deliveries, 220 for 7.
And Dane Patterson, they're the Division 1 scores. In Division 2, Dane Patterson picked up 8 wickets for Nottinghamshire, 8 for 52, as Worcestershire were bowled out for 159.
They're cleaning up a bit, Notts, aren't they? A couple of scores I've seen. That's worked up to mid-on by Gubbins. Again, a foolish delivery from Luke Wells. Gubbins keeps the strike. He moves on to 82, I think that'll be. Yes, it is. 221 for 7 at the end of that over. 72 overs gone, 8 to the new ball.
Nottinghamshire 102 for 2 in reply. Hasib Hamid made 53 for Notts. Durham made 218 for 9 in their first innings, and 2 wickets for Mason Crane.
Oh, good.
So Durham 218 for 9. Liam Travaskis making 88. Crane's picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 26 from 7 overs.
Oh, because I think he had 0 for 21 at one stage, I think Dave said. So, yeah, a couple of wickets for not very many. Hassan Ali back into the attack for Lancashire. Currently has 12 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 32.
The other 2 games in Division 2, Leicestershire 149 all out, and Middlesex 13 without loss in reply, and Derbyshire 233 for 2 against Glamorgan. Here comes Hassan Ali then over the wicket, in and bowls. It's driven by Gubbins, and he gets through for 1. The pick up and throw from mid-off. I think that's Jimmy Anderson who's got across the ground there to field the ball, but Hampshire do get a single, and the score moves on to 222 for 7. Gubbins moves on to 83 not out, brings Fuller on strike, 49 not out. These are good runs for Hampshire from a torrid position this morning. 40 for 5, wasn't it?
Yeah. 5 past 12 that was, when Ben Brown was caught by Jones off Ali.
Hassan Ali's got 2 slips and a long leg, a deep mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover and a point. He's in a bowling, just a ball that gets up a little bit on Fuller, just up onto his toes, and he just leans back a little bit here and just plays it safely off the face of the bat. adding to the offside. There's no run. But a bit of extra bounce there.
There was, wasn't it?
Hassan.
It's been a good signing for you guys, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. Yeah, he's been. He's good fun to watch. I mean, he comes absolutely tearing in. Balls these really feisty spells.
Wholehearted, isn't he?
Absolutely is.
Yeah.
And he's been the difference really for Lancashire. As he's into Fuller, that's defended up to mid-off and no run. Both the game at Canterbury and last week at Old Trafford, he was the man that the captain turned to try and break a partnership, try and get the wickets when they appear. Like last week against Gloucestershire, you were thinking at one stage, well, this could quite easily finish in a draw, and then kind of Hassan came in and bowled quickly, hits a couple of wickets, and the whole thing changes. Just a little short this time, muscled away through mid-wicket by Fuller. He gets a run, he'll come back for 2, he's reached to 50, and the throw comes in, and Fuller completes a very, very entertaining and indeed potentially crucial half-century here for Hampshire. He's 51 not out, 49 deliveries, 6 fours and a 6. A terrific knock from Fuller in the context of this innings.
Incredible. And only the 7th time that he's passed 50 in first-class cricket. He's only into his 62nd game, which probably not a lot for somebody of his talent. Sort of a few injuries, isn't he, over the years and what have you, but I mean, he's a better player than that, and I guess, you know, he does bat low down, but even so, he is a much better player than only having reached 57 times in his career. Never scored 100.
Partnership is 78 of 87 deliveries between James Fuller and Nick Gubbins. It's now a half century for him. Gubbins on 83 at the other end. Hassan in and bowling. And he's half forward, just easing the ball away off the front foot, out towards extra cover. And there's no run. It's not all been kind of fly by the seat, has it? It's not just coming out and swinging and hoping for a bit of good fortune. He's played some terrific shots. He's kind of measured the whole thing really well.
Well, he has. Yeah, I mean, anything slightly shorter than he's been on the back foot and punched it through the covers, and I guess he hits it a little bit firmer than most.
Yeah, it sounds good, doesn't it, when it comes off the bat, when he times it. Short from Hassan Ali has Phil Salt, the keeper, leaping up both feet off the ground and takes it with his gloves above his cap. And that's the end of the over. 2:24 for 7. Gubbins 83 and Fuller on 51.
Gordon Schoen is back on the email, suncricket@gmail.com. Gordon's in Northampton. This says Scott Reed I should say Egberth, because that's how somebody said I should say it. Hi Scott, given all the talk about Egberth, the ground in Liverpool, does that sound right?
It sounds good enough to me.
I'd rather say Egberth. And that there are no matches scheduled here this year, which is a shame, isn't it? Is it true that this such an iconic Victorian ground is being sold for housing development?
That's the first I've heard of that.
Yeah, Scott's not heard anything about that one.
I think there is. I think he possibly is getting mixed up with the other ground in Liverpool, because there is Egberth Cricket Club, which is not the same, because where Lancashire plays at Liverpool Cricket Club in Egberth. So I think it might be the other ground.
Right, there you go. Length ball there from Luke Wells, start of a new over. Gubbins quietly plays that in front of him.
Apologies if I got that mixed up, but I think that's what I was reading a few months back.
Yeah, I think you're right. Rick Hutton has emailed suncricket@gmail.com about footballers opening chippies, because that was about Connelly's. Is it Connelly's? Earlier, that's driven down the ground by Gubbins, moves on to 84, 2:25 for 7. He sent me a picture of fish and chip shop just around the corner from Old Trafford, the Lou Macari.
Oh yes,
fish and chips.
Yeah, the Lou Macari's. That's been there years. Yeah, I think it does more than just fish and chips.
Does it?
I think it does the old kebab as well.
Yeah, well, it's got. Well, it does say on the sign above a shop saying hot and cold sandwiches and breakfast specials.
Oh well, what a place to go.
Yeah. Other fast food outlets around Old Trafford available as well, of course. I presume, anyway.
Oh, there's loads.
Yeah, is there? This one from Will. cricket@gmail.com. Says, watching the live stream today from a very overcast Hursley. Hursley's sort of going, hang on, to our right somewhere. That's played on the leg side by Fuller, and there is no run. Hursley's sort of between Romsey and Southampton, sort of a little village type place. It's where Eddie Ames used to play his cricket at Hursley Park, and I think also Chris Tremlett in their early days. There's a swipe on the leg side, and that has gone for what? I don't know. It should be 6. It's only 4, so he's hit that along the ground. But that was a full-blooded swipe, which I don't think anybody would have wanted to have been the way it was low. And thank you, Dave Allen, because with Fuller moving on to 55 and the Hampshire total to 229 for 7, this is now James Fuller's highest score in the championship for Hampshire. Okay. Or not ever, just championship.
And Bob Willis Trophy.
And Bob Willis Trophy, of course, which are not included, Dave, remember. All those emails and tweets, you haven't taken a blind bit of notice. He's bowled. Well, he's tried to have one swipe too many there. I say that because it's only the 2 swipes that he's had. One went for 4 like a bullet, and the next one has clattered into the stumps. And Fuller goes for 55. That was a bit of an agricultural shot, if I'm totally honest. And Luke Wells picks up his first wicket. And Hampshire are now, as the score has just disappeared off the screen, but I'll give you that in a moment.
229.
229, yeah. 229 for 8, but a useful partnership again.
Yes, it was, and it was entertaining, wasn't it, while it lasted? I don't think anyone will begrudge the way that Fuller got out there. It was a little bit of a agricultural shot, as you say, but he's played his part in a recovery for Hampshire. It still might be, you know, really below par, and it might not be nowhere near enough in the bigger scheme of things, we don't know, but from where it was to where it is now, it certainly will feel a little bit better, and he has played his part along with Felix Organ and the man that's kind of kept the whole thing together here, which has been Nick Gubbins. He's found a couple of players to play with Felix Organ and then with James Fuller.
83-run partnership that between Gubbins and James Fuller. As Dave Allen mentioned earlier, Kyle Abbott's had 3 innings this year and is yet to trouble the scorers.
Right.
So, what are we going to get this afternoon? Hopefully a few runs, because we know he can play. It's just a shame about James Fuller, that, wasn't it? I mean, did he need to play that shot?
Well, probably not, but as I say, I don't think you can hold him... Can't you begrudge it too much, could you really? I mean, he's come out with put a pretty good partnership together with Gubbins. He's kind of played the way he's played. His previous attempt went for 4. I don't think the Hampshire dressing room will be too disappointed with the efforts of Fuller. He's got a best score for Hampshire as well in the county championship. So yeah, that's fair. He's done his part, I think, hasn't he?
Certainly has. Entertaining, as Scott says. Yes. 55. Very, very useful runs. Kyle Abbott with his trademark luminous orange gloves and bat handle. Luke Wells bowls, and Abbott stabs that one out on the leg side. And that's the end of the over. Luke Wells 1 for 45 from his 14. Hampshire 229 for 8. We have a minimum of 22 overs left in the day. Yeah,
and we shouldn't have any issues, should we? I've just spotted that I think they're going off a bad light in Leeds, in the Yorkshire-Kent match, but it's been cloudy for most of the day, but we've got a little bit of sunshine kind of peeking through, so I don't think we'll have any problems to get these overs in. I presume we could use the lights if we need to.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I think we'd be unlucky for them to be coming on, don't we? I know the cloud's been around. It's more hazy cloud.
It is, yeah. It's quite mild.
It is, isn't it?
I've not yet gone for the gilet, which is my last layer of clothing to put on if required. The jumper's sufficient at the minute.
Yeah, that's very pleasant up here, which I think probably for the first time we can say that this season.
Well, that's because Lancashire in town, obviously.
Of course.
Yeah. Everyone feels a bit warmer about things when
they bring with them a hearty, warm glow.
That's what everyone says about Chappie's boys. Here's Hassan in. Oh well, this is cries of catch. Well, there's a man out in the deep there, isn't there? But he bounced in front of Bohannon. There's Gubbins to go and pull the ball away. It was in the air certainly for a period of time, but fell short of Josh Bohannon. What's Gubbins up to now? 85. 230 for 8. That gets Abbott on strike. Abbott against Hassan. Let's see how he approaches this. So he's yet to score a run this season.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's see if that changes with a couple of slips and a gully waiting. And Hassan Ali comes tearing in and balls to him. And he's edged. And the search for a run continues. He's just flicked it behind to the keeper, Salt, who takes the catch. Hassan Ali picks up his, I think, 4th wicket. And Kyle Abbott, well, his search for his first run of the season continues. He's gone for a duck, caught by Salt. And that's the 9th wicket to fall. 230 for 9. And Hassan Ali 4 for 36.
Yeah, it looks a bit all at sea with his batting at the moment, Kyle Abbott. 230 for 9. I think that was only his 2nd ball he faced. So,
yes, it was, yeah.
So, Mo Abbas, the last man for Hampshire, and well, Nick Gubbins might be left high and dry here. Mo Abbas can, well, hold it end up if you're lucky for a little while, but I don't think anybody's expecting him to be around for too long. So, well, as I say, I still think Hampshire will be mighty relieved to get to 230, but in a way, the way things have gone this afternoon, probably should and probably would have expected to get a few more. I just saw it. Sorry, go on, Scott.
I have to say, I think when Gubbins and Fuller were batting, I think kind of 250 would have been actually probably a minimum getting to that extra batting point.
But Lancashire have kept going well. I think Luke Wells has done a good job at one end, actually, to be fair, isn't he? Because they obviously don't trust Danny Lamb too much.
Yeah, Wells
4
14.
overs, none for 24.
Yeah, Wells 14, 1 for 45.
Yeah, it's been a good effort. David Collicott at Solent Sports, listening in and watching the live stream from sunny Los Angeles. Lucky you, David. Oh yeah, Ralph Brooker, just saw this a few minutes ago. The good fight back from Hampshire. Tricky start to the Red Bull season for Hampshire. I'm in the sun at Les Sables d'Olonne, from where Gosport sailor Alex Thompson sets off every 4 years on the Vendée Globe. That's what he does. He must be one of the most famous people to come out of Gosport, isn't he?
Apart from my wife.
Apart from your wife, David, of course.
Probably,
I think when he does a Vendée Globe, I think from memory, I'd have to look this up. He normally has a crash somewhere along the line or something like that. I'm sure he has a couple of times. But if he hasn't, I need to look that up first. I may just have stuck my neck out there on that one.
Abbas on strike, and Hassan comes in and balls to him. And he's leaving this first delivery. He was keen to get the bat out the way of that, up onto his toes, and he watched it go through into the gloves of Salt. He did come back in a little bit. Wasn't a million miles away from the off stump, but he's left his first delivery that he's received. Mo Abbas. Hampshire 230 for 9. We are in the 75th over of the Hampshire first innings. Gubbins at the non-striker's end, 85 not out. Hassan Ali in and balls a short ball, and Abbas ducks underneath it.
Roger Black's from Gosport, was he? The Olympic runner? Well, I did not know that. I'm just looking up, actually. His boat was dismasted. This is Alex Thompson in the Barcelona World Race. That was back in 2014. He abandoned, or his boat had to be rescued in the Velux Five Oceans race back in 2006. So I did remember a couple of those.
Hassan in to Abbas. That's clipped out towards the leg side. There is a short leg in position. It's the Lancashire captain, Dane Villas, and it went to, I think, just to his right-hand side. It's picked up at square leg. There's no run.
Lily's on the tweets at Solent Sport, who normally listens to Yorkshire, but has braved a commentary much further south.
They're off a bad light, you see.
Yeah, she says, I'm listening to you because a bad light stopped playing heading.
Straight to Lancashire, really. It's a nudge into the onside by Abbas, half an appeal from Hassan Ali. And there is no run. It's the end of the over. Was it a wicket maiden? No, there was the one run off it, wasn't it? So Hassan Ali picking up his 4th wicket of the innings. It's 9 down now, Hampshire, 230 for 9.
So I think Luke Wells is going to continue here. An email from Will here. stolencricket@gmail.com. Watching the live stream today from a very overcast Hursley. Oh, I think I mentioned that. No, I mentioned Hursley earlier. On to the next one. Luke Wells is staying over the wicket to left-handed Gubbins. Dave, I'm going to get you to come in my side actually when Scott comes back, if that's all right. So just I'm all right for a couple of minutes. Thank you, Dave. So the state of play at the moment, Lancashire have 3 bonus points, Hampshire have 1. Hampshire 20 runs away from another bonus point. Can they squeeze one in before they are bowled out? 21 overs left in the day. It's Gubbins on 85 to face Luke Wells. What does Gubbins do here? Field's fairly scattered, allowing them single. He gets a little paddle sweep in. I don't think he's going to get 2. He hasn't gone his final. He's going to take the throw on. Throw comes in at the bowler's end. That's good running. Very good running there from Nick Gubbins. I think he's trying to play that a bit finer than actually where the ball went up towards the pavilion. Run well there. Moves on to 87. 232 for 9 now, Hampshire. As we go in towards the evening, it's Sunday's definitely getting slightly warmer, which is nice. It's normally the other way around, of course. Trying to get that field right now. Phil Salt just directing 1 or 2 fielders. Here comes Wells again. There's a reverse sweep there, and it's gone over backward a point. That's 4. Got a good bat on that, did Nick Gubbins. Looks like he's playing a few shots here as he tries to claw himself up to 3 figures before Hampshire are bowled out. 91 he's scored, and that's come off 205 balls currently. Hampshire 236 for 9. I suppose the goal is for Gubbins to get 100 and for Hampshire to reach 250 before they are all out, and the field scatters again. And almost everybody now is either on or near the boundary, which means it's going to be more difficult for Gubbins to get a 2 or a 4. We've had 2 balls in this over. The first 2 have gone for 6. Gubbins, I think, will just play out and leave it until the last couple of balls. So he works it on the onside. No, he wants the gap, but he can't find it. He could have taken a single, didn't take it. Ralph Brooker says Alex Thompson's very, very unlucky. Should have romped it up at least twice. Talking about these round the world ocean races that he gets involved in from Gospel. How we got onto that topic, I don't know. As that's worked away on the onside again, they could take the single, and they don't. I've got one from Anthony Wright about Mumbai. I did read it out earlier, Anthony. If you missed it, apologies, but I did read your email out. Tim Street, who lives in Portsmouth. I don't know if Dave knows him. Of course, there's more than just the odd person in Portsmouth. I should imagine that's a town or a city of about 250,000, Portsmouth? 200,000, right, I was not far away. Tim Street, who's in Portsmouth, come to his email in a moment. Here comes Luke Wells with his leg spin bowls, and they're going to take a single this time out towards deep mid-on. Abbas will have 1 ball to face, I think I make that. And Gubbins moves on to 92, 237 for 9. Tim says, a big no from me about Ben Stokes' appointment as England captain, but I'm not surprised. First action to reinstate his old teammates Broad and Anderson to the first 11. That's right, it's been announced. I think I'm right in saying that these 3 have been part of the team that have won 1 of the last 17 test matches. You're probably right. Oh, well, at least that means that the likes of James Vince, Liam Dawson, Mason Crane, etc. will all be available to Hampshire. Well, Mason Crane, of course, isn't at the moment because he's playing for Sussex on loan, but that's only a short-term loan deal. And Abbas keeps that one out safely, and he gets a round of applause from the crowd because they're going to get to see the Hampshire innings continue at 237 for 9. Scott Reed's in, and I'm just going to read this one out before I disappear, and Dave Allen will come in alongside Scott. Not sure why I felt the need to check, but the chippy has indeed changed hands. This is the Connelly chip shop in Burnley or near Burnley. That's Lee Savage, former bartender of Haslingden Cricket Club. Where's Haslingden?
Yeah, that's
Scott.
Kind of same way.
Burnley Fish and Chips for sale. Ah, right. Yes, it was for sale a little while ago. So you're right, it has changed hands. Thank you very much for that. Scott Reed will continue, and then Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, alongside him.
Cheers, Kevin. It's going to be Hassan Ali to Nick Gubbins. If he's going to try and turn this into 3 figures, he's going to need Abbas to hang around, but he's probably going to have to crack on with it a little bit here. 92 not out, 237 for 9. And Hassan Ali just making him wait a little bit. He's at the top of his mark, just directing the field. What have Lancashire got? 3 on that shorter leg side boundary. Deep mid-wicket, deep square leg and long leg. Hassan in and bowling to Gubbins. It's short, he does take it on, and he takes it on for 4. Rocking back and pulling the ball effectively in between the 2 fielders, one at deep square, one at long leg, and moves to 96. 214 for 9. That might well be a reflection of the situation, and maybe thinking that Abbas could hang around for a little bit, but maybe not too long. So he's 4 runs away, Gubbins. Here's Hassan back in and bowls, and that's carved away down towards the wide 3rd man boundary. It is a century for Nick Gubbins. He removes his helmet and acknowledges the response from his teammates. That's a magnificent century in the context of a game where Hampshire were 40 for 5 inside the first hour. He has battled through it. He's got through various spells from Anderson and Hassan Ali and from Tom Bailey, and he's still going strong. That's a wonderful century. 100 not out, 210 deliveries and successive 4s to reach 3 figures. 245 for 9.
It's terrific, absolutely terrific. And he's got another little job to do now.
Hassan around the wicket and bowls him full of length, and he just whips it up towards mid-on, and there's no run. And Hampshire, again, they're flirting with that idea of 250.
Yeah.
And that batting bonus point.
Yeah, I think it could be a useful little point, and also a bit of a boost in the dressing room as they get there. I think you know, we keep saying from 40 for 5 to get to 250 and get another batting point, because Lancashire have finished. They've got their bowling points now.
Hassan in, bowls, whipped away again, leg side this time. Bailey will get around and scoop that ball up. So Mo Abbas has got 2 deliveries to negotiate. Gubbins moves to 101 not out, 246 for 9.
Mo Abbas does have a best first class score of 40 odd, I think, but not in this country and not for Hampshire for sure. But he did get 4 not out in one of his games this year, so he's ahead of Kyle Abbott, which is a bit odd, because there have been occasions when Abbott has scored 400 runs plus in a season and played some big innings, but don't know quite what's happened.
Hassan Ali for Lancashire in and bowls to Abbas, who plays neatly forward in defence and gets a little ripple of applause from around the ground as well.
I wonder if they're mates. Wouldn't dare bowl a short one at him.
Would Abbas return the favour?
Yeah.
Or will he bang one in short? He's got the field set for something short, hasn't he, with that forward short leg.
Absolutely.
Backward square, mid-on's quite tight in, there's a long leg. Hassan bowls, he's not offered a shot, and he's out. LBW. And it's 5 wickets for Hassan Ali, and Mo Abbas out for naught, and Hampshire fall just short of that extra batting bonus point. All out for 246. Hassan Ali's done the damage for Lancashire, picking up 5 wickets. But Nick Gubbins, unbeaten on 101, is a wonderful effort for the home side, who have, Dave, managed to get at least something on the board when it was 40 for 5 inside the first hour. 246 looked a million miles off.
Can't grumble, really. I mean, it's disappointing that they didn't get the 250, but absolutely can't grumble. And I think huge credit to Nick Gubbins to make 100 in that context. Really huge, and well-deserved round of applause.
Yep, without doubt. Yep. Hampshire supporters have been entertained by the way that Gubbins has put that together. Played and missed, rode his luck a few times. That's going to happen inside that first hour or so this morning. It was pretty torrid, but he got through it.
Yeah, it was. I think it was what we thought. I don't mean that we were expecting 100 every innings from him. I think it's what we thought we might be getting when we signed him. It seemed like a good signing, and sometimes he has struggled in the first division games, you know, that started in late August, September, didn't they? And it's good to see that, because he got a 60 odd in the last game, and now that not out 100. Very good indeed.
Okay. That is the end of the Hampshire first innings, and they won the toss and opted to have a bat this morning, and they are absolutely grateful for Nick Gubbins, unbeaten on 101, and then terrific contributions too from Felix Organ making 42 and James Fuller's 55. It's something on the ball for Hampshire when that looked a long way off at midday, with 5 wickets for Hassan Ali and 3 for Jimmy Anderson. So 246 all out. We'll take a break. We'll be back with you in around about 10 minutes. Well, a warm welcome back as Lancashire's two opening batters walking out side by side with our two umpires, Rob White and Nick Cook, and the Hampshire players in their little team huddle. On the back of reaching 246, that magnificent century from Nick Gubbins, 101 not out. The full details of that innings: 101 from 212 deliveries, 294 minutes and 13 fours. And you managed to find a couple of friends to stick with him. Felix Organ, 42 from 106. And then James Fuller, 55 from 54. Helping Gubbins get to three figures, helping, I guess, in a bigger picture, the team get at least something on the board to work with, having been 40 for 5 just after midday. And, you know, an hour and a half after Vince won the toss and wanted to have a bat first. So they've got something to work with. They've got a new ball in the hand of Keith Barker. They've got a fabulous bowling attack, and they'll be hopeful, Dave, that they can make a couple of inroads with this new ball.
They will, and we're rather enjoying being blessed with sunshine, which actually at this time of the evening comes straight through our commentary box. But I'm not sure that Hampshire's seam attack will be quite so pleased. I think they'd quite like the overcast, slightly cooler conditions of earlier today. But as you say, they've given themselves something to bowl at now. We shall see. Barker coming in from the pavilion end.
And 4 slips are waiting. Here he comes in and bowls to George Balderson down the leg side. And a tumbling take from Ben Brown, keeping wicket for Hampshire. And there is no run. Yeah, the contrasting conditions couldn't really be great. It was sun, he's outshining. The entire outfield is bathed in sunshine. We can just see the shadow being cast from the floodlight peering up from above the Shane Warne stand. As Barker's in, left arm over. And Hampshire asking if that's a little flick off the bat of Balderson, taken by Ben Brown down the leg side. As Barker sent it in, there's nothing from the bowler. The keeper and the slips went up, but Keith Barker didn't bother appealing.
It looks very much from here as if the crowd has thinned out significantly, but in fact what they've all done is shifted up to this end, in the northern end, where they're in the bright sunshine.
That is a sensible decision.
It is indeed.
Barker to Balderson, and he's in behind and defends this delivery away into the offside for no run. You can't quite beat a cricket ground for supporters following the sun around the different stands throughout the course of the day. Plenty of options for sunny seats here, haven't you?
Oh yeah, yeah, particularly in county championship cricket, yeah.
Barker from the pavilion end, following his shadow as he comes stomping back in. Forward press from Balderson, sees the ball run up towards mid-off, and there's no run. I mentioned the 4 slips that Barker's got. It's a fine leg, a mid-wicket, a mid-on, a mid-off, and cover point. With Vince giving his impressive bowling attack, led here by Barker with the new ball. Every possible opportunity to try and take some wickets. Into Balderson again. That's met with a little shuffle forward, and that's directed towards mid-on, and there's no run. 17 overs Lancashire had to bat tonight.
Sorry, Luke Wells opening the batting. Is that simply because Jennings is not currently available?
Yeah, I would think so. I think if Keaton Jennings is fit, it would probably be Keaton Jennings and George Balderson, and then Wells at 3.
Wells at 3, yeah.
And at 4. Barker to Balderson, forward in defence, and there is no run. End of the over, so Keith Barker starts with a maiden. A couple of deliveries down the leg side, the rest bringing George Balderson forward in defence, and he's through the first over of this 17 that Lancashire have got to face. So actually quite a lengthy session for Lancashire. It's not kind of like coming out and having to face 7 or 8 or something like that. You've got quite a decent chunk of time to bat.
Yeah. And Hampshire have got time to use at least their first 3 bowlers. So Abbott often these days doesn't take the new ball.
The ball from the Hilton end, Mohammed Abbas.
But they'll all have a bit of a chance, and yet tomorrow morning the ball will still be reasonably hard and new for first 3/4 of an hour, something like that.
We had a message Kevin got with regards to Ageas and whether or not the ground at Ageas was going to be replaced and demolished, and housing was going to be put there. As Abbas from the hotel end, he's in a bowling a really good delivery as well as playing and missing. Snakes away past the outside edge and through to the keeper. There's no run, and I thought that actually there was two. There's Liverpool Cricket Club in Ageas, which is where Lancashire play, and then there's Ageas Cricket Club, and I think it was Ageas CC that was under the threat of being demolished. But Jamie sent me a message to say it's not the case. The ground has been saved.
Good.
So it will not be demolished. So thanks, Jamie, for that. Abbas in and bowling. Forward press from Wells, and once again that ball just sneaks past the edge and through to the keeper. There's no run. May well have just took the bat inside the line, perhaps. Wells, I think he was beaten in the first delivery.
Yeah, I think on the first one for sure, but you could be right. He might be playing line. Michael Carberry was always my favourite example of that. Michael Carberry would just play lines, and it might look like he was being beaten, but very often he wasn't. Very often that was not the case.
Still 4 slips, just like Barker had. Abbas with 4 slips, fine leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off point. In and bowling. Again, that forward press from Wells. His front foot down the pitch. The ball weaves away into the gloves of Brown, and there's no run. Good start from Abbas and Barker, but we're expected this. This is what Hampshire will be hoping for with the new ball, with these 16 overs at Lancashire. Got to face, try and pick up a couple tonight if they can. That's what they'll be aiming for. They'll be feeling a little bit better about things with some runs and the way that Gubbins batted, and something for their bowlers to work with. Abbas right on over the wicket, bowls, and Wells defends. A straighter delivery. It's played up towards Keith Barker at mid-on, and there's no run. Two without loss, Lancashire. 246 all out, Hampshire. Mighty impressive display with the bat with Nick Gubbins today.
Yeah, I guess if you were to do that thing about talking about sessions, then Lancashire's clearly won the first one, but you'd probably argue that Hampshire won the second. And
Abbas to Wells, what a rising delivery. Drops his hands and manages to get the bat out the way of that, and that went through at a good pace and good height and carried through to Ben Brown. Took it above head height.
Yeah. And then that would leave this session at the moment in the balance, really, wouldn't it? You know, if Lancashire get through, they might lose one, but particularly if they got through without losing any, then you'd say, well, that was their session as well. But if Hampshire to pick up 2 or 3, then
Abbas bowls and Jennings in behind. Ball just deflects away out towards point, and there is no run. Yeah, we're further kind of gone on with the idea that this has been a fascinating day's play.
yeah.
I mean, the morning session was emphatically Lancashire's, and then the fight back from Hampshire, led by Nick Gubbins and Felix Organ, and then Gubbins and James Fuller. Abbas in and bowling forward as well, just defending towards Abbott at mid-off, and that's the end of the over. So there was a no ball in that. Apologies for that, must have missed that one. Lancashire 2 without loss. Bowlers on 0 and Wells on 0. 2 overs gone with this Lancashire reply to a Hampshire total of 246, and Barker and Abbas, as we would expect, absolutely right on the money so far with this new ball.
Yeah, it's important that they are as well, and trying to put some pressure on this early order Lancashire batting, and of course it's a quite important little bit tonight as Barker bowls. It's down the leg side. Has he played a shot? Big shout for an LBW as the ball makes its way down to fine leg. What's the umpire going to signal? Leg buys. Maybe there was Maybe Balderson was thinking about having a little tickle at that. To me, his bat didn't seem to be too close, but have a watch on the live stream. I'm not quite sure what he was trying to do there, really. 3 without loss. Luke Wells back on strike. Has already got a half century this season in the game against Gloucestershire. Got a 59. Is the ball doing much, Dave? I must admit, I haven't watched the opening couple of overs.
There was one from Abbas that really took off, and I think it's just nibbled about a little bit from him.
Yeah.
But that seems to me to be what's happened all day, really. It hasn't been huge movement, but enough.
I think the ball going soft is a bit of a concern.
Yeah.
Length ball to Luke Wells. Ball didn't seem to do anything there as he plays it out on the onside. Let's get through a few emails because got a few to do before we finish. Although we've got quite a bit yet, will we? Yeah. Just under 15 overs to do. Yeah, 14.4 to be exact. 3 without loss. Lancashire replying to that Hampshire all-out total of 246. Here's Barker in the evening sunshine. It's definitely getting warmer. Again, it's a good length ball, but again appears to not move in the air or not do much off the seam as Wells pushes it out on the offside. Stephen Mullen, sonancricket@gmail.com. We're back on the subject of Todd Morden. Loving the coverage, but if Scott's getting stick for the way he says Durham, we can't let the southern pronunciation of Todd Morden go. It's Todd Morden, with the second part said a lot quicker in these parts. Keep up the good work, says Steve in Formby. Point taken, Stephen, thank you. Wells plays that late and just past Gully quite deliberately. He gets a single, he's off the mark. I think that's the first run off the bat. It is 4 without loss. There's not a lot of movement for Barker out there at the moment.
No.
Dave, but he's in the wickets, and
sure is.
that effort of last week at Kent, where he picked up 6 for 53 on a real flat wicket, was a fantastic effort. As I said earlier, James Finn's saying it's one of the flattest pitches they've played on for a number of years. That's flicked away, and a nice shot there from Balderson. Bit leg stumpish there from Barker, who at the moment, as I say, is getting very little movement, if any.
He's had a terrific start to the season. He's got 15 wickets at just under 18 apiece, so he's our leading wicket taker and our top of the averages, but not quite working for him this evening yet.
He was a little bit like this in the second innings at Canterbury, where it seemed to take 3 or 4 overs or so to settle down. Barker from that pavilion end, left arm over, bowls, and that's it's only just outside off stump, but that's a good lead from Balderson nevertheless. End of the over. 3 overs completed in this Lancashire reply. They are 8 without loss. We've got Oliver Crawley, sonancricket@gmail.com. Again, we're on Todd Morden. That's probably that town is receiving probably more publicity than it ever warrants. The West Yorkshire town you've been talking about is pronounced Todd Morden, rather than Todd Morden that you've been saying. I can recommend the excellent Sally Wainwright BBC drama Happy Valley, which is set round there.
Oh yeah.
Hebden Bridge, Stoke, Halifax.
Yeah, that's a laugh a minute, that one.
Mo Abbas, way outside the off stump, and Wells leaves that one alone. I'm enjoying. Sorry,
she's written other stuff. So
has she?
I can't remember what it is.
I'll have to have a look at that. I'm enjoying the coverage. Fully agree that it would be nice to see Matt Parkinson, notwithstanding the seemingly seamer-friendly wicket. Well, it's getting less seamer-friendly, I think, if I'm honest. And it's, in a way, this is a very similar wicket to Somerset. The way it's played and the way things have gone, really. It seems to me you're already getting less and less. Here's Abbas again, runs away from us. It's down the leg side and taken by Ben Brown.
The greenness has gone out of it, hasn't it? You know, this morning at 11 o'clock and under those cloudy skies, there was a real green patch in most of the middle, but a lot of that's gone now. It's, you know, it's a duller colour.
It is a little bit, isn't it?
More of an ochre colour now, yeah.
It's probably about the warmest of the day at the moment as
well.
well.
Yeah, I'm getting a bit of a suntan here.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. I've got a fleece on, and for the first time today, I felt as though I need to take it off.
Yeah.
Wells to face Mo Abbas, 4 slips weight, and let's come back a fraction. Not quite right. There's a quick 30-second update coming up to let you know what's been going on. Well, Lancashire are replying now. They're replying to the Hampshire total of 246. They are 8 without loss. And Hampshire's innings extended thanks to Nick Gubbins, who finished 101 not out at the end, having batted at number 3, coming in when the score was 5 for 1. He was given good support from James Fuller, batting at number 9. He hit 53. They scored 83 partnership for the 8th wicket. Earlier, Felix Organ, who was out this afternoon, added 92 for the 6th. Hampshire certainly recovered from 40 for 5. Lancashire 12 without loss.
Thank you very much indeed, Kevin James.
No, it's not. It's 8 without. It's 9 without loss. I thought that ball was going to the boundary, so I added a few runs on as I looked up doing that. Anyway, it's 9 without loss.
Well, it was a misfield from Kyle Abbott, who's not had a great day so far, so perhaps we better get him on the bowl and he could take a couple of wickets. But,
yes.
Yeah.
Well, he bowled well last week as well. I mentioned Barker, but Abbott bowled brilliantly. 4 wickets after the over after tea. That's pushed on the leg side. Quite incredible on a wicket that was doing nothing for ages.
If you remember, I sent you a message around lunchtime, so I'm going out now because I had a singing rehearsal to go to, and I wasn't sure if I was going to get back, but I thought by the time I got back it would still be dragging on. And of course, as I got in, you were just talking about them as they came off the field, so I was able to rewind the final over, which was quite delightful really, and watch 3 wickets in 4 balls.
That's right, sorry, it was 3 wickets in the final
for Kyle
over,
Abbott,
with a couple of boundaries thrown in as well. Outside the off stump, good lead from Balderson. 2 left-handers out there for Lancashire. Balderson has 4, Wells has 2, 9 without loss, 237 runs behind. There's a lot of people coming on the emails about the pronunciation of Todd Morden. I think we've mentioned how we're going to say it, or maybe we have been a bit all around the houses, or I have anyway.
Well, I'm a lost cause, Kev, you know. I mean, you can't expect people from Portsmouth to pronounce Yorkshire places properly, can you?
No.
I think that's...
We haven't got the accent to do it, have we?
We don't
emphasise the right areas, do we?
No, we do our best.
Correct. Well, Rick Hutton, who's in Tufnell Park, I think you said that is that Tufnell Park in London.
Ah.
I think there's a Tufnell Park in London from memory. Here's Barker. That's whipped away by Wells, and that is 6 over mid-wicket on the short boundary side. He just lifted it up over the fielder at mid-wicket, and the ball kept going. I must admit, the reaction, I thought, well, that's going for 6. Difficult to tell because it's quite bright out there at the moment, picking up the ball. Wells moves on to 8. Barker is getting absolutely no movement at all with this ball, either off the pitch or in the air. Rick Hutton says it's not Todd Morden. You may be thinking of the station on the other end of the northern line from me. It's Todmorden, he says. Enjoying the commentary, keep up the good work, thank you. There's lots of people to explain us how we should do. There's a thick inside edge, gone out square on the leg side. I think they'll get 2 here. Wells will move into double figures, 17 without loss. John Trainer, who emailed a little earlier, silentcricket@gmail.com, points out that the Lancashire second team completed a 3-wicket win against Glamorgan at Newport today, thanks to a superb 81 not out by George Lavelle. Also, George Bell scored an unbeaten century, 119 in the first innings. I think I saw that. He's a teenager, isn't he? I think I saw that. Obviously quite a good player. 2 young Lancashire batsmen doing well, says John Trainer. Correct, and that's what the game's all about. With the youngsters. There's a length ball there from Barker, which Wells steers out towards extra cover. It's always nice to see young players scoring runs, doing well, and the anticipation that maybe in a year or 2 we'll see them come through to the first 11. I
don't know whether you noticed that Hampshire second 11 played a 2-day friendly against Cardiff University in the last 2 days, and on the first day Fletcher Middleton, son of Tony Middleton, and Tom Prest, captain of England under 19s, 330 for the first wicket.
Really? Well, here's Barker. Wells gets a length ball which he pushes up towards mid-on. I'm not sure if Barker's going to keep going here. For me it's just not really happening for him, but I'm being a little harsh on him because of course his record this season already is good.
But he doesn't need to, does he? I mean, he can easily switch to Abbott.
Switch in. Joe Hurst, silentcricket@gmail.com, on football retirees pubs. We were talking about that earlier, and chippies and what have you. A Come to that in a moment. Barker from that pavilion end, left arm over, outside the off stump. Comes back a bit, but it's a good leave. It's a no ball as well. He says, William Ralph, in inverted commas, Dixie Dean, most prolific ex-Everton footballer, bought a pub in Chester, the Dublin Packet. Right. Wonderful stream to watch, of course, much appreciated, says Joe. Thank you very much for that. There's 2 more on Todd Morden. I think we flogged that to death already, I think. Might have to leave that with those. I don't know, I might come to them. Here comes Barker. Again, it's a length ball, which, well, steers up to mid-on, having taken the bottom hand off the bat. I've never known a place get so much publicity, Dave.
And it was all my fault. It's because I talked about Derek Shackleton. I think I'll talk about Derek Shackleton from now on, but not the place that he came from.
No.
Whatever that's called. Mind you, I defy anybody with a broad Lancashire accent to say Portsmouth properly. Did you get that, Portsmouth?
Yes. Wrapped on the pad. I think that might be going down, though, but a big shout nevertheless. End of the over from Barker. He's completed 3 overs, none for 15. And Lancashire replying to that all-out total of 246 from Hampshire on 19 without loss. I think they'll be happy with first 5 overs.
Pretty comfortable, really, so far.
Yeah, it is relatively, considering how the Hampshire innings started. 12 overs minimum left in the day. We certainly won't get any more. And already, I think that's James Vince having a word with Keith Barker, and he's already signalling to Kyle Abbott to have a bowl at that pavilion end. I'm not surprised it's not quite happening for Keith Barker at the moment. So here's Mo Abbas to start his 3rd over, none for 3. Comes in and bowls outside the off stump, and Balderson leaves that alone this time. Nicholas Moriopoulos, I now struggle with that a little bit, has emailed a little bit, silentcricket@gmail.com. You said that I think it was Scott or you said about how did he get into cricket in Canada? If you remember from earlier on today, might not be you, Dave. I think it was Scott. It's pushed up to mid-off. Nicholas about Canada and how he got into cricket. He's emailed again to say, good afternoon, thank you for reading my email out on the commentary and for pronouncing my name correctly. Well, you're very kind. You may be interested in how I got into cricket. It was the 2009 Ashes. I had a boring summer job as a student in Montreal and spent a lot of time refreshing the BBC live feed covering a strange, exotic and exciting game. Wow, well, you're talking about cricket. Here's Abbas round the wicket. Forward defensive up to mid-off from Balderson. He said, I didn't even have a radio. Cardiff had me intrigued. Lords had me hooked, and by the time England won at the Oval, I was completely obsessed. P.S. Canada beat Hampshire in a T20 at the Caribbean T20 tournament in 2011. I was there commentating on the game. I remember it. James Vince was bowled for 8, and Canada won by 23. I don't remember that, but obviously that did happen. This was 124 years after the only other match between the two. Abbas bowls, and that's pushed on the onside. On the 1887 Canada tour of the UK, a match that was drawn. Canada is thus undefeated against Hampshire. Nicholas. Yes, I was out for that T20 tournament, which was great fun, covering it on behalf of Somerset and Hampshire.
What year was that, 1887?
2010.
No, the other one, the first one.
Oh, right. Yeah, I thought you'd be interested. 1887, yeah, Canada did play Hampshire. I remember looking that up.
We were not then a first-class county, interestingly.
Abbas bowls. Forward again, Balderson, up towards mid-off, Abbott Field.
We'd been chucked out. We were a first-class county in 1885, and we were so rubbish they chucked us out. And we didn't get back to first-class status until 1895, when we entered the county championship. So that's my excuse. I've got a memory, this is an odd memory, but I've got a memory that Canada toured England in 1953. But I could be completely wrong about that.
Dave, you'll have to look at that up.
Yeah.
Shall I look it up while you're...
yeah.
That's pushed on the onside. Good length ball there from Mo Abbas. End of the over. Maiden over from Abbas. Lancashire 19 without loss. Balderson And Luke Wells repelling the early exchanges from the Hampshire bowlers. They both, to date, Balderson has 4, Wells has 10.
And now what's happening? No, sorry. It looked for a moment as though Keith Barker was getting ready to bowl again, but he's not. He's taken jumper and cap, and James Vince has been up there chatting, and Kyle Abbott removes his cap, gives it to the umpire, removes his jumper, gets ready. He moves another jumper. It's quite warm out there, Kyle. You didn't need all those.
What year did you say?
1953.
Right, let me have a quick brief look at 1953.
It's a vague memory from the 1954 Playfair Cricket Annual. This does sound like I lead a sad life away from commentating, doesn't it?
So it'd be cricket in England, won't it?
Yeah, it would. Yeah, if it's correct. Yeah, I doubt whether it was first class either, but I might be talking complete rubbish.
Uganda Cobbs in England, it won't be that. Here's Abbott. Oh, that's a nipper away. Super delivery to Luke Wells.
And bounce and carry.
Nigerian Cricket Association in England, that's not that. Danish Cricket Association in England. No. Australia and the British Isles. I can't see Canada here. So it wasn't that year.
Okay, I misled you.
No, well, it might be either side, mightn't it?
Might be, yeah. Yeah, not to worry.
No, but
might
you've
just
got
be
us all intrigued. Somebody might be looking out for us actually nowadays.
Misremembering it.
There's Abbott from that pavilion end bowls. And, forward is Wells out into the covers. Canada in England, 1954.
Oh, 54.
Yes.
Got it wrong by a year.
Dave.
I don't know. And well, I was only 4 at the time.
They played against Middlesex at Lord's.
Oh, okay, right.
They played against Yorkshire in Scarborough.
Oh, well, there we are.
They played against the Pakistanis at Lords as well.
Yep, that was the first Pakistani tour of England.
Was it?
That year? They drew.
Warwickshire at Edgbaston, my word, they played at some good grounds, didn't they? It was pushed up to mid-on by Luke Wells. He also played Essex at Clacton-on-Sea.
Wow. Now there's a name to conjure with, Clacton-on-Sea.
I can't see Hampshire here, though.
No, I don't. No, I didn't think they played Hampshire. I didn't have a particular memory of that. Just that they came to England. Yeah. Perhaps in the Playfair that I'm talking about, perhaps what they did was to give us a breakdown of the team, as they would always do with the touring side for that year, rather than a retrospective look back.
Sure. Here's Abbott, bowls, and Wells is going to take the bat away, but it hits the face of the bat anyway. Harmlessly finds the gap between Gully and the slips, runs down towards third man. They only get 2 though. Hampshire 21 without loss. Of course it wouldn't have been, because as Nicholas points out, it was 1880 when they last played.
The reason I mean, it does sound like I live a sad life, which I probably do, but the reason I remember that is that when I was about 11 or 12, the school I was at had a clear out of the library, and the clear out of the library included a slightly battered copy of the very nice Playfair Cricket Annual 1954, which I took home at the age of 11 and probably still have. Well, I've certainly got a copy of that still at home.
Okay.
So that's why.
Abbott in, and that's lifted in the air, but safe between mid-on and mid-wicket. Catchable height, but it split the field. And Wells shown a liking for that onside in the air. 16 he's on, 25 without loss.
He does play a bit like this, doesn't he, Wells? But I wonder in some senses whether he's just taken a leaf out of Fuller's book. He's watched the way Fuller batted on this pitch and thought, you know, if it's up there, there are runs. But, yeah.
The Gentlemen of Canada in the British Islands, British Isles was that tour.
Yep.
And they were known as the Gentlemen of Canada.
Used to get a lot of tours like that. One of the, I think the first game ever at Bournemouth, maybe, I'm not sure about this, was the Gentlemen of Philadelphia against Hampshire. Yeah. And they used to tour quite regularly. And of course, gentlemen meant that they were amateurs.
I found the scorecard. That's outside the off stump from Mo Abbas to Balderson. Currently 25 without loss. It was played at the Old County Ground in Southampton in the middle of August. It was a 2-day game. It was drawn. Yep. The Gentlemen of Canada scored 219 all out.
Yep.
The gentleman of Hampshire replied with 225.
Well, E.G. Wynyard, the captain who top scores at the top there, he was one of the two guys in that record partnership I was talking about earlier. Teddy Wynyard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's Abbas again on the back foot. His Balderson hits it into the ground. The gentleman of Canada in the second innings 211. And Hampshire 145 for 8.
Yeah, not for the most part. Particularly well-known Hampshire cricketers there, except for E.G. Wynyard, who ended up captain in the county side and indeed playing for England.
Right, okay.
He was a real character, Teddy Wynyard.
Right. Nobody else you recognise there, Dave, in that side?
Not significantly so, no. Don't think so. Oh, yes, I do beg your pardon.
Here's Abbas.
I do indeed.
Ball, which is pushed out square on the offside.
Batting at, is he 3 for F.E. Lacey? F.E. Lacey, Francis Lacey, has the highest score ever for Hampshire, but it was in that second-class period, so it was against Norfolk. It wasn't a first-class score, but he got, I don't know, 340-odd perhaps. He was the first man ever to be knighted for contributions to cricket. He was the secretary at the MCC, I think, at an important time when they were setting up things like the county championship properly and so on. So
Abbas again, left alone outside the off stump.
So yeah, he was a very important man, F.E. Lacey. Yeah. So, but they were not all. And I suspect it was for the most part a side of amateurs, because when we were a second-class county, you couldn't necessarily afford to employ many professionals. The professionals would usually be the bowlers in those days.
Yeah.
But there we are. More stories.
More stories. I'm Kevin James. Next to me, Dave Allen, Hampshire's Orney archivist. In a few minutes' time, Scott Reed, BBC Lancashire, will be back with us. That's turned away down to fine leg by Balderson. He moves on to 5.26 without loss. Just a reminder, tomorrow night there's a fundraising celebratory dinner for Sean Udall, the former Hampshire and England off-spinner, who several years, 2 or 3 years ago, was diagnosed with Parkinson's. There is currently an online auction which has a host of exclusive lots, and it's live right now until 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. So if you're not going to the dinner and you want to have a look to see what's on the auction first and foremost, but of course probably more important than that is to support Shaggy, and you want to bid. That's pushed out on the onside and there's no run. End of the over, 26 without loss. If you want to view the lots, then go to this website, www.ageasbowl.com/Udall. That's UDAL, and you can have a look. That's till 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. And also with a Vitality Blast not too far away, Hampshire's new kit was launched this week, and the new shirt is available to view on the Hampshire Cricket App, which is free to download. If you haven't downloaded it before, you can watch a live stream of this game as well. You can pre-order on store at ageasbowl.com, and also the club, who are continuing to support Southampton Hospital's charity throughout this season, will donate £5 for every shirt sold, as Abbott comes in and that's driven back to him by Balderson, and there's no run.
Of course, you and Sean Udall played 2 cup finals, 91 and 92, is that right? Against Surrey and Kent.
We did.
And then in 2005, he became the first ever Hampshire-born Hampshire cricketer to raise a trophy, having won another Lord's final when he was deputising for Shane Warne as captain.
That's right. Warwickshire, C&G.
Yeah, that's right.
Good game, that.
And
it's pushed out square on the offside, off a thickish outside edge.
And he was the first Hampshire-born Hampshire cricketer for more than a century to play in a test match for England. And he went to India and Pakistan. And finished his test career with 4 wickets in an innings, I seem to remember, pretty cheaply. England won. Did he get Tendulkar? You and he share something in common.
Yeah.
Bowling
he got him
out
as
India.
well in that 4 for 14.
Yeah.
That's right. It wasn't that hard to get out, was he? Here comes Abbott, bowls, length ball, and George Balderson is forward, out on the odd side. I shouldn't say that. It's easy to say when you're not playing anymore.
I love that. I love it.
Got an email here from Bill Seeger, afternoon to you, about
Hello,
cricket
Bill.
flags, because there was some conjecture, wasn't there, as to whether the Lancashire flag was flying. We can see it, but it was just no wind really to see it, and it's of a colour that blends in with its surroundings, the white Rod Brasgrove Pavilion at the far end, so it's difficult to see when it wasn't actually blowing, but it has been up there, as is the Hampshire flag away to our on the right hand side of the pavilion as we look. That's driven back to Abbott. There is really not a lot out there for the Hampshire bowlers, certainly not as much as the Lancashire bowlers enjoyed, certainly in that first hour. And yeah, well, it's I guess the way that we expected the wicket to go. Hampshire gambled by winning the toss, electing to bat first. It didn't pay off. 40 for 5. They would have hoped to have perhaps reached 40 with about 3 down, and then things appeared to get a little easier anyway. Certainly some good batting lower down the order. Felix Organ 42, James Fuller 55, but the main man Nick Gubbins with 101 not out. Here's Abbott, played on missing outside the off stump. I think that's the first time we've seen that this innings, or certainly for a while. Right, Bill Seeger says, gents, concerning the flying of the county flags, I would have thought there should be some form of ceremony for raising the county flags. I do remember the pride of seeing the Hampshire County Champions flag flying all those years ago. I'm sure Dave remembers that. In the military, it is an assigned duty. Surely somebody is responsible for raising both the home team and away team's flags at the bowl, as in anywhere else, I guess. Is there a separate flag for the Hawks for the Vitality Blast? I've absolutely no idea. Here's Abbott. It's turned away on the onside by Balderson, but only as far as Felix Organ. End of the over 26 without loss.
The first time that the Hampshire Championship winning flag was ever flown in 1962, they won it in 61, was at Arundel in a one-day game between the Duke of Norfolk's 11 and the visiting Pakistanis, which was traditionally the start of every tour. And the Duke of Norfolk invited the Hampshire Championship winning side to be his 11 for that game, and so it was first shown there. And now, of course, we have a replica of that flag and the 73 flag in the Derek Shackleton bar. That's Derek Shackleton, who came from Tobenden. Did I get that right?
One that we've hardly talked about all day and hardly been corrected about with our pronunciation. And yeah, but that's been good fun. Abbas to start his fifth over, none for 4. Bowls, and it's a length ball which Balderson plays quite late into the ground, square on the offside. Just finishing off that bit about the flag, sorry Dave. It says, is there a separate flag for the Hawks for the Vitality Blast? I do not know. I've not looked that hard. If not, there is an opportunity to make some income here. Or is there? There must be a separate flag flying when the Southern Brave are playing at the Bowl. I have no idea either.
I didn't spot it every time I came to a 100 game last year.
No. You didn't come to any day. I can honestly say, I mean, it obviously is important. You know, let's not be too frivolous about this. As Abbas bowls, that's flicked away behind square by Balderson, settles for a single. He moves on to 6, 27 without loss. But I'm not sure it's the first thing I look at, or even the last thing I look at when I'm at a cricket ground, as to if there's a flag flying, isn't there a flag flying? If it is, whose is it? Are both teams flying it? Is it the right flag? Is it the wrong flag for the competition?
You know,
is it blowing the right way? Is there enough wind?
Bill is asking about ceremonies. You know that when we played our last ever game at Northlands Road, before they smashed the whole place up and built houses on it, there was a ceremony to lower the flag at the end of the final game.
Abbas bowls. Oh, it's bounced. He's playing at that one, Luke Wells. It bounced and left him. Good delivery.
And we had a trumpeter who played the last post, and the president hauled down the flag for the last time. So I do remember that, but generally there isn't a ceremony. I'm about to depart, so I would like to just say goodbye to everybody and say I've had a really delightful day, and the emails and texts and things have been brilliant, and all those conversations about that little place in Lancashire that I'm very fond of because of Derek Shackleton, and no balls and wides and all the rest of it. It's been brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Always beating outside the off stump again. That's just nipped away. Good couple of deliveries there from Abbas. Thank you very much, Dave Allen. Scott's got to do an update, so he'll be along in a few minutes' time. That's all right, Dave. No, go on. You've done loads today, and we've enjoyed it. Thank you very much. I can hold it for a few minutes. We've got 7 overs to do after this, so we're going to be about 20 past, maybe a bit more. Thank you, Dave Allen. Great stuff. Abbas turns and runs away from us once more. Bowling to George Balderson. And that's on the line of leg stump, and that's turned to mid-wicket. Finds the fielder Felix Organ. David Wilkinson, we're back on Todd Morden. Bowling ends. I hope we're still saying this right, because I feel like even when we say it, we're still saying it differently every time, or I am. Enjoying the live feed in the Kingdom of Fife in Scotland. Thanks for your most entertaining commentary. Wisdom notes, on certain pitches on the square, you would be batting in one county and facing bowler from the other. All right, okay, so that does suggest that either end of the ground is in separate counties. Abbas again. Bowls. Always been again outside the off stump. Abbas has just found a little spot there. 3 really good nipper awayers to the left-hander. But it hasn't brought success, but it's brought a round of applause from the crowd still here. 1 or 2 are leaving. I think 6 o'clock is a bit of a cut-off time for some people in the crowd anyway. And there is another over ticked off, 7 to do. Abbas has completed 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 5. When W.G. Grace played there for the United South against the United North in 1874, the doctor clumped a few boundaries from Lancashire into Yorkshire and vice versa, which rather suggests that you are correct, says David Wilkinson. So obviously there is a Lancashire end and a Yorkshire end at Todmorden. So we've established that, I think, through David. Thank you very much. Abbott bowls. Just goes out on the leg side. Abbott's at the pavilion end into his 3rd over now. Remember, Hampshire bowled out for 246 after tea. Got a few more emails to get through. I want to try and get through as many as I can before the close of play, because those of you that were listening to the game at Ageas at the end of last year will know that we weren't able to get through them all, and well, it was such an important game that it was difficult to read them out all the time. That's nipped back, but it's a good leave. Not sure it went over the top of off stump, but it certainly suggested that it was pretty close. Martin from Glasgow, Martin McLaughlin, has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, hi Kev, Scott and Dave, very much enjoying the commentary and the live stream coverage. I'm laid up at home with COVID, but more than compensated by getting the rare chance to watch 2 Lancashire Championship matches back to back. I love the dramatic late win against Gloucestershire earlier in the week. Here's Abbott again, and beaten outside the off stump, or did he play inside the line, Luke Wells? It may have been more that he was playing inside the line. And hoping for a similarly exciting game and result this time round. So far so good. I'm a long-standing Lancashire fan by virtue of a long passed away Mancunian grandmother, and due to my first live cricket match being at Old Trafford to watch England play Pakistan in a 1983 World Cup match as a young kid. I still have my red rose T-shirt from the club shop that day, which is barely big enough to get on a teddy. There's Abbott, bowls, and from the line of Midland leg and turned up to wideish mid-on, where it's fielded by Keith Barker. Keep up the brilliant coverage. I'm hoping the game goes to 4 days with another late victory for Lancashire, says Martin. Thank you for your email. Sunshine has never really fully come out, but it's casting some shadows on the ground. It was very warm a little while ago, not quite so warm now, but still pleasant. As we tick past 6 o'clock here at the Ageas Bowl. Abbott comes in with 3 slips, waiting, and bowls to Luke Wells, and Wells drives into his pad. And the ball skittles out towards point where Ian Holland comes in. I have an email here from a W. Walker, solentcricket@gmail.com. It says you were chatting about the Duchess of Portsmouth. I don't know if Dave was. You were chatting about the Duchess of Portsmouth, Dave? Did you mention? Oh, he's just nodded. He disappeared for a moment. He's back. The title Duke of Portsmouth was a life peerage created, in brackets, in the Peerage of England in 1673 for Louise de Keroualle, one of the mistresses of Charles II. Man's gone out on the deep square leg boundary as Abbott comes in again. And bowls. It's a full defensive from Wells up towards extra cover. The title, named after Portsmouth, became extinct upon her death in 1734. Her son, in brackets by the King, became Charles Lennox, 1st Duke of Richmond in 1675. There you go, that's great history. Thank you very much. Benjamin Thorne, solentcricket@gmail.com, says, hi Kev, Dave and Scott, enjoying listening to the stream as ever. The pitch already looks to be breaking up a little, so possibly a good call to bowl last on it. Well, that's interesting, but if you think the pitch is breaking up and you do that, then you'd probably play an extra spinner. But anyway, we've had that debate. Ageas Bowl was outside the off stump. Good leave from George Balderson. Andrew Smith, solentcricket@gmail.com, as Scott Reed comes back in. Hi guys, enjoying the stream while supposed to be working. Don't say that. With Luke Wells already having bowled a reasonable number of overs, do you think that Lancashire made a mistake in not picking Parkinson? This is one for Scott Reed. So good you came back. It feels wasteful with so many overs bowled with a much lesser wicket threat. Andrew watching the mighty Lancashire from north of the border in Perth. Scott Reed.
I think they're happy with Hampshire being all out for 240, having won the toss and batting first.
Yeah, I think you're right. Ageas bowls, and that's full defensive back to the bowler from Balderson. Agreed.
But the answer to that question perhaps will only be truly known at the end of the game.
Very true.
It's good fun second guessing what's going on, isn't it? But I mean, we're just so, we're miles away from the pitch. I've not got a clue how it's playing out there. I don't know what the pitch is like, 150 yards away on the top floor of the media centre. But the captain and the head coach know more about picking this Lancashire team than I do.
Ageas comes in again. Oh, it's completely played onto his stumps there. Balderson wasn't quite sure when it hit the inside edge where that was going. It went out towards square leg. James Herriven, solentcricket@gmail.com, says, good afternoon. This is the first time I've live streamed a match from my phone. I have managed to airplay it to the TV in the lounge.
Oh, that's clever.
Cool. Would you know how to do that? I wouldn't.
I haven't got a clue.
No, it sounds fun.
I could YouTube it.
Oh, yeah. Gee, you can do that. Airplay it to the TV, eh?
Airplay.
I have enjoyed it so much. Along with your excellent commentary, I've decided to attend my first ever county championship match tomorrow.
Excellent.
You have a new convert to the county championship. James, thank you very
Brilliant.
much. It's very nice of you. It's a nice compliment as well. Here's Ageas running away from us. Bowls, and he's beating the outside edge again. This has happened a few times at the moment. Ageas has dropped into a nice little groove here and causing the batters a few problems, but he's not quite finding the outside edge.
No, he's been unlucky, hasn't he? He's bowled a really good opening spell for Hampshire and could easily have had a wicket in this little spell. As indeed, I thought George Balderson could have had a wicket too. He was wicketless from 13 overs and probably bowled better than his figures would suggest. But yeah, Ageas has bowled a good opening spell for Hampshire. They're not far away from getting one here, are they? Lancashire and these two in particular, just trying to get through tonight.
Ageas in again, then bowls, and that this time Balderson has left that. I don't blame him either.
Yeah,
it was slightly wider, so it's probably an easier call to leave.
Isn't that nice when you hear about people kind of catching on to either the live coverage, the streams, listening to it on the BBC Sport website and app, and then that translates into wanting to come down and actually watch some county cricket? It's brilliant.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I think the fact that it's available on so many different platforms now, it's the accessibility to the county championship is absolutely fantastic.
Agreed. Ageas straight, and Balderson very nearly the middle of the bat, pushes that back up to mid-off, end of the over, 28 without loss. Steve McCoy, solentcricket@gmail.com, on footballers and chip shops. It's another subject that we've got into this afternoon. Bobby Stokes. Yeah, oh, look at Dave.
Dave knows that one.
Yeah. Worked for years in the Harbourview chip shop in Portsea. That's near Portsmouth. After scoring a famous goal for someone in 1976. That's Southampton, but of course Portsmouth and Southampton, big rivalry. Also, Joe Jackson from Gospel, as I'm sure Mr. Allen will concur, also worked there. Steve McCoy in that one. Thank you very much, Steve. Footballers and chip shops. Lou Macari, I love that picture of that one. The Lou Macari fish and chips.
The Lou Macari one, yeah. John Kennelly, where it all started, this conversation. Here's Abbott running in and bowling, and Luke Wells drives nicely, and it's a good stop actually at mid-off, and he gets through for a single, and Wells moves on to 18 and Lancashire to 28 without loss, and brings Balderson on strike, and these two having 17 overs to come out and bat tonight. Now down to 4.5 left in the day. And not a lot to be gained, but from this position, but a lot to lose if you make a bit of a mess of these 5 overs. Left by Balderson. That ball just moves away from him from Abbott. And through to Ben Brown, and there's no run.
Yeah, they're working hard, both these batters, aren't they? There's going to be the odd good ball out there. We've seen that, especially from Abbas. But they've done well. Richard Lloyd. Organ could back up the top 6 if needed. He certainly proved that point today. Yes, he did. I hope we don't regret that batting point towards the end of the season. Of course, Hampshire bowled out for 246, missed out by 4 runs.
Here comes Abbott from the pavilion end and bowls, and well, as I come off the edge, it's bounced, I think, in front of Brown, who's taken it, leaning to his left-hand side. No, I don't think he did it. It just shot along the ground, I think.
Low.
Did, yeah, right underneath the bat of Balderson.
Yeah, Richard says, I hope you don't regret missing out on that point, though it's a good score. If you're bowling Hassan Ali at first change, it won't be easy at all. Exactly right. Ali finishing with 5 wickets. I hope that Lancashire's batting lineup isn't as impressive. Looks okay at the moment.
3 slips awaiting. Abbott powers his way back in, bowls left by Balderson. Travels into the gloves of Ben Brown, and there's no run.
Jack Bino has emailed, glad you've got the pronunciation of Todmorden right. It's lucky that Slaithwaite Cricket Club don't host county matches, or else we'd be in trouble. Keep up the good work, says Jack, a Yorkshireman in exile in Edinburgh. I presume we said that right. Slaithwaite seems easier than Todmorden.
I've got 1 or 2 suggestions for you to try and pronounce Oswaldtwistle. If I show you the spelling of Oswaldtwistle. Abbott in bowls to Balderson. That's nudged off the hip, and that's nicely played down towards fine leg for 4. Just straight onto the leg stump, and Balderson just eased it on its way. Little flick away down towards the boundary for 4. And he moves to 9, and Lancashire move on to 32 without loss.
There's a whole host of names up north I know that I wouldn't get close.
Well, it must be the same all over the country.
Yeah.
Would I struggle with? I'm sure I'll struggle with some
southern names,
southern towns and places. Yeah.
I mean, the obvious one, of course, is the thing you lay down in with water in.
Abbott to Balderson, and you're going to get 4 more down towards 3rd man. Is Balderson, and moves into double figures. It's 36 without loss. Well, I mean, I'm already in trouble for the way that I pronounce the cricket team based in the northeast, so I don't think I should go anywhere near how you're pronouncing your A's.
If you can't get your own names right.
End of the over, that 36 without loss. Balderson 13 and Wells on 18.
Yeah, doing a very good job indeed. If Lancashire can get to the close, no wickets down, that'll be a mighty fine day for the Red Rose County. 4 overs left in the day. Abbas is being replaced by Keith Barker, who's going to try his luck at the hotel end, our commentary end. And I don't know, Scott, how much you were looking. I think I was on with Dave at the time, but for me, Keith Barker didn't get one to go off the straight, not in the air or in the seam, off the seam, or may change, of course. Bowling this end, but
no, yeah. Didn't have much joy from that pavilion end, did he?
No, none at all.
Quickly out the attack as well.
Yeah, 4 overs, none for 15. Comes in and bowls over the wicket, and immediately has he got a wicket? I think he may have done. Oh yes, and Wells walks off, having been caught behind, and that ball has straightened. Maybe he has found the right end to bowl. Over the wicket, bowls, ball straightens. Just a feathered edge through to Ben Brown, and Wells goes for 18, 36 for 1.
Well, that was a beauty. What was all the drama about? Keith Barker just switch ends and run in from this end and send that down first up for Wells. Good luck trying to not edge that. That's a lovely ball from Barker. Nothing wrong for Luke Wells with that. He's got a good delivery from a very fine bowler. And Wells departs for 18. That's the type of breakthrough that Hampshire were hoping for. Lancashire wasn't quite kind of batten down the hatches type situation, but it was a feel of just trying to get through and get to stumps, and those two will try again tomorrow morning. But that's a nice wicket for Hampshire to get, and it's a lovely piece of bowling by Keith Barker.
Yeah, lovely shape on the ball there, wasn't it? So beautiful. Now, I imagine a night watchman will be coming in now.
Danny Lamb.
There we go. Danny Lamb.
Danny Lamb.
It's a long way off, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
As much as I've seen Lancashire now for 10 years, I'm still not 100% committed to who that was walking out.
It's a long way, isn't it, from where we are? I mean, we're high up. We have a very good view,
We do.
but we do feel a long way.
View.
Yeah, but once you go up towards the boundary rope at the far end of the ground, it's it's a 5-day camel ride almost. Gordon Schoen, who's back on the emails, sellingcricket@gmail.com, who's now signing these emails not just from Northamptonshire, but a Lancashire fan now in Northamptonshire, so he's expanded his sign-off. Has the Lancashire flag been changed? He thought the Lancashire flag was always a blue flag with a flowering red rose. I don't remember it ever being blue, do you? No, I don't think that's right, to be honest.
No, I don't recall that.
And Tim Singleton says, loving the coverage from Mosley in Lancashire. Pronounced Mosley, sorry, by the way. Thank you very much, Tim. Otherwise I'll be getting a whole host of emails again. Round the wicket, and that's pushed up to mid-on. Is it my over? I can't remember.
It is, it's your over, mate.
So Danny Lamb, who would have been batting, whereabouts would he have batted normally in that order, do you think?
7, maybe.
So, I mean, a decent player to be coming in
8,
this situation.
actually, maybe 8, because Jones is playing this week. Yeah, maybe 8.
22nd first-class game for Danny Lamb, averaging 28. So he can obviously play. He's playing inside the line there, I think. Just.
Different game from this end, isn't it, for him?
Well, it is. I know.
Barker.
This is the Barker that we've got used to. It was a bit different at the other end, running in and just bowling and nothing happening. But he's just getting the ball to go off the straight, just enough.
Which is weird. I mean, he's done just enough all day, hasn't it? I'm going to try and see if I can obviously grab one of the Lancashire bowlers tonight, just to get their view on the pitch and the conditions.
Barker bowls, forward Lamb, pushing that up to Abbott and mid-off.
It's not like he's been kind of hooping around corners, or it's been that the pitch has been, misbehaving massively. It's just like it's done enough, and Lancashire bowl well on it, and they caught well on it, and they took the chances that were created. They've got obviously a highly skillful attack that caused problems, but Nick Gubbins, with a bit of good fortune along the way, showed that you can score on it.
Yeah. Barker, edge, just short of second slip, just short of Liam Dawson. Didn't quite carry.
Didn't got it too hard, did he, Danny Lamb? That second slip fielder there. Barker from this end, different bowler.
Yes, he is. Yeah, creating a few problems. 36 for 1 then, 1 ball left of the 14th, and 3 to do after this. As the sun disappears a little bit now. As Barker bowls, Lamb forward, thinks about a single. There isn't one there as it goes out into the covers. End of the over, as Scott Reed says. A wicket maiden for Keith Barker. He looks a different bowler from this northern end, the hotel end. Gets a round of applause. And as I say, 3 overs to do. 1 for 15 from 4 overs now, Keith Barker, his second maiden.
Just looking at some of the scores elsewhere in the county championship, I think 1 or 2 of the games have reached a close on the first day. Match between Essex and Northamptonshire has closed for the day, with Northamptonshire 233 for 7 in their first innings, with Luke Proctor unbeaten on 60 for Northants at Essex. And they finished early in Yorkshire for a bit of bad light. Yorkshire are playing Kent. It's their first home match. And Kent 270 for 6 at the close of play. And it's Abbott bowls to Balderson, who's forward in defence, and there's no run. Daniel Bell Drummond 109 for Kent. He has found some good form of late, which is great to see. He's had 1 or 2 struggles with the bat of late. And Jordan Cox 68, and Ollie Robinson making 58 for Kent, to have reached the close of play at Yorkshire on 270 for 6. And they finished for the day at Derbyshire, where Derbyshire at 282 for 5 against Glamorgan. 4 slips waiting. Abbott around the wicket, bowls to Balderson, who leaves it, and it's gone through to Brown, and there is no run. Somerset are 344 for 4 against Warwickshire Tom Abel made 70. Matt Renshaw with 129 for Somerset. It were 348 for 4 against Warwickshire. And Surrey are playing Gloucestershire in Bristol. And Surrey are 294 for 5. As Abbott bowls and it's down the leg side to Balderson and taken by Ben Brown. With Jamie Smith 111 not out and Sam Curran 57 not out. Ollie Pope made 84 for Surrey, 294 for 4 in Bristol. The Division 1 latest scores. Balderson 13 not out, 46 deliveries faced. Change to the field here. We've got 4 slips. There was an extra cover. The extra cover has been relocated to leg slip. So 4 slips, leg slip, mid on, deep backward square leg, short mid off, and point for Abbott, who's steaming in and bowling. It's a fullish ball, and Balderson meets it and drives to mid off, and there is no run.
Mark Fletcher has tweeted at Solent Sports, Slaithwaite, which of course is what was spelt out to me in an earlier email, is pronounced Sluffwood. As a Hampshire exile in Yorkshire, I've learnt the hard way, says Mark. Thank you very much. See, if only it was put to me like that, phonetically, it would have been all right. But Slaithwaite looks like Slaithwaite.
Yeah, it's a minefield. Abbott in, bowls. Balderson off the back foot. Drops it into the offside. And there is no run. I feel for these travel reporters, you know, that are doing travel updates for radio stations all over the place. And if you just get one name slightly incorrect.
Well, you probably got your own. Well, you have, as we found out today. But you know, as a Solent area which covers Hampshire and Dorset and the Isle of Wight, you know, if we get a new travel reporter that you've not heard of before, and they'll say in Dorset, the A whatever it is through Gillingham, and you think that's in Kent. It's Gillingham, you know. But I know that because I've been here ages.
Abbott to Balderson, who has to defend the ball that's angled into him and plays it back along the ground, and there is no run. He's negotiated an over there, George Balderson. It's a maiden for Kyle Abbott. Very much trying to get through to the close of play now is Lancashire's young opening batter, along with Danny Lamb, who's unbeaten on naught. He's just faced the 5 deliveries. We've got 2 overs left today. Lancashire 36 for 1.
Yeah, for me, Lancashire have just shaded today. Another wicket tonight. I think it won't help. Certainly help Hampshire, but I think Lancashire have had the better of the day. There's definitely not as much in this pitch now as there was earlier on, but that's not taking anything away from the Lancashire bowlers. They bowl superbly. Barker bowls, just nips back a fraction at Lamb as he prods forward. Paul Williams has emailed. So started really early this morning on a renovation of an old chest, and have listened to you, Scott and Dave, and it was very enjoyable. Thank you. Sadly, there was a bit of irony as well, in that my daughter-in-law has had confirmed today that at the age of 42 she's got Parkinson's, which is really sad because, of course, we've been mentioning the fundraising dinner for Sean Udall tomorrow night. That also is the fact that he's got Parkinson's. That's outside the off stump, and that's left alone. It's at an early stage, and we will see how it goes. I will chat to Jimmy and Donna to find out what help and assistance is available. Let's hope the bowlers are on form, says Paul. So that's really sad to hear. I've got another email here about what is it, Sluffwood or whatever it is. I don't care now. It's been a long day. Forward, back to the bowler as Lamb prods on that front foot. Elevated up the order here for the last 2 or 3 overs.
I mean, I've never even heard of this place. Is it up in the northwest?
Somewhere. I don't know, mate. You should know.
I've never heard of it.
Have you not?
Not look like.
I mean, it's difficult to look back at all the emails because it'll take me a while to find. I think see if I can try and write it in. Here's Barker again. Lamb plays that into the ground behind square as it makes it way to third slip along the ground. It's in the metropolitan borough of Kirklees in West Yorkshire. I think that's the one. It's close enough anyway.
It's all the same.
Yeah, it's all the same to us down here.
I knew that was coming.
Mark Fletcher says there's no hope for you. It's Slough, as in the town. Slough. Sloughwaite. 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 Oh, Sloughwaite. No,
I would just give up, mate.
I have given up.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's 6. Outside the off stump, left alone. Good carry. Colin Price says, as you know, I was at Canterbury on Sunday. I noticed there was no Hampshire flag flying. Where are all these people looking at flags? I don't. Never do. Do you?
Never notice it. No,
what
really,
are people doing going to grounds, just looking out for the flag? It was nice to hear the Hampshire song in the change rooms after the win on Sunday. Thanks for the commentary, as always. That's from Colin in Ashford in Kent. Yeah, I remember having a quick chat with him at the end of the game. Barker bowls, Lamb turns that into the leg side, will pick up a single. Nice shot off the front foot there, and that'll be the end of the over. 1 to do, 37 for 1. Probably the final one now from all me. Gordon shown back on the emails. Thanks for the mentions today. But the Lancashire County Cricket flag was always a blue flag with a flowering red rose, the same as the cap still worn and also on the helmets.
Right.
Okay. I can honestly say I've never been at Old Trafford and turned round to bowl and looked up and said, "Oh, the Lancashire flag isn't flying."
What was your record like at Old Trafford?
Crawley. I don't think I did that brilliantly.
No?
I got runs one year. I got 90 odd one year.
Okay. Job as a night watchman here. 4 slips behind him. Abbott over the wicket, ball's a shortish ball. Lamb just leans back a fraction, drops the hands. The ball nips through into the gloves of Ben Brown, and there is no run. And Balderson stood at the non-striker's end, leaning on his bat with his right hand on his hip. I'm sure he's quite content to stay there for the final 5 deliveries of the day. 37 for 1. And Abbott running in towards us. Balderson waits. He's backing over the wicket. It's a fuller ball, but getting left alone by Danny Lamb. And through to Ben Brown, and there is no run. And the 4 slips are all poised, ready and waiting just for one final opportunity of the day. There's a mid-off and a mid-on. Deep backward point, and then the 2 fielders on the leg side boundary are set pretty much right back to the rope. There's a deep square leg. He's probably just a little fraction in front of square, and there's a long leg as well. Abbott, the strong man, is back in again, bringing Lamb forward, and that's defended away into the offside. And Fuller comes across from mid-off to complete the fielding. 1 or 2 spectators just starting to creep up the stairs and stand and watch behind the seating to our right hand side, just by the side of the shame-worn stand. Still spectators sat in the shame-worn stand, which has been the most popular of the stands today, in the sunshine for most of the day. Abbott bowls again. Lamb plays forward in defence. Ball rolls past Abbott, and Fuller picks it up. There's a brief chat with Keith Barker, who's at mid-on. Abbott mops his brow and slowly gets back to his mark. Not yet able to contribute with runs this season, Abbott, but he's been in the wickets and he's looking for one here. 2 balls left of the day. Abbott to Lamb. He's on that front foot, pushing up to Fuller again at mid-off, and there is no run. So the last ball of the day coming up, a day where Hampshire won the toss and elected to have a bat first. Made a right mess of the first hour, but that's to Lancashire's credit, and set by Bailey and by Anderson and then Hassan Ali. A blistering first 55 minutes, and Hampshire were 40 for 5 before Nick Gubbins helped the home side to recover. As Abbott bowls and Lamb defends. And that's the close of play, with Lancashire 37 for 1 in their second innings, in reply to a 246, thanks to Nick Gubbins' unbeaten 101. Felix Organ making 42 and James Fuller's 55, 2 vital contributions as well for Hampshire. 5 wickets for Hassan Ali, 3 for Jimmy Anderson. And then Keith Barker with a beauty to Luke Wells right at the end of the day to get Lancashire 1 down at the close of play, trailing Hampshire by 209.
Thank you, Scott. Enjoyed that immensely. Thank you very much. Scott Reed and I, Kevin James, will be back tomorrow. Melissa Story from BBC TMS will be with us tomorrow. There will be your 3 commentators for day 2. Make sure you join us tomorrow. It promises to be a fascinating day.